Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 601 to 650. Chapter 601 Opponent's Weakness. His right arm became a giant spring, squeezed to the extreme. The left arm grabbed Luffy by the neck and lifted it up. Spring Fist. Bellamy slammed his right fist into Luffy's stomach. Boom. With a loud bang, Luffy's body was smashed into the air by Bellamy. Amazing blood spurted out of his mouth, splashing in the air. Luffy flew out dozens of meters this time, and smashed heavily into the ground in the distance. Boom. Luffy hit the ground heavily, blood still flowing out of his mouth, and blood gushing out from both shoulders. Bellamy looked at Luffy, who said happily, "Okay, the second one." Bellamy turned his head to Zoro. Zoro is now trying to distance himself from Bellamy. Bellamy's body is now covered by armament haki, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Combined with Bellamy's ability to predict Zoro's attack with observation haki, this resulted in an almost one-sided advantage in the fight. Bellamy looked at Zoro, and quickly the ankles of both feet resonated dozens of times in a second. Spring Resonance. Bellamy's body moved rapidly. Bellamy suddenly appeared in front of Zoro. Spring Shigan Finger Pistol. Bellamy attacked Zoro with both index fingers this time. Chong, chong. Zoro is a powerful swordsman, and his speed is much faster than Rog and Luffy. Bellamy's two index fingers popped out and were blocked by the blades of the two katana swords in Zoro's hand. As the response still fast, how is it like this? Bellamy turned his hands and fingers into springs this time, pressing them and attacking Zoro. Three swords flow. Sword and wolf flow. Zoro's body swayed like a willow leaf in the wind, and the three katana swords in his hand and mouth coordinated to block. Clang, 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 clang. Zoro successfully fended off Bellamy's attack. Bellamy was also shocked that Zoro was able to perfectly find a way to defend against his attack. Zoro took the opportunity to quickly distance himself. Three-knife flow. Tornado. Zoro used three katana swords together to create a powerful sword-like tornado. In addition to the lethality, the tornado itself also has the effect of blowing the surrounding objects away. Zoro himself can control the Master Sword Chi, so he doesn't have to worry about being killed by the Sword Chi. Bellamy was different, he felt himself being attacked intensively. Although under armament haki's protection he could not be harmed much. Bellamy looked at the Sword Chi tornado around him. This thing is quite distracting, and it blows up the surrounding gravel and other things. Bellamy felt his vision all around him being disturbed. Zoro approached the aircraft further, and even used the tornado to fly itself up for a while before falling further. Zoro landed behind a pier at this point. Behind it is the vast sea. The sea is behind. Zoro glanced behind him. The sea in the back is the area where the devil fruit can't go down. Thinking of this, Zoro suddenly had an idea. If you can't defeat the enemy head-on, it's not a bad idea to use the environment and restrain the opponent's things to defeat him. Zoro looked at Bellamy, who was about to attack again. Okay, go ahead and attack. Zoro said to Bellamy. Bellamy clenched his fists, looked at Zoro and said, "Swordsman, you're about to be crushed to pieces. You can't dodge this blow." Bellamy's two legs together became giant springs. The two giant springs began to be compressed to the extreme quickly, and Bellamy's entire body was also tilted forward by Vivi. Zoro is constantly paying attention to Bellamy's posture and determining the exact direction of his attack. If Bellamy's attack is going to be swift, think of it as an attack from a giant swordsman. Zoro was able to tell which direction Bellamy was attacking. Jumped sharply in Zoro's direction after squeezing his giant sprung legs to the limit. The two compressed giant springs were also released, and Bellamy leapt towards Zoro at an astonishing speed. Zoro like a rocket fired. What a great speed! Zoro was shocked. Bellamy flies towards Zoro at great speed. His fist is facing forward, and once he touches Zoro, he will be able to smash Zoro into pieces with speed and strength. Just as he was about to hit Zoro, suddenly Zoro's body fell to the ground. What? Bellamy was shocked, but his body was already passing over the lying Zoro because of inertia. Bellamy's body continued to fly, flying towards the sea behind Zoro's original body. This is the disadvantage of Bellamy's spring rocket, which cannot change direction or stop during flight. In the end, Bellamy's body continued to fly for hundreds of meters and finally fell into the sea. Plop! Bellamy hit the sea like a heavy cannonball, splashing amazing water Jinchuriki column. Zoro got back up from the floor of the pier, and he looked at the sea where Bellamy fell. It worked. Zoro is very excited, he is very happy. Bellamy's formidable opponent has a deadly nemesis, the sea. Devil fruit abilities will be deprived of the sea, and they can't even swim in the sea like ordinary people, and can only sink to the bottom of the sea and drown. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces and Usopp who were watching the battle saw this scene. Bellamy sinks into the sea. Usopp said excitedly. Look, boss, Bellamy fell into the sea. Said excitedly to Mont Blanc Kulik. He couldn't stop himself and hit the ocean. The orangutan said excitedly. If that's the case, he must be doomed. After all, devil fruit people can't move in the sea. Mont Blanc Kulik looked surprised, he still couldn't believe it was true. Zoro who had successfully defeated Bellamy and gave thunderous cheers. Swordsman, long live! Hundreds of people cheered Zoro. Zoro beat Bellamy, though Bellamy was beset by his own abilities. Zoro turned to look at the crowd, he was relieved. It was an easy victory. Zoro said in a relaxed manner. He put the 3 samurai swords back in their scabbards one after another. Suddenly, in the sea behind Zoro, a figure suddenly jumped out. At this moment, everyone's expressions were stunned. Whether it is Usopp, or Mont Blanc Kulik, or apes and orangutans, or many crew members of the Tsuruyama Combined Army. They looked at the figure jumping out of the sea in shock. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 602 King of Ninja vs. Bellamy. This figure is none other than Bellamy. Bellamy, who had fallen into the sea just now, jumped out again. Zoro turned his back to the sea, he felt the murderous aura of a life behind him. Chong! Zoro yanked out the Shuegohei and Hidao from the scabbard at his waist, and quickly turned around with his knives crossed. Bellamy jumped out of the sea and kicked Zoro. Clang! Armament hockey covered in black metallic luster, his right leg kicked Zoro's crossed swords. Zoro was ejected with tremendous force. Zoro rolled over 30 meters before stopping. Bellamy has also fallen heavily to the ground of the dock. How is it possible? Usopp looked at Bellamy in shock and said. Others, Mont Blanc Kurik, the orangutan and many crew members of the Tsuruyama Combined Army all looked at Bellamy. They were all unbelievable. Bellamy was clearly a devil fruit person and fell into the sea. But how can it jump out again? Zoro tried his best to stand up again. He clenched the katana in his hand and stared at Bellamy, panting. Could it be that your power blocks the action of the sea? Zoro asked Bellamy. Bellamy looked at Zoro, and he growled, my whole body is covered with armament hockey, so I not only have a defense that is stronger than steel, but also in this state, my whole body cannot be affected by seawater. So even devil fruit users can avoid losing their abilities with the armament hockey all over their bodies. Quote. At this time, Bellamy suddenly lifted armament hockey. He moved every part of his body for a moment, whether it was his arms or legs, or his neck. He stuck out his tongue and licked it near his mouth. Bellamy's armament hockey is very strong. Although it is relatively strong among armament hockey users, it has been a long time since Bellamy's armament hockey has maintained his entire body for a long time. Among them, he defeated Rog and Luffy with his whole body armament hockey, and he also endured the battle of attrition with Zoro just now. But covering armament hockey all over is very exhausting. Those who use armament hockey, who cover armament hockey all over their body, will have to pay 10 times more physical exertion than usual. Although Bellamy's physique is very strong, it is not enough to consume like this. What's more, by virtue of the partial springing of his body, he has astonishing combat effectiveness. So after continuing to use armament hockey, Bellamy's needs to be relieved. Okay, swordsman, let's keep fighting, Bellamy said, looking at Zoro. Zoro clenched the katana in his hand and looked at Bellamy. As long as I hold them tightly in my hand, I will fight to the end. Zoro said imposingly, not discouraged. Zoro pulled Gito out and put it in his mouth. The 3 katana swords once again formed a fighting stance. Okay, even if you are at a disadvantage, you are so imposing and manly. Then I will give you a good time. Bellamy clenched his fists. Bellamy suddenly attacked Zoro again. He used the spring resonance to quickly approach Zoro. This time Bellamy's arms also turned into giant springs. After the arms turned into giant springs, Bellamy pressed them to the extreme. Double spring punch. Bellamy approached Zoro, his arms bounced together, and his fists hit Zoro at close range like 2 cannonballs. Ghost slash. Zoro's 3 katana swords coordinated and unleashed a powerful slash. Chong, chong. The powerful attacks of the 2 met head-on. Under this powerful attack, Bellamy's double spring cannon punches successfully overwhelmed Ghost slash. Zoro's body was shaken. Finally, it reached a position more than 20 meters away, and fell heavily on the ground. Ah! Zoro struggled to get back on his feet. But Bellamy took the opportunity to get close again. Spring legs. Bellamy jumped up, his right leg turned into a giant spring, and it was squeezed to the extreme. Bellamy ended up on top of Zoro. Bellamy's right leg slammed into Zoro below. At this moment, 2 shurikens suddenly flew from a distance. They exploded quickly after hitting Bellamy. Boom, boom. Bellamy was deflected by the impact of the 2 explosions, and finally fell to the ground beside him. Zoro is rescued. Zoro, who was rescued, looked at a figure who suddenly appeared on the pier. Bellamy also looked at the figure on the pier. I saw that it was the King of Ninjas wearing a black ninja costume and carrying a ninja sword. The eyes of the King of Ninja are like the eyes of a crow in the dark, full of insight into the opponent. Sure enough, it's you, Zoro said, looking at the Ninja King. The King of Ninjas is always there to support him at this critical moment. Who is this guy? Bellamy said in shock. He had never seen a man dressed in style like the King of Ninjas. Indeed, the warriors of Wano Kuni are rarely seen with their own eyes, let alone ninjas who walk in the dark. The King of Ninja looked at Bellamy and said, "So you are that Bellamy?" Bellamy looked at the King of Ninjas and said, "Who are you? I've never seen someone as eccentric as you." The Ninja King looked at Bellamy and said, "I'm a ninja from Wano Kuni. You haven't seen normal." The King of Ninjas was practicing martial arts in the far coastal area of the port area just now, but Bellamy unexpectedly attacked here. He then came to support. Bellamy looked at the King of Ninjas and said, "Anyway, if you dare to attack me, you are brave enough. Soon you will die without a burial." The King of Ninja looked at Bellamy and said calmly, "I am willing to accompany you." Bellamy stared at the King of Ninjas like a crazy sideburn. However, in his heart, he was very strange. Why did Mont Blanc Kulik and the Tsuruyama allied army suddenly appear with so many powerful helpers? As a person who is good at fighting, Bellamy can feel that the strength of the Ninja King is very strong. Bellamy, who has been fighting Rogue and Luffy and Zoro in a row, needs to continue the showdown with the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninja looked at Bellamy, his whole body ready for battle. Bellamy looked at the King of Ninjas, and he wanted to completely destroy the King of Ninjas in front of him. However, Bellamy still needs to pay attention to Zoro at this time. After all, there is still the enemy of Zoro present. "Okay, come on," said the Ninja King to Bellamy. "I'm going to beat you to pieces," Bellamy growled at the Ninja King. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 603 Spring Air Burst. Bellamy clenched his fists, which quickly turned into giant springs, then compressed to the extreme. Bellamy's ankles also turned into springs. Spring resonance. Bellamy's whole person quickly began to move. The Ninja King felt the other side move quickly. And quickly approaching him. Finally, the Ninja King felt that Bellamy was close at hand. Bellamy's figure appeared in front of the King of Ninjas. His arms that had been compressed to the extreme began to bounce, and his fists were shot like cannonballs. Double spring punch. Bellamy's fists hit the King of Ninjas at close range like cannonballs. However, the figure of the Ninja King moved to the side as gracefully as a ghost. Bellamy's spring cannon punch is empty. What? Bellamy looked at the Ninja King in shock. The Ninja King moves like a ghost in the area around Bellamy. Damn. Bellamy used the spring resonance to approach the Ninja King again, but was successfully evaded by him. However, the King of Ninja will not be passively attacked like this. The King of Ninja looked at Bellamy, and he quickly took out a kunai from the burden on his waist. Whoosh. The Ninja King seized the moment and threw a kunai at Bellamy's throat. Bellamy's observation haki foreshadowed the attack. He quickly ducked his head to the left. PFF'd. Kunai swept across the right edge of Bellamy's neck. Although he missed the throat and veins, he also scratched the right edge of Bellamy's neck. Bellamy felt blood splatter and a pain in his neck for a while. Asshole. Bellamy bit Kiba and looked at the Ninja King. He got hurt like this and was quick to use armament haki again. The black metallic luster force field quickly covered Bellamy's whole body. After a long hiatus, Bellamy is now able to use armament haki all over his body again. After all, if armament haki covers the whole body, it consumes 10 times the stamina, so use it with caution. I'm going to kill you. Bellamy roared towards the Ninja King. The Ninja King looked at Bellamy, who was rushing towards him like a crazy sideburn. The other side is in a very strong state now. The King of Ninja looked at Bellamy. He instinctively felt that it was not the right time to fight Bellamy head-on. The King of Ninja even felt that it was time to drag it on. With ghostly footwork, he moved around Bellamy. Bellamy attacked the Ninja King violently, but whenever he tried to approach the Ninja King avoided it like a ghost. It seems like Bellamy is really fighting a ghost. And Bellamy is also aware that his entire body is covered by armament haki, which consumes a lot of physical strength. In this way, he can be forced to death by opponents. Okay, in that case. Bellamy stopped suddenly and stood there. Both of his strong arms have turned into giant springs this time. Then the two arms start to align. Bellamy clenched his fists like a gorilla, and at the same time the arms that had turned into giant springs were squeezed to the extreme. The King of Ninjas, Zoro and Usopp all looked at Bellamy suspiciously. I don't know what Bellamy is going to do. Spring air burst. Bellamy's arms snapped open and his fists slammed into each other. Boom. Suddenly there was an earth-shattering sound. It was as if the two artillery pieces were firing at each other at close range. The people around, whether it was the King of Ninjas, Zoro, or the farther Usopp, Mont Blanc, Cricket, orangutans, and the crew of the Tsuruyama combined army all felt an astonishing wave of air burst open. Bellamy's fists slammed together with extremely high power, and together with being covered by armament haki, the power is amazing. It actually centered on the place where his fists hit each other, sending out an amazing wave of air around him. Bellamy's spring airburst ripped apart the air, causing an explosion of air. The huge impact of the air explosion will spread all around. The King of Ninjas bore the brunt, and he was thrown away by the impact of a huge air blast. Ah! The body of the King of Ninja flew into the air. Zoro was also hit by the impact of the huge air explosion, and his entire body was thrown away. What a powerful impact! Zoro's body was thrown more than 50 meters away. Finally Zoro hurriedly waved the two katana swords in his hand. Eagle wave. Zoro's two samurai swords slashed out two eagle-like swords. Zoro used these two sword energy to land slowly. Everyone around was also affected, but Usopp and Mont Blanc Kulik were far away, but they were washed down, and few people were washed away. Wow! What a powerful impact! We can't stand it. Including Usopp and Mont Blanc Kulik, were washed down. Bellamy's spring airburst, with amazing power. Bellamy, who successfully performed this blow, looked around. It's really powerful. This blow is beyond my imagination. Bellamy looked at the people around and said excitedly. Bellamy himself was shocked by the powerful power of the spring air explosion just now. Because the blow just now was made by him concentrating his maximum strength and covering armament hockey on his arm, the power was astonishingly powerful. What happened to that ninja? Bellamy stuck out his tongue and licked around his mouth, looking around for the shadow of the Ninja King. At this moment on the wooden Jinchuriki column beneath the pier where the two were fighting, the King of Ninjas was clinging to it. The impact just now nearly threw him into the sea, but he grabbed the wooden Jinchuriki column beneath the pier just in time. The Ninja King clings to the wooden Jinchuriki column and he waits for the right moment. Bellamy's strength is really strong, and when using armament hockey, it can't effectively damage. However, as an elite disciple of the Wano Kuni Ninja organization, the King of Ninjas also has some knowledge of armament hockey. Especially when the whole body is covered with armament hockey, the consumption of physical strength is simply amazing. This also means that Bellamy's consumption like this all the time consumes a lot of his body. Once Bellamy removes the state of being covered by armament hockey in order to save his stamina, then it is the best time to shoot. Bellamy, who was standing on the pier, looked around and saw that there was no shadow of the King of Ninjas around. He also felt a little tired. After all, using armament hockey to cover the whole body is very exhausting. It seems he went to sea. Bellamy lifted armament hockey all over his body. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 604 Sanji's rapid support. The King of Ninjas in the dark also discovered this. The figure of the King of Ninjas moved quickly like a ghost, secretly climbed up on the pier, and then began to approach Bellamy's back very covertly. The King of Ninjas waved two hands, both of which had been replaced with special weapons for ninjas, hand armor hooks. The two armor hooks, like two metal claws, flickered with cold light. The King of Ninja quickly approached Bellamy, and finally reached a distance of 2 meters behind Bellamy. But Bellamy felt the danger coming from behind at this time, but he did not move violently. The gauntlet hooks of the Ninja King's hands grabbed the back of Bellamy's neck. Chong, chong. But at this critical juncture, both hand armor hooks hit Bellamy's neck, but it was as if they were hit on extremely hard metal. It's like this. The King of Ninja saw that Bellamy's neck was covered with armament hockey with black metallic luster. Bellamy turned around quickly after the King Ninja attack failed. Humph! I knew you would be like this. Bellamy clenched his fists to attack the King of Ninjas. At this time, a bow and arrow from a distance suddenly came. The arrow hit Bellamy in the body. The top of the bow began to explode violently. Wow, what is this? After the top of the bow and arrow exploded, there was actually a rotten egg inside. Rotten eggs covered Bellamy's head. Bellamy had never seen such an attack. In the distance, Usopp was holding a marksman longbow and looked at Bellamy who was hit. It was a success at last. Usopp said happily. Just now, Usopp shot the deadly rotten egg star with a bow and arrow. The Ninja King hurriedly attacked Bellamy's left shoulder while Bellamy was disturbed by Stinky Egg Star. Bellamy's body was not completely covered by armament hockey at this time, but the key points were protected. PFF'd. The Ninja King's gauntlet hook successfully scratched Bellamy's left shoulder. Bellamy's blood spilled out. Ah! Bellamy bit Kiba and looked at the wound on the left shoulder, which was instantly bloody. Covered her entire body with armament hockey in black metallic luster. The King of Ninja wanted to continue the attack, but seeing that Bellamy's whole body was covered by armament hockey, he had to give up. Damn it! Bellamy attacked the Ninja King angrily after being wounded. His fist quickly hit the King of Ninjas. But the Ninja King evaded him with his ghostly footwork and kept him at a distance. At this time, the King of Ninjas continued to play delaying tactics. I want to use this method of avoiding the edge and procrastinating to drag Bellamy to death. Bellamy was thoroughly enraged, and he desperately attacked the Ninja King. The Ninja King used this method to keep delaying. Bellamy also discovered King Ninja's fighting methods, and he realized that King Ninja was using delaying tactics. Armament Hockey, who was covering his body. Eagle Wave. Suddenly Zoro wielded his two knives and beheaded Bellamy from a distance. Two blue eagle-like sword chi hit Bellamy's body. Armament Hockey with black metallic luster at this time, and the two sword chi couldn't effectively hurt him. Bellamy also wanted to shoot Zoro, but considering that Zoro was also very agile, he couldn't help but give up. Unable to move forward, Bellamy suddenly saw Usopp and the others farther away. Have it! Bellamy suddenly became furious for a while, rushing frantically towards Usopp and others in the distance. Usopp was observing the battle at this time, and he saw Bellamy rushing towards him, and his face suddenly changed. What is he doing? Usopp said in disbelief. The Ninja King and Zoro also saw Bellamy rush in the direction of Usopp. Crap, said the Ninja King anxiously. He'll be killed, Zoro said, biting Kiba. Usopp saw Bellamy rushing at an astonishing speed, and he hurriedly ran in the opposite direction, but Bellamy's speed now passed through the spring resonance, which was astonishingly fast. Where is Usopp able to hide? Ah, it was your dark arrow. You bastard with a long nose. Bellamy was approaching and found the marksman longbow in Usopp's hand. He understood who was shooting at him secretly with a bow and arrow just now. Help! Help! Usopp ran as fast as he could, and he was so frightened that his nose and tears were flying. Bellamy got closer and closer to Usopp. He swung the fist that covered Armament Hockey, and he was about to use it in the next approach, and a single blow was enough to kill Usopp. Ah! Usopp suddenly fell while running. Bellamy took the opportunity to get close to Usopp. He waved his fist and jumped into the air to hit Usopp. Usopp turned his head, tears and snot on his face. Boom! Suddenly, a figure jumped over, and a flying kick just hit Bellamy's fist. Usopp looked up in the air in shock. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. I saw Bellamy's fist was stopped in mid-air by Sanji's kick. After this blow, Sanji and Bellamy fell to the ground together. Bellamy looked at Sanji and saw a young man with blonde hair and curly eyebrows holding a cigarette in his mouth. Another one, Bellamy said with a frown. Sanji looked at Bellamy, who was covered in Armament Hockey with a black metallic luster. But you can still basically see Bellamy's appearance. You're that sideburn Bellamy? Sanji asked calmly. Bellamy looked at Sanji, he was full of disgust, and said, what happened? There are so many troublemakers today. Sanji looked at Bellamy and said, for a villain like you, the night will give you what glory is. Usopp was moved when he saw Sanji's timely action at a critical moment. But he was more aware of the danger at the scene, and Usopp hurriedly crawled off the ground. And Izumi, the water goddess, arrived here in time to see it. The situation was urgent, and Sanji quickly rushed over to take action. Although Bellamy's body was covered by Armament Hockey just now, Sanji's blow was enough to change the direction of the opponent's fist, which led to Usopp's rescue. Zoro saw Sanji in the distance, and a smile appeared on his nervous face. At last, the cook. Zoro said. Before Rog and Luffy were injured and fell to the ground, Sanji joined the battle in time, which made his fighting power much stronger. Looks like she's here too, said the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King saw Izumi Water Goddess in the distance. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 605, The Powerful Magic of Izumi Water Goddess. At this time, the water goddess Izumi is holding 3 ancient magic axes. Coupled with a long golden hair, it floats with the sea breeze blowing here, really like a goddess. And Izumi Water Goddess participated in the battle, so Bellamy can be said to be at a disadvantage now. Bellamy looked at Sanji with anger all over him. So many people who died, then I will let you die in a miserable way. Bellamy growled frantically. Bellamy was the first to attack Sanji. Sanji suddenly blocked with both feet. Spring fist. Bellamy punched Sanji sharply. Sanji felt that Bellamy's attack was aimed at the head at first. He quickly leaned his upper body behind him, dodging the attack. Sanji moved quickly to Bellamy's side. First meat. Belly. Thigh meat. Breast meat. Tenderloin. Level 3 ground meat. Secondary ground meat. First class ground meat. Superlative ground meat. Kick against etiquette. Sanji attacked Bellamy with both feet. Armament hockey covering Bellamy's body successfully resisted Sanji's powerful kicks. Bellamy's arms turned into giant springs, but they didn't attack. Instead, it was squeezed to the extreme. His arms are facing each other, his fists are facing each other. Spring air burst. Bellamy's arms snapped open, his fists hitting each other. Boom. With an earth-shattering loud noise, Bellamy's fists slammed together like two cannonballs. The surrounding air exploded violently. Sanji was thrown away by the huge impact. He threw the whole person more than 40 meters away. However, the power of the spring air blast that Bellamy used this time was not as powerful as when he used it before. First of all, it was Bellamy's attack with the greatest strength of his body. And Bellamy's left shoulder wasn't injured at the time. In addition to not using the greatest strength, Bellamy's left shoulder is also injured, which makes his attack not the most powerful. However, Sanji was still thrown more than 40 meters away and fell to the ground. At this time, Bellamy quickly resonated the ankles of both feet violently. Spring resonance. Bellamy moved quickly towards Sanji. Bellamy rushed to the front of Sanji, and he pressed his right arm, which had become a giant spring, to the extreme, and aimed his fist at Sanji's head and was about to punch it out. At this critical moment, everyone else is very anxious. Suddenly a voice sounded. Hockey. At the same time a football-sized puck hit Bellamy. The puck hits Bellamy and explodes. Cover Bellamy's whole body and freeze it into an ice sculpture. Usopp looked in the direction of the attack. It is the Izumi Water Goddess. Izumi Water Goddess held the silver axe high, and with the ancient magic spell in her mouth, the silver axe was surrounded by ice and snow. Was rescued by the water goddess Izumi, quickly took this opportunity to stand up and distance himself from Bellamy's ice sculpture. After Bellamy was frozen into an ice sculpture, he still maintained his attacking posture. Bellamy, who was among the ice sculptures, was temporarily restricted from moving. Armament hockey was covered in black metallic luster at this time. His defense was amazing and he was not hurt at all. Crack, knock. The ice that had frozen Bellamy's quickly began to shatter. Sure enough, the ice couldn't restrain Bellamy. Sanji looked at Bellamy who was about to leave and said, boom. Bellamy finally broke free from the ice, and the original ice shattered into a group of ice blocks. Bellamy, who broke through the ice, stood on the ground of the pier again. He looked around and turned his gaze to the direction of the water goddess Izumi. What's the matter? Izumi, the water goddess with long golden hair, puzzled. He saw the Izumi water goddess lift up a silver axe, and the ice and snow swirled around the silver axe. This bizarre scene shocked Bellamy. What's the matter? Could it be some kind of devil fruit power user? Bellamy looked at the water goddess Izumi full of doubts. The water goddess Izumi put away the silver axe, raised the iron axe again, and whispered the ancient magic spell in her mouth. There was a wind around the iron axe, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Hell of the wind. Izumi water goddess unleashes her magical attack on Bellamy. The wind around the iron axe formed hundreds of wind blades, which all flew towards Bellamy. Bellamy was saturated and attacked by the dense wind blades. How can it be like this? Bellamy was shocked. The wind blades hit Bellamy's body intensively. Of course, armament hockey on Bellamy's body successfully resisted these injuries. But even so, Bellamy can still feel the strength of the opponent's attack. After all, armament hockey also has to bear the consumption when attacked. Hundreds of wind blades attacked Bellamy. Izumi, the water goddess, looked at Bellamy. She also put away the iron axe, and then raised the golden axe. Izumi whispered an ancient magic incantation. Around the golden axe, first sparks appeared, then flames, and then the flames took a bird-like shape. Whether it was Bellamy or the crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces watching from a distance, they were extremely shocked. The flame actually formed a flying phoenix. How is it possible? Bellamy looked at the formed phoenix in shock. Izumi Water Goddess said, "Go! Fire Phoenix!" The fire phoenix formed by the flames screamed like a burning flame for a while, and it rushed towards Bellamy. The phoenix hit Bellamy with a dazzling explosion. Bellamy, who was hit, was included in the flames of the explosion as if he were on fire. Everyone watching from a distance looked at all this in disbelief. It's really the power of a god. Too powerful. Is this magic? It's amazing how everything in nature can be manipulated. The flame can also turn into a phoenix. It's amazing. Many crew members of the Tsuruyama United Army were shocked and admiring. Montblanc Kulik and the others felt the power of magic. The orangutan looked at Bellamy, who was constantly being burned by the fire. It's really terrifying power, the orangutan said with emotion. Orangutan looked at the water goddess Izumi and the golden axe held high in her hand. Magic is really shocking. It can manipulate ice and snow, strong wind, and this flame. The orangutan looked at Izumi Water Goddess in awe. Montblanc Kulik looked at the water goddess Izumi. He seemed to remember something. Montblanc Kulik said calmly, "There is magic in this world, so it seems that many legendary things are definitely not wrong." The most complete Phyllu novel resource station. Sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 606 Bellamy's Target Turns. Whether it's devil fruit or magic, it's an incredible thing. It also shows how big the world is, and many amazing things can happen. Usopp looked at Bellamy, who was wrapped in raging flames, and he said excitedly, as expected of the water goddess Izumi. So powerful, powerful magic. Sanji looked at the water goddess Izumi with love and admiration on his face. Goddess is amazing, goddess, you will always be my favorite. Sanji said excitedly. Bellamy is wrapped in flames after being attacked by the fire phoenix. The armament hockey on his body is still protecting his body. Izumi, the water goddess who was casting magic. How is that possible? Could it be said that this is the magic of legend? How can there be such a ridiculous thing in this year? Bellamy couldn't believe it. But to say that the opponent was able to perform this attack because of the devil fruit was difficult to justify. After all, the devil fruit ability, even the Logia devil fruit ability person only has one ability. But just now Izumi Water Goddess can use ice, wind, fire, 3 abilities to attack. This is definitely not a devil fruit ability. Then there is only magic in legends. On the Great Route, there was once a magical island that developed powerful magic in ancient times, and it spread to all parts of the world. Bellamy has also heard this legend, but Bellamy, who has always despised and spurned any dream, just regarded it as a joke. In this situation, other than the opponent's magic, what else can be explained? There are always incomprehensible things in this world. But I don't have time to spend any more time with these guys right now. Bellamy recalled that the real problem he faced was defeating the Tsuruyama coalition. But according to the current situation, he couldn't eliminate the Tsuruyama Allied army at all, mainly because of the appearance of Zoro and the others. As soon as the water goddess Izumi came forward, he felt that he couldn't win at all. This is mainly because Bellamy's itself is strong, but it is also difficult to withstand the wheel battle. His own armament hockey will always have a tough time. Armament hockey covers the body and consumes 10 times the normal stamina. Bellamy's whole body armament hockey has been fighting for so long, it's almost the limit. But he didn't dare to disarm armament hockey easily. In that case, he would be killed very quickly in the intensive attacks of his opponents. Izumi did not last indefinitely. After burning Bellamy for a while, the flame also dissipated. Flocks of sparks danced in midair on the pier. The people present all looked at Bellamy, only to see that Bellamy was still covered by the black glossy armament hockey, and he did not suffer much damage. This guy is really hard to deal with. Usopp's face became serious again. Zoro looked at Bellamy and said, "What a tough guy." Sanji looked at Bellamy and said, "It's really durable." The King of Ninjas looked at Bellamy, and he held the ninja sword on his back, ready to fight again. Izumi, the water goddess, looked at Bellamy with a calm expression. Once Bellamy continued to attack her, she would continue to use powerful magic attacks. Bellamy looked around. There are still strong enemies. It is absolutely impossible for him to annihilate the Tsuruyama allied army at once. But he turned his eyes to the giant sea dock again. It may be difficult to kill these people, but it can be done to destroy this huge obstacle. Bellamy decided to shift the target to the giant sea dock. Bellamy's legs turned into two giant springs. He squeezed his legs to the extreme. Bellamy's body turned in the direction of the giant sea dock. Spring rocket. Bellamy's legs, squeezed to the limit, snapped open. His body really shot up like a rocket. Bellamy's body flew like a rocket, smashing the pier masonry and wood under his feet. Seeing Bellamy's body soaring into the air, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. "What is he doing?" Usopp said in surprise. "Escape," Sanji said as he looked at Bellamy who was soaring into the air. "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Zoro said suspiciously. Bellamy has soared into the sky, and finally flew to the giant sea dock. In the end, Bellamy hit the top deck of the giant sea dock like a meteor. Boom! With a loud noise, Bellamy fell heavily on the top deck. Although the top deck made of steel is very strong, far from the masonry in the port area, it is still a hollow pit that Bellamy smashed. It's like a crater smashed by a heavy artillery shell. After Bellamy landed on the top deck of the giant sea dock, he stood up straight and looked around. This top deck can be said to be very wide, comparable to a huge square. It's been a long time since. Bellamy looked at the top deck and said with emotion. Many years ago, when this giant sea dock still belonged to the previous owner, Bellamy once went to this place to kill and abuse. At that time, Bellamy was not able to cause decent damage to the giant offshore dock, and could only kill the people on it as much as possible. However, after the captain and the skeleton crew were tortured by his death and serious injuries, they left this huge sea dock to Mont Blanc Kulik and the Tsuruyama Combined Army. Bellamy is now walking on the top deck. He looked at the 4 super turrets on the top deck. These super turrets are actually the real source of the combat power of giant sea docks. Okay, all you need to do is destroy these 4 forts. Bellamy is ready for the most important combat action. The 4 super turrets are located in the front right, front left, rear right, and rear left of the giant maritime dock. Bellamy decided to destroy the super turret on the right front first. He looked at the super battery in the front right, and turned his legs into giant springs again. Then used the jumping ability generated by the spring to continuously approach the super turret in the front right. Bellamy went under the super turret in the front right after a few spring jumps. From here Bellamy has a close look at the super battery. The giant maritime dock had fought fiercely with the security forces before, first with the main fleet of the security forces, and then by attacking the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline. These continuous fierce battles left the huge sea dock with scars. Although the giant offshore dock was not damaged much on the whole, there were potholes everywhere on both the hull and the super battery. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 607 Enter the Super Turret. Bellamy took a closer look at the super turret made of high-quality steel, and it was also full of small craters and obvious cracks. However, At the front end of the super battery, the powerful super artillery mounted in 3 units is still looking into the distance. From the momentum, you can feel the power of this weapon, even Bellamy. It looks like a solid weapon. How am I going to get in? Bellamy looked at the super battery. Although the super turret itself is full of scars, it is still impossible for people to enter from the outside. Bellamy looked at a huge crater on the top deck. This crater not only dented the surrounding steel deck, but also had a through hole in the middle, enough to accommodate humans in the past. Bellamy quickly rushed to the hole and jumped from there. Bellamy jumped into the cabin of the giant sea dock below the top deck. From here, it may be possible to enter the fort. Bellamy began to grope in the passage of the cabin. Almost the vast majority of the crew in this huge sea dock went to the port area to revel, and then stayed there. Now there are very few left behind crew members in the giant sea dock. Bellamy continued going in this passage, and he finally reached the corridor where he could enter the super battery in the front right. Bellamy continued going inside, and finally opened a door. As soon as you enter the door, you will find a small room. In the middle of the room there is a huge hinge. This huge reel is always attached to it. This is the power room at the bottom of the super turret. The crew is by manipulating this huge rotating shaft to make the super turret rotate as a whole to change the direction. Bellamy looked here, he looked at the reels, and suddenly thought about something. It's a strange thing, I seem to have seen a similar machine. Could it be that this huge turret rotates with this thing? Bellamy also saw that this huge rotating shaft was able to control the super turret direction. After judging the function of the huge rotating shaft in front of him, Bellamy decided to destroy it. Bellamy turned his right arm into a giant spring and squeezed it to the extreme. Spring fist. Bellamy's right arm bounced off, and his right fist hit the huge rotating shaft like a cannonball. Clang. With a loud bang, the huge reel was hit hard by Bellamy. Hit by Bellamy's spring cannon fist that covered armament hockey at close range, there were only a small amount of cracks and a few pieces of iron slag fell from the place where it was hit, and the hole is still intact. After Bellamy completed the attack, he looked at the giant reel. It's strong enough. Then I'll destroy the auxiliary machinery. Bellamy can't directly destroy this huge reel, but he can also destroy the auxiliary machinery. Because this huge shaft made of steel is not easy to move, it needs some auxiliary lever machinery to make it rotate. Bellamy went to the auxiliary machine, and both arms became giant springs. Both his arms were squeezed to the extreme. Double spring punch. Bellamy's 2 fists were thrown out quickly. Clang, clang. Auxiliary machinery is quickly destroyed after being hit. Bellamy is now finally complete the destruction of the power room. He saw another staircase and started walking towards it. At this moment, a sudden gunshot resounded throughout the power room. Bellamy was hit in the head by a bullet. He looked up the stairs and saw a man dressed as a crew clenched his rifle and aimed at his head. However, the enemy saw that the bullet hit Bellamy's black metallic shiny armament hockey, and his whole body was shaking. Asshole! Bellamy charged at the man angrily. He punched the man, and the man closed his eyes in horror. But at the last minute Bellamy's fist stopped in front of his head, turned into a palm, and grabbed the crewman's neck. Bellamy took the crew member by the neck and brought it to him. How dare you shoot at me? But I spare your life. You tell me what I need to know. Bellamy intimidated the crew member. I'm willing to confess, said the frightened crew member. Bellamy looked towards the stairs again and said to the crew member, what is this floor? This is the powerhouse of the super turret, which is responsible for steering the super turret. The frightened crew member said quickly. Bellamy's face looked better. He looked at the huge reel and said, how can you completely destroy this reel? The crewman looked at the huge rotating shaft and said hesitantly, this rotating shaft is very hard and cannot be damaged at all. Bellamy glared at him again and said, okay, let's go upstairs and take a look. Bellamy grabbed the crew member and went to the ammunition room in the middle, where Bellamy saw a lot of super heavy artillery shells stored here. These super heavy shells are all 2 meters in diameter. It was the first time Bellamy had seen such a huge shell. These are really destructive things, Bellamy said with a sigh when he saw these super heavy shells. Usually 1 meter diameter heavy artillery shells are powerful and scary, but such 2 meter diameter super heavy artillery shells are extremely rare. Bellamy is also sighing in his heart now. If he doesn't destroy the super battery of this giant sea dock first, his pirate fleet will also die. The 3 super guns fired 3 super heavy artillery shells with a diameter of 2 meters at once, which was enough to seriously damage any heavy warship. Some may be directly destroyed on the spot. After Bellamy looked at these super heavy shells, he saw a lifting tower in the center of the ammunition room. From there was a pulley lifting tower, which could send the super heavy shells here to a higher level. Floor. Bellamy looked at the crew member he caught and asked in a fierce tone, "This is the room where the turret stores ammunition, isn't it? Tell the truth about everything you know." Yes, this is the ammunition room. The super heavy artillery shells stored here are further transported by cranes to the uppermost fire room, the captured crew said quickly. Bellamy looked at the super heavy artillery shells again and said, "If these shells are detonated, then this fort will be enough to be destroyed, right?" Hearing this, the captured crew member's face was pale. He said quickly, "Don't do that. We're all going to be killed." Bellamy looked at the enemy crew member who was greedy for life and said with disdain, "Of course I know, after all, I'm here too. So I can't do it like that." The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 608 How to Destroy a Super Gun. Bellamy now regrets not bringing some small-time bombs or the like, otherwise it can be detonated here. But who could have predicted so much? Now there is no other way. If he just detonates now, he will be blown to pieces together. Even if Bellamy was covered in the mighty armament hockey, he couldn't guarantee that he would survive. Bellamy took the crewman he caught and continued to the stairs leading to the top floor. Through the stairs, Bellamy reached the fire room on the top floor. In the fire room, Bellamy saw the barrels behind the 3 super guns. These super guns are breech-loading super heavy shells. Those super heavy artillery shells are a full 2 meters in diameter, and the hugeness of these super artillery is really shocking. Bellamy observed the breech of the 3 super guns. He also saw a lot of equipment used to observe distances, such as mechanical instruments for artillery. Bellamy looked at the crew member who was caught by him, and he asked again, "It's really powerful, is this the firepower room you just said?" The crew member quickly said, "This is the firepower room, which is usually responsible for observing the target and deciding to attack. Then issue orders to the 2 floors below. The bottom power room is responsible for adjusting the direction of the turret, and the ammunition room in the middle is responsible for going here. Teleport ammo." Bellamy looked at the breech of the 3 super guns, and said with emotion and regret, "It's a powerful weapon. It's a pity it's not mine." Immediately Bellamy's tone became full of ruthlessness. "It's not mine, and others don't want it." Seeing these 3 super artillery pieces and observing the inside of this super fort, Bellamy felt a little bit more than glad he didn't send his pirate fleet to fight directly. Jealousy. Why is such a powerful weapon not his? But now the most important problem he faces is to destroy these super turrets. Bellamy looked here, thinking about how to destroy this super battery as soon as possible. Once a method is found, the other 3 super turrets can also be concocted to destroy them according to the law. Bellamy looked at the breech of the 3 super guns in the fire room. Yes, what if I destroy these artillery pieces? Bellamy suddenly had an idea. Since destroying the entire fort is very troublesome, what about just destroying these 3 super artillery pieces? The combat power of the super battery is actually these super artillery. The 3 huge triple-mounted super guns with a diameter of 2 meters are the real source of the super battery's combat power. Once the triple-mounted super artillery is successfully destroyed, the super artillery turret will be turned into scrap metal. Bellamy looked at the 3 super artillery. He decided to quickly destroy these super artillery. Bellamy threw the captured crew member away, who fled in terror. Bellamy didn't talk to him either. He observed the super guns. The barrels of the super artillery are very hard, made of steel alloys that have been tempered, much harder than the steel of the super turret itself. Bellamy turned his right arm into a giant spring, then squeezed to the extreme. His right fist was aimed at the supergun's barrel and fired. Clang! The barrel of the super artillery was hit hard by this blow, and it spattered sparks. But there are almost no scars on the barrel of the super gun. Bellamy's own spring cannon punch is also unable to destroy the barrel of the super gun. In this case, Bellamy decided to use another method. He looked at the hoisting tower connecting the ammunition chamber below in the middle of the fire room. Bellamy then went back and forth between the fire room and the ammunition room through the pylon. He brought up 9 super heavy artillery shells in a row. In the breech of each barrel, 3 super heavy shells are loaded. Each of the 3 super artillery pieces was stuffed with 3 super heavy shells. Bellamy closed the supergun breech cover and adjusted the 3 superguns. Of course, these 3 superguns are adjusted to a state where they can attack. Bellamy's whole body was covered in armament hockey with black metallic luster, and he looked at the 3 superguns next to the lever of the triple-mounted supergun. At this time, Bellamy's face was still a little worried. That's how he wants to fire 3 super guns. In this case, each of the 3 super artillery pieces is stuffed with 3 super heavy shells. Once fired in this situation, the super guns would just explode. In this way, the super artillery can be scrapped. However, it is also a bit dangerous for Bellamy. After all, how much destructive power will be leaked when these super artillery explodes inside, so it is a test for Bellamy. Okay, let's gamble. Bellamy made up his mind, and he pulled the lever of the triple supergun. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge and incomparably muffled sounds resounded in the sky around the super battery. At this time in the port area, everyone heard this terrible sound. What's the matter? Said the orangutan. It seems to be a super battery, and it is the sound from the super battery in the front right. Said the gorilla. Could it be that Bellamy is doing something there? Montblanc Kulik said worriedly. Bellamy just left the port area and went to the giant sea dock. Everyone is very worried that Bellamy is likely to carry out some conspiracy activities in the giant sea dock. Inside the super turret on the right front of the giant sea dock, Bellamy was standing on the ground in the fire room. There has just been a startling tremor here. Bellamy looked at the 3 super guns, and an excited smile appeared on his face. It's really good, your sturdiness is just right, Bellamy said with a smile. I saw that the barrels of the 3 super guns were distorted and deformed, and even some cracks appeared. But just right, those explosive forces didn't leak out. Otherwise Bellamy will suffer too. Although he is now covered with the powerful armament hockey, it is hard to say whether he will not be injured in the face of the destructive force that leaks out. The barrels of the 3 super guns were twisted and cracked. Obviously it can no longer be used. Bursts are deadly for these super guns. If someone can repair the 3 super guns, they need to disassemble the 3 super guns as a whole, and perform complex smelting in a very advanced steelworks, and then reshape the barrels. The only one who can do these things is probably the maker of this huge maritime dock. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 609 The King of Ninja Attacks. Undoubtedly, the accompanying triple-mounted supergun was destroyed. The super battery in the front right also lost its combat effectiveness. Well, I'm going to destroy all these terrifying giant artillery pieces this way. Bellamy quickly left the super battery. He started marching towards the other super battery. These 4 super battery Bellamy will be destroyed no matter what. While Bellamy was operating in the giant sea dock, in the port area, the King of Ninjas learned from Zoro and Usopp that Rog and Luffy were hit hard. Luffy, who had been knocked down, to examine the damage to both. The members of the Tsuruyama United Army also helped. Rog and Luffy were both carried on a stretcher, and the two were treated by the Tsuruyama Union Army's ship doctor. "How are they?" Mont Blanc Couric asked the ship's doctor. The ship doctor looked anxious. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Both of them suffered a lot of internal organs. However, their bodies are strong and can withstand these injuries. There is no problem in saving their lives. However, they will be in a coma for a long time. And they also need to eat some healthy medicines and food for them to take care of them for a while." Quote. Usopp stood beside the two of them and prayed, "Rog and Luffy, you must hold on." Sanji looked at the giant sea dock. "Bellamy seems to be doing damage there," Sanji said, looking at the behemoth. "It's like he's detonating something," Zoro said strangely. Immediately after, there was another earth-shattering explosion. Boom, boom, boom. There was a deafening and violent explosion from the super battery on the left front of the huge marine dock. Orangutan and the orangutan, as well as Mont Blanc Kulik, all looked at the super battery on the left front above the giant sea dock. This super turret had the same strange explosion as the super turret in the front right just now. That explosion again. The orangutan looked at the super battery in the front left and said, "Looks like he's really sabotaging the super battery," the orangutan said with a worried expression. Mont Blanc Kulik walked in front of everyone. From the land of the port, he looked at the super battery in the front left of the huge maritime dock. "Judging from the situation just now, Bellamy wants to destroy these super battery. If these super battery are lost, this giant sea dock will lose its combat effectiveness," Mont Blanc Kulik said with a serious face. It's going to be so miserable," Usopp asked Mont Blanc Kulik worriedly. Mont Blanc Couric lowered his face. "The giant sea dock itself is very strong and difficult to destroy. But its movement speed is also relatively slow. The core of maintaining its combat effectiveness is the 4 super battery. Once these 4 super battery are destroyed, then the giant sea dock will become into a huge floating hull. Basically incapacitated," Mont Blanc Kulik said in a heavy tone. "In the current situation, Bellamy is indeed destroying the super battery, and it is already unstoppable." Usopp looked at the super battery in the front right of the giant maritime dock, and he looked at the super battery in the front left. Although these two super turrets obviously have Bellamy's internal funny. But from the outside, there are still no signs of damage. The terrifying sound of explosions that came from the inside of the 2 super battery just now, could it be that Bellamy detonated the terrifying giant shells inside? Usopp said in shock. Mont Blanc Couric looked at the giant sea dock and said, "It's very possible. But if that's the case, if those super heavy shells in the ammunition chamber of the super battery are detonated, then Bellamy's will also be affected. And the super battery will also be affected. It will also be completely destroyed. But the 2 super turrets still seem to be in good condition. What kind of damage did Bellamy create inside? Everyone here in the port is puzzled. What kind of internal damage Bellamy has done to the super battery?" Reign of Ninja others said, "I'll take a look." The King of Ninja quickly took out 2 water spiders from his belt. Water spiders are special shoes that ninjas use to walk on the water. They have a large area and require ninjas to have proficient and strong martial arts to be able to walk on the sea flexibly. The Ninja King quickly put 2 water spiders on his feet. He jumped from the shore into the sea. The Ninja King combines ghostly footwork with water spiders to walk on the sea. Seeing the action of the King of Ninjas, the orangutan sighed, "What a powerful ability. I want to have this ability too." Orangutan looked at the orangutan and said, "Why don't we worship the Ninja King brother as our teacher?" The Ninja King quickly used the water spider to walk flat in the sea to the giant sea dock. When he reached the side of the giant sea dock, the King of Ninja quickly put away the water spider. With his own climbing ability, he climbed up the side of the giant sea dock as fast as a spider. The King of Ninjas quickly climbed to the top deck of the giant sea dock. When the King of Ninja reached the top deck of the giant sea dock, Suddenly there was a violent explosion from the super battery at the left rear of the giant sea dock. Boom, boom, boom. The super battery on the left rear made a violent explosion for a while. The explosion sounded like muffled thunder. The King of Ninjas looked at the super battery at the rear left. Could it be that this place has also been destroyed? The Ninja King quickly rushed to the super battery on the left rear. I rushed to the vicinity of the super turret at the rear left, because it was impossible to enter the inside of the super turret from the outside. So the King of Ninja quickly found a passageway that could go down to the cabin and enter the inner cabin of the giant sea dock from here. After entering the inner cabin, the King of Ninjas quickly moved towards the super battery at the rear left. After some progress, the Ninja King finally reached the passageway that allowed him to enter the super battery at the rear left. Here in the passage, the Ninja King also saw two terrifying corpses with bloody flesh. The two corpses were clearly dressed by the crew of the Tsuruyama Allied Army, but they seemed to have been killed by some great force. The corpses were beaten to pieces. When Bellamy got here, he apparently killed the crew who were sentry here. The King of Ninjas reached the inside of the super turret through the passage. Inside the power room on the top floor, it was empty and intact. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 610 King of Ninja vs. Bellamy. Looks like he's not here. The Ninja King quickly went up the stairs to the ammunition room on the upper floor. After entering the ammunition room, the Ninja King looked around. In this ammunition room, groups of 2-meter diameter super heavy artillery shells are piled up here. It is also intact, with no signs of being damaged. And once the ammunition chamber is destroyed, the explosion generated is enough to destroy the entire super battery. In that case, Bellamy who destroyed this place will also be destroyed together. It looks like he may have just damaged the top layer. The King of Ninja hurriedly went up through the stairs, and finally reached the fire room at the top of the super battery. In this fire room, the Ninja King looked around. He saw that the fire room was very messy. Not only the artillery sighting mechanism was destroyed, but even the huge barrels of the three incomparably huge super artillery were damaged. The three giant gun barrels are all twisted and deformed, and cracks have appeared. There is no doubt that all three super guns were badly damaged. The three super guns that were badly damaged could no longer be used at all. Seeing this, the King of Ninja finally understood the purpose of Bellamy's actions. He turned out to destroy the weapons here. The reason why Bellamy is destroying the super cannons on the giant sea dock like this is to destroy these super artillery. Without the super artillery, the super turrets are just scrap iron, and the giant sea dock will also lose its ability to suppress long-range targets. Thinking of this, the King of Ninja suddenly thought of a question. Could it be that Bellamy has gone to the super battery at the rear right? Said the King of Ninjas. Since Bellamy wanted to destroy all four super battery, in addition to the right front super battery, left front super battery, and left rear super battery, the last super battery was not destroyed. Then Bellamy's must be heading there. Thinking of this, the Ninja King hurriedly left here. Go to the last right rear super battery. Inside the super battery behind the right rear of the giant sea dock. In the fire room at the top, Bellamy loaded all 9 super heavy shells into the breech of the 3 super cannons. Each super gun is loaded with 3 super heavy shells. After loading the 3 super guns with super heavy shells, Bellamy put his hand on the lever. HMPH, these giant artillery pieces in the last fort will be destroyed soon. Bellamy looked at the 3 super guns excitedly and said. Bellamy used this method before, so that the super artillery in the front right super battery, the super battery in the left front, and the super battery in the rear left were all destroyed by the blast. Although it was not able to completely destroy the super artillery, the blasting is enough to make the super artillery scrapped and unusable. Just as Bellamy was about to pull the lever, his observation hockey suddenly felt someone approaching nearby and was rapidly approaching. Sure enough, they are still here. Bellamy said. I saw a ghostly figure entering the fire room of this super battery. Bellamy turned his head to look at each other, and it was the king of ninjas who rushed in. Naturally, he was also well protected, and his whole body was firmly protected by armament hockey with a black metallic luster. The king of ninjas who came to the fire room looked at Bellamy. Sure enough, you are here. The ninja king looked at Bellamy and said. Bellamy looked at the king of ninjas and said, so it's you. The ninja of Wano-kuni. I didn't expect you to come out at this time and try to stop me. The king of ninja looked at Bellamy and then at the 3 super cannons. Obviously Bellamy is ready to destroy the 3 super guns. Bellamy looked at the king of ninjas, and he stuck out his tongue and licked it around his mouth. Do you mean to stop me? Bellamy asked. Yes, I just wanted to stop you. The ninja king pulled out the ninja sword from his back and said. Bellamy looked at the 3 super cannons and said, 3 giant shells are stuffed into the chambers of these 3 giant artillery pieces. Once the cannon is fired, it will cause the chamber to explode. That's what happened with the previous giant artillery pieces. What I have destroyed. The king of ninja looked at the 3 super cannons, and he suddenly realized. It turned out that those super guns were destroyed by Bellamy like this. So why is there an explosion in the super battery? It is not the explosion of the ammunition chamber, but the explosion of the super artillery. Bellamy looked at the lever in his hand. The time has come. Bellamy jerked the lever away. The ninja king looked at Bellamy's hand in shock. The levers that operated the triple supergun were pulled apart. 3 super guns fired at the same time. But there are 3 full super heavy artillery shells stuffed inside. This undoubtedly caused the blockage, so that the explosion appeared. Boom, boom, boom. 3 harsh explosions sounded. Like a huge muffled thunder. Both Bellamy and the king of ninja felt that the super battery trembled at the same time, and even the surrounding air was about to be torn apart by the tremor. However, the barrels of the 3 super guns are also very hard. Although the blasting has twisted and cracked them, the power of the explosion did not leak out, which made the 2 of them safe. The king of ninja looked at the 3 blasting super cannons. After the 3 super guns were blasted, although they were not completely destroyed, it was obvious that the 3 huge gun barrels were no longer usable. Ha 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 ha, your most powerful weapons are completely scrapped. Bellamy growled arrogantly. The king of ninja shifted his gaze from the 3 blasting super cannons to Bellamy's. Bellamy also turned his attention to the king of ninjas. Okay, now all the turrets have been turned into giant scrap steel. This giant sea dock has also turned into a giant hull that can be moved manually. But I don't mind, and now I'll kill an enemy I hate. Bellamy clenched his fists, ready to take the opportunity to kill the king of ninjas. Bellamy's arms turned into giant springs and squeezed to the extreme, as did his ankles. The king of ninja was watching Bellamy's actions with all his might, and the opponent was about to launch a very lethal attack. Spring resonance. Bellamy moved to the front of the ninja king at extreme speed. He threw his fists together at the king of ninjas. Double spring punch. Bellamy's 2 fists went out together. Bellamy's spring cannon punch is as powerful as a cannon fire at close range. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 611 Desperate Idea. The king of ninja moved away quickly. Bellamy's double spring cannon punches empty, but the surrounding air is torn apart. Chong. The ninja sword in the hands of the king of ninjas slashed to the back of Bellamy's neck. However, because of armament hockey's blocking, sparks were only splashed. Damn. Bellamy hit the ninja king with a right uppercut in the head. The ninja king backed sharply, dodging the oncoming attack. Bellamy jerked his right leg high and turned into a giant spring. Spring legs. Bellamy's spring legs began to sweep across the upper body of the ninja king. The ninja king squatted down sharply, dodging the sweep of the spring legs. Bellamy retracted the spring legs and squeezed to the extreme. Another attack. This shot was extremely powerful, comparable to a cannonball. The Ninja King turned 2 somersaults in quick succession to avoid the attack. Clang! Bellamy's spring legs hit the steel on the floor of the fire room, but the steel here is still very strong, and Bellamy's spring legs with armament hockey only hit a few cracks. The steel of the super turret itself is made of fine steel, which is many times stronger than the steel of other hull parts of the giant offshore dock. The Ninja King continued to move with his ghostly footwork and kept attacking Bellamy. Exploding shuriken. The King of Ninja threw 2 shuriken with gunpowder in the center and hit Bellamy on the body. Boom, boom. Bellamy was covered in the flames and smoke of the explosion. But this is still no decent damage to Bellamy, who is closely guarded by armament hockey. Bellamy attacked wildly, but even if he moved with the spring resonance, he was almost all successfully escaped by the King of Ninjas. If that's the case, let's try this again. Bellamy's arms were turned into giant springs. But he did not attack with punches, but with his arms facing each other and his fists facing each other. Bellamy's about to make a spring blast again. The King of Ninja looked at Bellamy, and he secretly groaned badly. The spring air burst has a large range and can impact the surrounding area indiscriminately. In this way, the Ninja King himself has nowhere to hide. In the previous fierce battle in the port area, the King of Ninjas suffered from this attack. But the Ninja King quickly thought of something. He saw a vertical cylindrical passage connecting the ammunition chamber below in the center of the fire room. This is the passage through which the lifting tower transports the super heavy shells below. The Ninja King quickly hid in this passage. Through this passage, he hid in the ammunition chamber in the middle. Boom! The King of Ninja heard a violent explosion in the fire room 1 floor above. In the face of Bellamy's formidable enemy, the Ninja King also felt troubled. How on earth are we going to destroy him? The Ninja King thought. While thinking, the Ninja King looked at the huge super heavy shells in the ammunition room. These super heavy artillery shells are giant shells with a diameter of 2 meters. Even if there is no super artillery, in situ detonation can produce amazing explosive power and destructive power. That huge destructive power can definitely destroy the entire super battery. Thinking of this, the King of Ninja's mind suddenly brightened. He had a way to deal with Bellamy. The King of Ninjas took out a discus the size of a plate from the burden on his waist, and this discus also had a mechanical clock mechanism on it. This is a kind of time bomb made by the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninja looked at the super heavy artillery shells here, and he adjusted the mechanical clock device on the discus time bomb to adjust the time. After adjusting the pointer to reach 0 in 3 minutes, the King of Ninjas pressed the switch. Tick, 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 tick. The discus time bomb begins the countdown. The Ninja King quickly left here and went up the stairs to the power room on the next floor. After arriving in the power room, the Ninja King quickly left the passage out of the super battery and go down to the lower cabin inside the giant sea dock. Now the farther away from here the better, both horizontally and vertically. In this way, once the super battery explodes, he can effectively avoid being affected. In the fire room at the top of the super turret, Bellamy discovered that the King of Ninjas had disappeared after he used a spring blast. Damn it! Where did this kid go? Bellamy looked around, and he saw that there was a cylindrical passage in the center of the fire chamber, which led to the ammunition chamber below. Bellamy also walked to the side of the cylindrical passage, and he jumped down. Bellamy went to the ammunition room in the middle. He looked around and found no sign of the King of Ninjas. Could it be that he ran out of here? Bellamy said strangely. At this time, he heard a ticking sound for a while. Tick, 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 tick. Bellamy heard this sound in a room full of giant cannonballs. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart for a while. What does this mean? This is most likely that kind of terrible weapon. Bellamy quickly followed the sound and found the bomb behind a super heavy shell. I saw that the pointer on the clock mechanism on the discus-like time bomb was constantly walking to the 0 o'clock position. It can be seen that the explosion time here is less than half a minute in the end. Oops. Bellamy was as terrified as facing death. He has always been crazy, and he also showed timidity in the face of death. If this time bomb exploded here, it would be enough to detonate a large number of super heavy artillery shells here. At Bellamy's time, even the powerful armament hockey could not survive. Just as Bellamy was terrified and shocked, the death pointer moved a little further toward 0. If this is the case, it can only be like this. Bellamy had a last resort at this critical moment. This is also the only way. Bellamy raised the discus time bomb with both hands, and a subfield covered it. Black metallic armament hockey covers the discus time bomb. Tightly covered by armament hockey in black metallic luster. At this time, Bellamy mobilized his body functions to the highest level, and the armament hockey covering the discus time bomb was amazingly strong. Armament hockey can not only cover the human body to strengthen the body, but also cover the weapon outside the body, so that the weapon used can be strengthened. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 612 The Magical Use of Armament Hockey. There was absolutely not enough time for Bellamy to escape. Now only the discus time bomb is covered with armament hockey, and the discus time bomb explodes in the armament hockey. By armament hockey continued to make a tick sound like a god of death. Armament hockey covering the discus time bomb clenched in his hand was the only guarantee of his survival. He is not afraid of this bomb, but once the bomb detonates the swarms of super heavy artillery shells here, he will surely die without a place to be buried. Tick, 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 rumble. Armament hockey, who covered the discus time bomb, reacted violently. But in the end, the powerful explosive force of the discus time bomb did not break through armament hockey. After the explosion, the shape of the discus time bomb quickly shattered, and the armament hockey attached to it was also disarmed by Bellamy. A group of shattered tiny pieces of metal fell to the ground. The powerful discus time bomb detonated in a space the size of itself, only to turn itself into a swarm of small fragments. Seeing the small metal pieces of the time bomb on the ground, Bellamy breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right," Bellamy said as if he was reborn from the dead. He was even more happy to look at his hands now, and it was because of his own powerful armament hockey that he avoided dying here. No matter how powerful it is, it depends on how it is used. In this case, Bellamy directly restrained the discus time bomb with armament hockey, avoiding the serial explosion. His armament hockey can protect against discus time bombs, but not so many super heavy shells. Bellamy, who successfully resolved the crisis, thought to himself that this must be the conspiracy of the King of Ninjas. HMPH, anyway, now I have successfully destroyed this giant Sea Doc's ace weapon. Next, it's better to retreat quickly. Anyway, I will definitely destroy these guys in the future. Bellamy decided to retreat quickly. He successfully made the super battery turrets scrapped, and he has already accomplished a great goal. Without the threat of the powerful firepower of this giant Sea Doc, he can send his pirate fleet to fight in future battles. Bellamy first went to the lowest power room, and then he started to leave the super battery. Bellamy went to the cabin inside the giant Sea Doc. He then quickly found his way to the top deck. Bellamy finally reached the top deck. In the cabins inside the giant Sea Doc. After the King of Ninja placed the discus time bomb just now, he just kept going deeper to hide. But now the time has passed, and as a result, no sound of explosion has been heard. The King of Ninjas was surprised. The discus time bomb he placed was so powerful that it could definitely detonate those super heavy shells. If there is such a huge explosion, in addition to the sound, even this huge Sea Doc will feel a certain vibration. But none of this happened, so the King of Ninjas was also surprised. On the top deck of the giant offshore dock, Bellamy stood here, looking towards the port area. At this time, Usopp and Mont Blanc Kulik, as well as the orangutans, were all paying attention to the movements of the giant Sea Doc. There were 4 consecutive explosions in total, said the orangutan looking at the giant Sea Doc. Bellamy is really destroying these super battery, the orangutan said with a very ugly face. I wonder if the Ninja King can stop him, Usopp said thoughtfully. At this moment, a high-pitched voice suddenly came from the top deck of the huge marine dock. Ha ha ha, you have failed. Everyone in the port area changed their faces when they heard it. That was exactly Bellamy's growl. Usopp and Mont Blanc Kulik looked at the top deck of the giant maritime dock. This guy, Mont Blanc Kulik said, looking at Bellamy on the top deck of the giant offshore dock. It seems that the King of Ninjas was not able to destroy him either, Usopp said with a serious face. Bellamy stands on the top deck of the giant sea dock. Armament hockey has now been removed from his body, and he is topless, revealing his toned, tanned muscles. Bellamy's short blonde hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and those crazy eyes looked towards the port area, full of pride. Chuck! Bellamy's tongue stuck out and licked around his mouth. Now Bellamy looked down at the hundreds of people in the port area, and he looked down at them now as a victor. Bellamy continued to roar towards the port area. Monbron Kulik and the guys from the Tsuruyama Combined Army, now I want to tell you some good news. Now the giant artillery on the 4 forts of this giant sea dock are all smashed. I destroyed it. Ha ha ha. All the people in the port area changed their expressions. He really destroyed the super battery, Mont Blanc Kulik said with a bad expression. Although he already had psychological expectations, Mont Blanc Kulik was trembling all over. After all, those super turrets are the most powerful weapons of the giant maritime dock and the most powerful weapon of the Tsuruyama United Army. The destruction of the super battery is a great loss to the Tsuruyama United Army. Bellamy's actions made Mont Blanc Kulik feel pain and regret. The super battery has been destroyed, the orangutan said with a sad face. Our ace weapons have all been destroyed, the orangutan said with a grim expression. Usopp's face was also very ugly. He said in surprise, he destroyed all those powerful super batteries. For a time, people in the port area panicked. Bellamy's actions have had too much psychological impact on people. Bellamy stood on the top deck of the giant offshore dock, and he looked at the people in the port area, and he could feel a huge sense of fear emanating from them. Today I will let you go first, and then I will kill you completely. If you don't want to continue to die, then get out of the waters around Jaya Island. I tell you, this is an ultimatum. Bellamy's final warning to the crowd. After Bellamy finished speaking, he turned his legs into giant springs, which were then squeezed to the extreme. After his spring legs were squeezed to the extreme, he aimed his body at a coastline in the south of Magic Valley City. Spring rocket. Bellamy's legs bounced off, and his whole body shot up like a rocket, quickly flying towards the coastline south of Magic Valley City. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 613 Bellamy's Gains and Losses. Everyone in the port area saw Bellamy leave here. Mont Blanc Kulik saw Bellamy fly away like a rocket. He said with a heavy voice, a more tragic battle will be fought in the future. The orangutans and orangutans were also heavy-faced. They knew exactly what Bellamy would do in the future. In the future, the Bellamy pirates will enter a state of war with the Tsuruyama alliance. Our good days are gone from now on. That dreadful Bellamy is going to wipe us out. The super turret has been destroyed, and we can't deal with him. Not only that Bellamy is strong, I heard that Bellamy's subordinates are also a very terrifying group of guys. We are dead. For a while, the members of the Tsuruyama United Army were all panicked and fell into chaos. Bellamy's incomparable strength showed in the battle just now, which made the crew of the Tsuruyama United Army frightened. In addition, he explained that the super battery was destroyed, which made the crew of the Tsuruyama United Army have no fighting spirit. In the giant sea dock, the King of Ninjas came to the top deck from a passage. He also realized that something was wrong, but Bellamy had already left at this time. The 4 super batteries seemed to have been destroyed by him. The Ninja King looked around the top deck and said. The King of Ninja looked at the port area, and then he quickly returned to the port area. In the port area, everyone is anxious. Bellamy's attack made everyone seriously threatened. Everyone felt an unprecedented threat. Bellamy's strength was such a great danger to everyone. Many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army thought that they had won if they defeated the Grandit forces, but now they have come to Bellamy, who is even more troublesome. Moreover, many of the crew of the Tsuruyama United Army just hated Grandit. Now that Grandit is finally dead, they are all no longer hated. In the past, an important factor in the growth of the Tsuruyama Allied Army was that many forces oppressed by Grandit joined the Tsuruyama Allied Army and followed Mont Blanc Kulik because they hated Grandit. But the death of Grandit and the appearance of the very terrifying and powerful Bellamy made many people in the Tsuruyama coalition retreat. Mont Blanc Kulik saw this, and he looked at the others. "Everyone, let's take a rest first. Especially treating the injured," Mont Blanc Kulik said to the crowd. This time dozens of people including Rog and Luffy and some of the Tsuruyama coalition were wounded. Because of the need for treatment, the Tsuruyama joint military ship doctor who was present all took action. After Bellamy jumped to the coastline south of Magic Vale, he rendezvoused with the small ship that was waiting for him. Bellamy jumped to the deck of the small vessel, looking at the respectful crew members. "Welcome back, Captain Geisen." Many crew members warmly welcomed Bellamy. Bellamy looked at his subordinates very comfortably. "Okay, let's all get out some rum and celebrate together." Bellamy waved to his crew. The crew quickly brought out the chilled rum stored in the mini-fridge and gave it to Bellamy's. Bellamy grabbed a bottle of chilled rum. He pulled the cork off the wine bottle and pointed the mouth of the rum bottle to his mouth. "Ku dong, ku dong, ku dong, ku dong." Bellamy poured the refreshing chilled rum down his throat. Bellamy let out a long sigh of relief as he poured a whole bottle of iced rum down his throat. "Cool," Bellamy said cheerfully. The crew looked at Bellamy, and one of them said respectfully, "Captain, you have returned with a great victory this time." Bellamy looked at him, and then said, "It's worse than expected. But it's not satisfactory. Anyway, this time, the 4 forts of the huge sea dock have lost their combat effectiveness. The most powerful support of the Tsuruyama Combined Army has been destroyed. The Tsuruyama United Army has now lost the super artillery of the giant marine dock, and the 4 super artillery turrets have become decorations, and the entire giant marine dock will be nothing more than a huge hull." After Bellamy's attack, the Tsuruyama Combined Army, although not many people died, but the most deterrent weapon was destroyed. When the crew in front of Bellamy heard it, they were full of praise. "Well done, Captain. Without those forts, we have nothing to fear. With the efforts of the captain and everyone, we will definitely be able to completely master this city. Long live Captain Bellamy. Long live the Bellamy Pirates." The 20 or so crew members gave Bellamy an expression of admiration. Bellamy looked at them and said nothing. "Okay, let me ask, what's up with Thatch and Rebus and Eddie?" Bellamy then asked. "Lord Rebus came to report just now. He has already successfully settled the Magic Valley City Guards." A crew member reports. The crew member then reported, "Master Thatch also successfully subdued the security forces." Bellamy nodded after hearing this, and said, "The armed forces are under control, so the majority of things are done." "How did Eddie do?" The crew member continued to report. "Lord Eddie also came to report before, and he said that he has subdued the 4 major industry cadres." After Bellamy heard it, he said, "Now the economic lifeline of Magic Valley City also belongs to us. In this way, the force and money belong to our master." Bellamy turned his eyes to the direction of Magic Valley City again, and he said, "Sure enough, this prosperous city has still got the new owner it should have." Bellamy stuck his tongue out of his mouth again and licked around it. Bellamy finally bit the huge prey of Magic Valley City into his mouth like a foraging dog. But even if Bellamy is strong, he still has some obstacles that prevent him from swallowing his prey completely. That is the Tsuruyama United Army and the helpers of the Tsuruyama United Army. basically did not have much results in killing the opponent's personnel except for the injury to Rog and Luffy. As for the ordinary crew members of the Tsuruyama United Army who were jointly and severally killed, it can be said that the impact on the overall battle situation is zero. However, this time at least the threat of the giant offshore dock has been lifted. Without those terrifying super cannons, Bellamy felt a lot more at ease. Bellamy was determined to completely wipe out the Tsuruyama Allied Army and its helpers in the future. Bellamy told the crew again, "Okay, let's go back to our base." The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 614 The Dilemma of the Tsuruyama Combined Army. "Yes," said the Bellamy's crew. The small boat carrying Bellamy headed towards his base on the reef island in the northeast area of Jaya Island. It was gradually getting darker again. Before noon, morning and noon, there was a shocking battle and bloodshed in Magic Valley City. To some extent, the Bellamy pirates have already taken over the main force of Grande Yuan. A new power has been established in Magic Valley City. Despite countless killings and abuses before, the city still has not achieved true peace. In the port area of Magic Valley City, because of the sudden attack by Bellamy before, for safety, most of the Tsuruyama allied forces retreated back to the giant sea dock. After all, this huge sea dock is a sea fortress that is difficult to be broken by outside forces at any time. Rog, who was resting at the hotel in the city, and Nami and Chopper, who were taking care of her, were also picked up by Sanji and the Ninja King. In a cabin inside a giant sea dock, Roger and Luffy are being healed by Chopper. Chopper came back and learned that Roger and Luffy were injured. They immediately took care of themselves. "Don't move around during this time. You'd better stay in bed all the time," Chopper said after examining Roger's body. Rog and Luffy suffered a lot of injuries before. They were healthy and quickly regained consciousness. Roger looked at Chopper and said, "It's all right to sit up then." "Just don't exercise vigorously," Chopper told Roger. At this time, a roaring voice came over. _____. Roger and Chopper saw a bed beside where Luffy was eating food from the rest of the crew. "It's delicious, everything is delicious after an injury." Luffy shoves bread, meat, and fruit from the swarms of casks in front of him, and from time to time pours down large bottles of water and beer. "He's still gluttonous," Roger said with a wry smile. "Luffy can't survive without food," Chopper said helplessly. "Luffy, the king of big stomachs, is full of food before the battle, after the battle, and even during the battle. Meat, in particular, is Luffy's strongest source of strength." Chopper said to Roger again, "Both you and Luffy have some internal injuries, which are caused by concussion. But after my treatment, you will be able to fully recover by taking more medicine in the next few days. And be careful not to exercise vigorously." "No problem," Roger said. Chopper looked at Luffy again and said, "Did you hear that too?" Luffy. __________. Luffy looked at Chopper and said strangely. Chopper said shamefully, "Gosh, he only has food in his eyes." Inside the super turret on the left rear of the giant sea dock, Montblanc Kulik checked the conditions inside this super battery with people and orangutans. The three of them stood in the fire room on the top floor. In front of them are the three super artillery pieces that were destroyed by the blast. The three 2-meter diameter super guns were all damaged by blasting in the rear of the gun barrel, and the barrels were twisted and there were a lot of cracks. In this case, it cannot be used anyway. Seeing these destroyed super artillery pieces, Montblanc Kulik's face was ugly. "You must know that these super guns are the real source of the combat power of giant sea docks. All super turrets are the same, the super gun is destroyed by the blast." Montblanc Kulik looked at the blasted super artillery with a frown and said. The orangutan looked at the super cannons that had been destroyed by the blast and said, "How did Bellamy do it?" The orangutan went to the breech load of a destroyed supergun and opened the lid. Sure enough, there are traces of the explosion of the shells. There are also some broken shells of super heavy shells. The other party must have placed several super heavy shells here in a row, and then fired. This led to violent explosions. The orangutan said after observing the situation inside the barrel. They actually use this method to destroy the barrel of the gun. The orangutan was surprised, and he also went to the breech of the gun barrel to observe closely. Montblanc Kulik looked at the destroyed super artillery. Without these super cannons, the super turrets are just decorations and have no effect. This giant sea dock has also become less powerful in combat. Montblanc Kulik said regretfully. The orangutan turned his head and looked at Montblanc Kurik. He said, "Don't be so downcast, boss. Can't we find a way to fix these super guns?" Montblanc Kurik looked at him and said earnestly, "That's really harder than going to the sky. First of all, with the sturdiness of these super guns installed on these super gun turrets, we can't even disassemble them. And even if it can be disassembled, to repair such a huge super artillery requires a very large-scale steelmaking plant, and also requires a large number of top military personnel. So how this kind of thing is made is unexplainable." Quote. Hearing this, the orangutan was like a deflated ball, and he looked at the super artillery that had been destroyed by the blast. According to the ex-captain, this gigantic marine dock is from the West Blue region. Historically, there are mystical and powerful shipbuilders there. They can build amazingly huge ships. The orangutan said after remembering something. But then Orang Ape's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Montblanc Kurik, "Boss, there is. I heard that there is a super shipbuilding enterprise called Carrera Company in the city of Seven Waters on the Great Route. Whether it is heavy warships or large civilian merchant ships can be built. Why don't we go there?" Montblanc Kurik waved his hand and said, "Definitely not. I also know the Carrera Company you are talking about. It is a large shipbuilding company with world-renowned shipbuilding capabilities. But recovery there has always been expensive. And such a huge there will definitely be an uproar when the sea dock arrives there. Maybe it will cause some forces to target this big guy. Besides, if we go there thousands of miles, what will happen to Jaya Island and Magic Valley City? Even if we succeed after repairing this giant sea dock, Bellamy will have completely and firmly controlled Magic Valley City after returning. That guy with the sideburns will take the opportunity to kill many people. This giant sea dock exists. The purpose is to help us defeat the powers. So we cannot leave." Quote. The most complete Philo novel resource station. Sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 615 Strong Partner. After Montblanc Kulik said that, the orangutan also sighed. "Indeed, we can't leave this Magic Valley City now," the ape said helplessly. Orangutan looked at Montblanc Kurik and said, "Boss, although we have lost these super turrets, but we still have as much power as them." Montblanc Kurik looked at the orangutan and said, "Oh, what do you mean by power?" The orangutan said with a little bit of excitement on his face, "That's Rog and Zorro, the partners of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now they have decided to help us all the time. In this way, we have gained a certain level of competition. This giant sea dock is more powerful. Just think, if this battle hadn't been with their help, we've already been killed by Bellamy. No one is here, how can there be any hope of victory? So, they played an unimaginably huge effect." Quote. "You're right," Montblanc Kulik said earnestly. The previous battle with Bellamy relied on the heroic battles of Rog and Zorro, as well as Luffy and Sanji, which made Bellamy's goal of destroying the Tsuruyama coalition failed. Otherwise, not only the super battery of the giant sea dock will be destroyed, but even all the members of the Tsuruyama United Army will be destroyed by Bellamy. Those young warriors of the Straw Hat Pirates are worth thousands of horses. With such a partner to help us, even if it is a powerful Bellamy, we can still continue to fight with him. So," quote. Montblanc Kulik suddenly became full of energy. "Nothing to be afraid of," the burly man with chestnuts on his head said loudly. "Yes, we have to muster our courage," said the orangutan with great morale. "Bellamy is strong, but we have brave young friends. said the orangutan excitedly. Although the situation facing the Tsuruyama Alliance is not optimistic, a strong enemy has just been eliminated, and a more difficult enemy has come. Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates on their side, a group of good helpers who are full of blood and powerful. Mont Blanc Kuruk looked at the orangutans and the orangutan, and said, "Okay, I will use the broadcast telephone bug to broadcast in the entire huge sea dock at night. It can effectively boost our morale." "Okay." The orangutan and the orangutan said together. They are all well aware of Mont Blanc Kuruk's great ability in his speeches. Above the top deck of a giant offshore dock, the King of Ninjas and Zoro stood here, practicing martial arts. Now there are more and more stars in the sky. The broken moon is also hanging high in the sky. Standing on the top deck of the giant marine dock, you can see the magnificent scenery of the surrounding. Whether it is the vast sea or the dimly lit Magic Valley City, it can be brought back to the eyes. On the top deck, the Ninja King and Zoro each wielded their ninja and katana swords for their own training. As warriors, even if they didn't do combat training for just one day, they all felt uncomfortable. The reason why a martial artist is strong is because of the hard training on weekdays, coupled with the desperate breakthrough in actual combat, so that he can grow step by step. The King of Ninjas not only practiced the use of ninja swords, but also took out hand armor hooks for short-range attack training. In addition, the King of Ninja also conducts boxing training. The Ninja King himself grandmaster many martial arts. Of course these are climbing, sneaking, infiltrating styles of martial arts. After all, the King of Ninjas is an elite disciple of the Wano Kuni Ninja organization, and the relevant martial arts they learn are naturally related to ninjas. Zoro waved the 3 katana swords in his hand. Zoro went from the first knife to the second knife, and then to its most proud 3-knife flow. Every type of swordsmanship is trained to the greatest extent possible by Zoro. Zoro's favorite is the 3 swordsmanship that he is good at. There are many swordsmen in this world who use 1 sword and 2 swords. But a man like Zoro who used his mouth to successfully wield 3 katana swords frequently to create miracles was extremely rare in the world. In the eyes of others, Zoro will bite his own kiba teeth by holding the hilt of the samurai sword in his mouth, but Zoro has developed the ability to skillfully hold the samurai sword in his mouth through years of hard training. A knife in his mouth, a knife in each hand, and 3 knives, Zoro can continue to going on the road of kendo. Always towards the ultimate goal in his heart, the world's largest swordsman. Zoro, who once fought Hawkeye's life and death, not only did not get discouraged, but because of the huge scar on his chest made him more brave and forge ahead. The King of Ninjas is also very hardworking. Although he is taciturn many times, he has always had that kind of powerful motivation in his heart. That is to revive his ninja organization. Once upon a time, the ninja organization from the King of Ninjas was the #1 ninja gang in Wano Kuni, but because of an unexpected battle 100 years ago, all the elite members died. This caused the once glorious gang of ninjas to plummet. The Ninja King was taught by his master since childhood that he must one day revive this once great gang. With this kind of motivation, the Ninja King has worked hard to develop his skills. Zoro and the Ninja King were silent, each training hard and powerfully. Beneath the waning moon and stars, the giant sea dock was lit by a faint light. The nearby sea moved slightly under the weak sea breeze, and fishes jumped out of the sparkling sea and then jumped back into the water. The Magic Valley City not far away is brightly lit. Even though it has been frequently affected by wars and turmoil recently, this prosperous transit trade port city is still lively. Entire Jaya Island has entered the serenity of the night. In the northeast area of Jaya Island, the majestic warships at the port of this small reef island are always protected by patrol boats coming and going. There are also a considerable number of crew members on the warships to prepare at any time. Any emergencies must be dealt with in a timely manner. In the magnificent castle on the reef island, inside a conference room in the castle, Bellamy sits here, discussing with the confidant crew. Those present were Rebus, Thatch, and Eddie. The 3 cadres sat with Bellamy recently, and Bellamy looked at the three and was very satisfied with their work. "We were able to achieve such great results because of your hard work. You really deserve to be my top 3. Bellamy proudly praised Thatch's trio. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 616 Bellamy and the Three Goers. "Boss Bellamy, this is something we have to accomplish," Thatches said calmly. "Speaking of which, there is still a thorn in the guards, but I killed him." The others were scared like dogs and didn't dare to say anything. "Ha ha ha," Libba C said proudly. "Oh, Rebus, you have a thorn on your side too. I thought you were doing it very easily." Thatch glanced at Rebus and looked at Thatches, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "You seem to be mocking me." Thatches said, "When I deal with the vigilantes, their leaders are against me. Even the top ranks are diehards. You say it's hard to solve." Libas just snorted. It was indeed Thatch's face that was more difficult. Bellamy looked at the two of them, and he said, "Okay, you two don't fight. Whether it's Thatches or Rebus, they're all heroes." Bellamy then looked at Eddie again. "We successfully regained the 4 major industrial cadres. In this way, we have grasped the economic lifeline of Magic Valley City." Bellamy looked at Eddie and said. Eddie looked at Bellamy and said, "Those 4 industry cadres are really glib. There is no principle when they see interests. I will continue to monitor these people closely. But now we occupy the as long as we can control this port city in terms of combat power, then everything is still ours." In addition to the cadres of the 4 major industries, I also sent someone to quickly notify the demon who was originally under the orders of Grandit. Those administrative agencies in Gucheng. They are also steered by the wind, and they all want to be loyal to us. Quote. After listening to this, Bellamy gave Eddie a thumbs up and said, "Good job. You really deserve to be a senior staff member of the Bellamy Pirates, Eddie." Eddie added to Bellamy, "One more important thing." Bellamy looked puzzled and said, "What's the matter?" Eddie's face was also very serious. He said, "The Vault of Grandit Silver." Grandit Silver has several well-protected vaults in the suburbs. Those vaults store a lot of going and white silver, as well as valuables and cash. Now that we have won the power of Magic Valley City, we need to use the wealth in the treasury to buy people's hearts. Boss, do you think this is right?" After Bellamy heard it, he was also very happy. "Yes, just use that wealth to buy people's hearts. That's really important," Bellamy said excitedly. Eddie said, "We still need to plan carefully, though." Bellamy looked at Eddie with confidence and said, "It looks like you already have a plan, so tell me." Eddie's eyes quickly lit up the light of conspiracy. He said, "My subordinates, the people who want to buy are naturally our brothers in the Bellamy Pirates. After all, the foundation of everything we can get is that these long-term service to Bella these crew members under your banner, Mr. M.I. So you need to give generous rewards. But you can reward them according to the size of the credit." After Eddie said this, everyone else in the conference room looked at him, including Thatches and Rebus. They are also clear about Eddie's own character, and he is definitely not a greedy person. A man with a conspiracy to do great things. But Eddie's claim is tempting. In this way, you have gained power and wealth, and you first give it to your own descendants. This is the highest level of buying people's hearts. Who is not interested in the face of interests? Bellamy looked at Eddie, and he looked at the other senior cadres in the conference room. Clearly, these people had expressions of approval on their faces, as if to say it was a good thing to do. "What a great idea," Bellamy said to Eddie in agreement. Eddie added, "Thank you for your compliments. In addition to buying the brothers, the most important thing is to buy the middle and senior officers of the security forces and the security forces, as well as the 4 major industrial cadres. The ordinary security forces and security forces can also give certain rewards. As for the people under the 4 major industry cadres, the senior ones also need to be given certain rewards. As for the ordinary ones, those who are willing to work hard can also be considered. Others are not within the scope of our bribes." After Bellamy listened to Eddie's plan, he nodded continuously with satisfaction. Okay, it's really good. Your brain is very useful, Bellamy said happily. Eddie is very methodical and prepares the acquisition plan. Thatches looked at Eddie and said with admiration, "You really have an idea, boy." Rebus looked at Eddie and said in agreement, "Don't look at your lack of combat power, but your mind is amazingly easy to use." Interests can naturally change many people. Even a loyal follower of Bellamy like Thatches likes profit. Bellamy can roam the Great Route all the year round. In addition to Thatches and Rebade, the two right-handers, there is also Eddie, a powerful think tank. Wisdom can often overcome mere strength. The combination of strength and wisdom is even more powerful. Bellamy looked at Eddie and he said, "Okay, Eddie. It's all up to you." Eddie looked at Bellamy respectfully and said, "I will definitely complete my mission." Bellamy was really happy. He thought for a while but his face became a little unhappy again. Bellamy looked at the three generals in front of him and said, "I was in charge of destroying the Tsuruyama combined army in this operation, but I only destroyed the terrifying giant artillery of the giant sea dock. The only advantage of this is that I can send a pirate group. The fleet is fighting the enemy. But I can't believe when Mont Blanc Curric had so many powerful helpers." Thatch and Rebus and Eddie all turned serious when they heard this. Eddie asked Bellamy, "Are there one of those people with a straw hat, one who can manipulate plants, a swordsman with 3 knives, a curly-browed man in a black suit, and one who can use magic?" "Tall woman." Bellamy looked at Eddie and said, "It's them. Don't you think you paid attention to their information?" At this time, Eddie took out a dozen papers. The above is the wanted order made by the Grandit forces, not the wanted order of Marine. After all, there are only 4 people in the wanted order of Marine, and the photos are different. Luffy, Rog, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Robin, Izumi Water Goddess, Chopper, Nami, Mont Blanc Curric and orangutans. All are complete. Bellamy looked at the wanted notices. "These guys are here, and there are others I haven't seen with my own eyes." Bellamy laid out the arrest warrants one by one on the table. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 617 Mystery in the Wanted Order. Eddie pointed to the wanted notices and said, "This is a wanted notice made by the Grandit forces in the past. At that time, I paid attention to the information of these people and got the information in time through the informants in the city. Let alone the 3 of them, the others are a recent force called the Straw Hat Pirates. But for some reason, they joined forces with the Tsuruyama Alliance." Bellamy looked at the wanted list and said, "The Straw Hat Pirates. Little characters I've never heard of. But it's them. These young boys are so powerful. I can't believe it." Bellamy looked strange to Rog and Luffy and Zoro and Sanji and Usopp's wanted list. These young pirates actually have such a strong fighting power. After all, Bellamy has personally fought with them, so he has a deep understanding of it. Eddie looked at Bellamy, and he took out 4 more wanted notices. "This is the signature of these wanted orders as Marine, that is, the wanted orders of Rog, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji officially released by Marine." Bellamy looked at the 4 wanted notices and said, "Published by Marine." Eddie said, "The one just now was released by the Grandit forces before, and these are the official releases of Marine. There are only 4 of them." Bellamy's eyes scanned Roger and Luffy, S and Sanji's and Zoro, S official Marine warrants. Captain Straw Hat, Monkey, D, Luffy, 100 million Baileys. "I didn't expect this Straw Hat boy to have such a high bounty," said in surprise after looking at Luffy, S wanted notice. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa, Zoro, 80 million Baileys. The swordsman thinks carefully and this amount is not an exaggeration. Bellamy looked at Zoro, S wanted notice and said. Black-footed chef, Sanji, 65 million Baileys. That kid in a suit is actually a chef. But it's a lot. Bellamy looked at Sanji's wanted notice and said. Plant warrior, Rog, 95 million Baileys. This is the guy who can manipulate plants. The reward is really big. Being able to manipulate plants is really good. Bellamy looked at Roger's wanted notice and said. He took another look at the wanted orders made by the Grandit forces, and the amount of the reward on them had really shrunk considerably. However, it can be seen that the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also have some strength. Bellamy looked at Eddie and said, the sum of the rewards for these guys is hundreds of millions of Baileys. It is indeed a pirate group that cannot be underestimated. My reward is only 150 million Baileys. In addition to Bellamy, Thatches and Rebus also looked at these wanted notices with strange expressions. There are so many, my reward is only 53 million Baileys. Rebus said after looking at the four people's wanted notices. Then my 68 million Bailey reward is not enough. Thatches said calmly. Eddie did not say a word. Although he played a role as a think tank in the Bellamy Pirates, he was not very strong, so he was not officially wanted by Marine. Bellamy turned his attention to the wanted orders made by the Grandit forces, including the wanted orders of the Izumi Water Goddess and the King of Ninjas. Bellamy looked at the wanted notice of the two. His face was full of complicated expressions, although Bellamy's character has always been arrogant, but he is still very clear in the face of difficult enemies. The strength of these two people is really strong. They are not much worse than those four people. Especially the woman with long blonde hair can actually use magic. Bellamy said with lingering fears. Izumi, the water goddess, is not necessarily Bellamy, a magician who can use magic, even Don Quixote. Doflamingo may not have seen it. As a legendary magical holy place in the depths of the Great Root, the Magic Island has few people in contact with it. Eddie looked at Bellamy and said, can use magic. Bellamy pointed to Izumi's wanted list of the water goddess and said, yes, that's her. She can actually use magic. With magic alone, she can manipulate the three forces of ice, fire, and wind. Is there really such a thing? Eddie was a little surprised. Thatch and Rebus also became a little shocked. Bellamy continued, yes, she used the magic of those three powers. This blonde long-haired woman can freeze objects into ice, use swarms of wind blades to attack opponents, and turn flames into phoenixes to attack. After Eddie heard it, he frowned and said, in this way, it seems that the person you are talking about is most likely a magician from the Magic Island. Enchanted Island, Bellamy said strangely. Yes, it's the Magic Island. It's a magical holy place in the world, in the depths of the Great Root. Or in the New World in the second half of the Great Root. Countless magical legends in history came from there. ID said with a serious face. There really is such a thing as magic. I used to think that many naive guys were spreading the word about the existence of magic in the world. I thought they were really daydreaming. But after seeing it with my own eyes this time, and it is a taste of the power of magic, this time I have to admit that magic does exist. Bellamy said solemnly. Eddie looked at Bellamy. He could imagine that Bellamy did experience the power of magic firsthand. Otherwise, with Bellamy's disdain for dreams, he would never agree with magic. Bellamy looked at Eddie, and he continued, anyway, we have very powerful enemies in front of us. Now we generally know the strength of these enemies and their respective abilities. Bellamy looked at the wanted notices again, and said, this Straw Hat boy, Luffy, can stretch and stretch like rubber. This pirate hunter, Zoro, is a powerful swordsman. Hearing this, BV's expression on Thatch's face trembled. Bellamy looked at Sanji's wanted notice again and said, this black-footed chef Sanji, he is good at using his feet to fight. Bellamy looked at Rog's wanted notice, his expression became more solemn, and said, this plant warrior Rog, he is good at manipulating plants. It is really shocking that those plants can turn into powerful weapons. Quote. Rog impressed Bellamy with plant weapons. Bellamy looked at Izumi's water goddess's wanted list again, and he said, being able to use magic is really powerful. Izumi, the water goddess, uses a powerful three-attribute magic in battle, shocking Bellamy. He never imagined that there was such a thing as magic in the world. This time, he had thoroughly tasted the power of magic. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station. sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 618 Battle Plan. Bellamy fully realized the terrifying and powerful magic of magic, and in the past he thought magic was just a bluffing thing to brag about. Izumi Water Goddess somehow impressed Bellamy the most. Bellamy sat down again, and he took a coffee cup to his mouth and drank the cold coffee in it. Bellamy glanced at the wanted notices on the table from time to time. By the way, there is another problem. That is, since the so-called Straw Hat Pirates have such a high bounty amount, why haven't they heard of the earth-shattering things they have done on the Great Route? Bellamy said suspiciously. He has also personally experienced the fights with Rog and Zoro, and it is true that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is indeed very powerful. But Bellamy is also very strange. What did the Straw Hat Pirates do to be offered such a huge bounty by Marine? You must know that Rog, Luffy, Sanji and Zoro alone have a huge bounty of more than 300 million Bailey. Eddie looked at Bellamy and said, it can be speculated that the Straw Hat Pirates must have done some big things, but these things are linked to the problems of Marine and even the world government itself, so it can't be announced, it can only be made out of thin air. The amount of the bounty. Quote. Bellamy's eyes lit up when he heard it. And this kind of thing, could it be said that the Straw Hat Pirates discovered the secrets of Marine and the world government? Bellamy said speculatively. Marine and the world government dare not announce the truth about the huge bounty offered by the Straw Hat Pirates is because if a group of pirates saves the kingdom of Alabasta, Marine and the direct government are really powerless. Then it will be a devastating blow to the prestige of the world government. Thatch looked at Bellamy and said, Boss, now that we are destined to fight these enemies, why don't we annihilate them with the fleet as soon as possible? Isn't that huge sea dock not a weapon and it's useless? Bellamy looked at him and said, this is also, now anyway, the biggest threat. Giant sea dock has completely turned into a solid large hull, so we can fight them as much as we like. The powerful fleet of the pirates can attack, Thatch continued. The security forces also have a powerful Fifth Army that can carry out mobile operations. If a fleet is to be attacked this time, then people must be dispatched on land. Then the security army's Fifth Army will be dispatched. Let's go to battle. Bellamy looked at Thatch and said, I've always known that the Magic Valley City Security Force is quite powerful. But you also reported that the security force actually has a well-organized army. That's what you call the Fifth Army. Then you all see this Fifth Corps like this, so please tell me what the Fifth Corps is like. Thatches said with some confidence, this Fifth Corps is a troop that uses land creatures. It has a large number of rhinos and elephants and other mounts to fight. It has very strong mobility and field capabilities. Bellamy was also a little surprised when he heard it. He said, oh, using land creatures, rhinos and elephants as mounts. It's interesting. Okay, then let this 5th Legion be responsible for land combat. Thatch said, okay, the security forces have just pledged their allegiance to us, it's time for them to give their lives. Bellamy made a rough battle plan. The Bellamy pirates are going to dispatch their elite pirate fleet to destroy the people of the Tsuruyama Union Army. Since a plan has been made, let it be implemented as soon as possible. Bellamy said excitedly. The Bellamy pirates have a powerful pirate fleet, including 1 super heavy warship, 4 heavy warships, and 1 heavy submarine. This fleet is produced by the military factory of Dressrosa, the world's military-industrial power, and its warship performance and equipment are in the forefront of Dressrosa's military products. The current king of Dressrosa is Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Or, to put it another way, this powerful fleet was acquired by Bellamy using his status as Doflamingo's subordinate. Although the Bellamy Pirates fleet has only 6 core main warships, its combat effectiveness is to some extent surpassed by the previous security fleet with more than 50 large main warships. After all, quality can decide everything, not to mention Bellamy's super artillery that has destroyed the most powerful weapon super battery of the giant sea dock. The super cannons capable of suppressing almost everything on the sea and coast were destroyed, giving the Bellamy Pirates fleet an advantage over the Sheriff's fleet. Time changed from night to day again. At the port of Magic Valley City. The giant sea dock is still docked near here. On the top deck, Rog, Usopp and Sanji are talking together. Usopp looked at Rog and said, "Hey, you were injured so badly yesterday. That's how you are doing today. My injury is not enough to make myself a waste. Now I can use the power of plant fruits. After all, do you still lack some tools?" Rog looked at Usopp and said. Sanji looked at Rog and said, "Okay, hurry up and do it." Rog took out a cluster of Yuhi-colored roses. This cluster of Yuhi-colored roses includes flowers and stems and rhizomes intact. "This rose has been transformed by me." Immediately it showed more power. Rog held the cluster of roses with both hands. Rog gathered the power of plant and fruit in his body into his hands, and the green light enveloped the cluster of roses. Usopp and Sanji looked at the rose that was further transformed by Rog. This rose rose from the size of a normal flower to the size of a sunflower, and then the flower part became as large as a barrel. After Rog used enough plant fruit power to complete the transformation, he placed the giant rose on the deck. Finally completed the transformation," Roger said. After Roger completed the complete transformation of the rose, he looked at the huge Yuhi-colored rose. At this time, the fragrance of giant roses began to overflow. Usopp and Sanji smelled the fragrance of flowers. "It's really a normal rose scent, but it's very uplifting," Usopp said after smelling the flowers. "Well, it does smell unknowingly and makes you feel refreshed," Sanji said after smelling the flowers. Rog looked at the giant Yuhi-colored roses and said, "This giant rose is called the excitement rose. It can emit a floral fragrance that has an exciting and refreshing effect on the creatures, and makes the creatures, especially humans, in a high state of mental well-being, like this be able to put in the work at your best." Quote. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 619 Bellamy's Pirates Fleet. Usopp looked at the excited Rose. He suddenly realized, so it is like this, let everyone work more energetically. It's a good thing. Sanji said to Rog again, "Okay, Robin's sister needs more fresh fruit, so Rog troubles you." Roger said, "This is fine." Just when the people on the huge sea dock were busy, in the direction north of the port of Magic Valley City, a mighty fleet is approaching. On the surface of the sea, 5 huge warships marched from the north to the south towards the port of Magic Valley City. The largest of the 5 large warships is in the center, and the remaining 4 are the warships at the 4 corners that guard the center. At the center is a super heavy warship that is 200 meters long. The hull side of this super heavy warship is engraved with the words, New Vicky Bello. The New Vicky Bello is the flagship of the Bellamy Pirates and a super heavy warship. The hull of this super heavy warship is all made of stainless steel, and a layer of high-quality hardwood is added to the outer layer for smoother travel in the sea. On the broad deck of the hull, there are 3 huge masts. And that's not the most shocking thing. Of the New Vicky Bello, forward, middle, and rear, each heavy turret is equipped with 3 powerful long-range artillery pieces. Each of these long-range artillery pieces has a 15-meter-long barrel and a 1-meter diameter barrel. A total of 9 long-range artillery pieces make the New Vicky Bello extremely powerful long-range firepower. However, this is only a terrifying weapon that people can see at a glance. There are also steerable quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the side of the New Vicky Bello. These anti-ship torpedoes are a new product from the Dressrosa Armory and are more powerful than the anti-ship torpedoes that have been sold around the world before. In addition, a large number of powerful heavy weapons are also equipped inside the hull of the New Vicky Bello. The most surprising thing is that there are 2 huge chimneys in the tower near the stern of this super heavy warship. Inside the stern beneath the 2 huge black steel chimneys are powerful power machinery that can be used at critical moments, making this super heavy warship incredibly fast. And Bellamy was standing near the bow of the New Vicky Bello. This bronzed, muscular man looked at the sea ahead with excited eyes. Of the New Vicky Bello split the sea, as if the sea had flinched in the face of this powerful super heavy warship. "It's really good. It's been a while since I traveled on this powerful ship," Bellamy said with emotion as he looked towards the sea. Behind him is Eddie, one of the three generals. Eddie is also a navigator of the Bellamy pirates. The shrewd man who liked to wear the recording pointer on his right wrist looked at Bellamy and said respectfully, "Boss Bellamy, according to calculations, we will be able to reach the port of Magic Valley City in 15 minutes. We will also contact with the giant sea dock." Bellamy stuck his tongue out of his mouth and licked around his mouth. "Don't worry, the most threatening weapon of that giant sea dock was destroyed by me. Now our fleet is invincible on this sea." Bellamy now seemed to have regained some of his usual arrogance. Although the last time he attacked the Tsuruyama combined army was defeated by many masters in a wheel battle, this time he used his powerful pirate fleet to attack. Bellamy believed that the Tsuruyama combined army would definitely be able to be eliminated in this battle. Bellamy turned his head and glanced at the expansive deck of the new Vicky Bello. The powerful long-range artillery of the heavy artillery battery pointed the three huge gun barrels forward. The appearance alone is enough to intimidate the enemy. These long-range artillery guns of the new Vicky Bello have not been used for a few days. This battle will definitely make you shine. Ah ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed wildly. Around the new Vich Bello. There are two on the left and two on the right. These four heavy warships are all 100-meter long hulls, and in terms of volume, they are much smaller than the new Vicky Bello. These four heavy warships are all equipped with two heavy turrets, each of which has two 15-meter long gun barrels and 1-meter diameter gun barrels. A total of 4 long-range artillery pieces. Although it is not as powerful as the 9 long-range artillery pieces of the new Vicky Bello, it is still powerful when combined, and its firepower is superior to that of most heavy warships, and even Marine's heavy warships are inferior to they. Each of the 4 heavy warships is equipped with quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the side of the hull. The interior of the hull is also equipped with built-in powerful heavy weapons. The hulls of the 4 heavy warships are also made of stainless steel and covered with a layer of hardwood for smoother navigation in the sea. In terms of protection and firepower, the 4 heavy warships are extremely powerful. They differ from the new Vich Bellos only in the size of the hull. On the left of the new Vicky Bello are Guard 1 and Guard 2, and the heavy warships on the right are Guard 3 and Guard 4. Guard 1 and Guard 2 on the left are commanded by Thatches. Thatches, with long blue wavy hair in a woolen coat, was standing on the deck of Guard 1. This burly man bears his chest and abdomen, revealing his well-developed chest and abs. Beside Thatch was a long-haired blonde woman leaning on him. This woman has a good figure and a very outstanding face, but there is a bit of arrogance in her face. "Thatches, all of you are dispatched like this, is the enemy really that powerful?" the woman asked Thatches. Thatch looked at the woman and wrapped his arms around her with the big arms he had known. "Lily, you don't know. Those enemies are very powerful. They are a little scary," Thatch said calmly. Thatches, who had always been ruthless, had a mild tone towards the woman named Lily. "So scary. Didn't you say you only saw them on the wanted list?" Lily continued to Thatch. Thatch looked at the sea and sky ahead and sighed. "You have to know that even Boss Bellamy himself did not win. He has such a high opinion of the enemy, and the absolute enemy is difficult to deal with. Although the boss has always been arrogant and contempt for dreams, but this kind of thing is absolutely judged." "That's right," Thatches said in a somewhat serious tone. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 620 Ghost Heavy Submarine. "That's it, then Thatch. Let me ask, can you win?" Lily asked again. Thatch hugged Lily's body tightly again and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Don't worry, the enemy is strong. But now the core weapon of that giant sea dock has been destroyed by the boss. When our fleet strikes, the enemy is completely passive beatings. What's more, there are security forces on land who are responsible for outflanking the enemy." Quote. Lily nodded, and she said thoughtfully, "Speaking of that giant sea dock. I haven't seen it before. This is the first time. Thatches said. Our fleet is very strong. Especially the flagship New Vicky Bello. Even 4 heavy warships are very powerful. But unfortunately I'm really worried that idiot Libas is still there. Able to command 2 ships. I'm afraid he'll screw up the fight. Thatch and Lily turned their heads to the far right of the New Vicky Bello, where Rebus was in charge of guard number 3 and guard number 4. Thatches and Rebus are the deputy captain and the weapon captain. As Bellamy's right and left hand, they often mock each other in their bones, thinking that they are the most powerful person under Bellamy. Of the New Vicky Bello, these 2 heavy warships are under the command of Rebus. On the deck of the guard number 3, Rebus stood in command. The big man with no hat, no eyebrows, and often exposed Kiba teeth, looked out at the sea and sky ahead. He turned his gaze to guard number 1 and guard number 2 on the left side of the New Vicky Bello. This fight is all out. The enemy is going to be doomed. But I'll have to see how Thatch will perform, Rebus said. Do you despise Thatch that much? Said a tanned woman behind Rebus. Libas turned his head to look at her and said, Mani, you use firearms as a weapon just like me. Do you think Thatch's guy who can only use a broadsword can have an advantage in battle? It's not a sword anymore. A world where a class of cold weapons is rampant. Mani looked at Rebus and said, You misunderstood, I'm not talking about personal fighting style. It's commanding ability. Don't you and Thatches command 2 heavy warships now? With a bit of disdain on his face, Rebus said, Command ability. You must know that the weapons of these heavy warships are also long-range artillery and anti-ship torpedoes. I am the most grand master of gunpowder weapons. That's a joke. It's really funny to have a big sword in command of these tough ships and cannons. Mani also said helplessly, Alas, the 2 of you are really speechless. Well, when you fight in the future, let's see who is better. Rebus had a smug smile on his face. Rebus's nickname was Arsenal, and Thatch's was Big Knife. Libas himself is good at using a variety of gunpowder weapons, like a walking arsenal, hence the nickname. Thatches himself uses 2 huge machetes, which are so powerful and eccentric that he earned the nickname of the Great Sword. 2 people, 1 hot weapon and 1 cold weapon, seem to be incompatible. The super heavy warship New Vicky Bello is in the center of the fleet, with 2 heavy warships Guard 1 and Guard 2 on the left, and 2 heavy warships Guard 3 and Guard 4 on the right. And under the sea at the forefront of this fleet, a 90-meter-long heavy submarine is potentially 200 meters below the sea surface, serving as a trailblazer for the entire fleet in the sea. Submarines are warships that can dive under the sea to conduct ambushes and battles. The submarine is equipped with a well-sealed hull and an internal air storage device, and can effectively observe the seawater and the sea surface. This 90-meter-long heavy submarine is the Ghost submarine of the Bellamy Pirates fleet. The hull of the heavy submarine Ghost is also made of stainless steel, which can withstand the water pressure under the water hundreds of meters deep. This heavy-duty submarine has a whale-like seawater handling machine inside, which can inject external seawater into the diving cabin for diving, or discharge the seawater in the diving cabin into the sea outside to make itself float. In this way, the up and down of the submarine can be completed. At the rear of the Ghost submarine is a steel propeller and rudder. The propeller can power the heavy submarine, and the rudder can adjust the direction of sailing. Jinchuriki column-shaped tower in the middle and front of the back of the Ghost submarine. At the top of this tower, a steel tube can be extended all the way to the sea, which is the periscope to observe the situation on the sea. Inside the Phantom's tower, the 2 observation crew take turns observing. At this time, a man walked in. A crew member looked at him and said respectfully, it turned out to be Lord Hewitt. Hewitt has short black hair and a tattoo with the number 21 engraved on his forehead. He is the head chef of the Bellamy Pirates. He has a calm personality and is responsible for commanding the operation of the Ghost, which has been lurking in the sea for a long time. Hewitt looked at the 2 of them, nodded and said, How is it? Can you see the giant sea dock now? The crew member said, Just now we saw the port of Magic Valley City and an object on the side. It's just that they are too small from here. It needs to be closer to be able to see more clearly. Hewitt said. Well, let me take a look. Another crew member on duty at the periscope stepped aside, and Hewitt went to the bottom of the periscope himself. He grabbed the periscope handle with his hand and put his eyes on the lower lens of the periscope. The periscope uses the lens and light refraction to refract the scene observed by the upper lens to the lower lens. Hewitt observed the situation of the sea above through the periscope. He saw a small port city in the distance of the turbulent sea, and something floating on the sea beside the port. Although it looks small from here, the size of the other side can be felt in comparison with the port. The closer you get, the clearer it will be, Hewitt said. The Ghost heavy submarine served as a trailblazer at a distance of 700 or 800 meters in front of the 5 warships behind, conducting early reconnaissance. Although it is a warship lurking in the sea, it is also equipped with powerful heavy weapons capable of hitting heavy warships. The 6 main warships of the Bellamy Pirates fleet are on the sea, and they move together from the north to the southern port of Magic Valley City. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 621 Hewitt. The dark clouds in the sky rose again, and the sea breeze became violent. It seems that the weather on Jaya Island is very bad today. A storm is coming. On the deck of the Nuvich Bello, Bellamy stood on the bow. He looked towards the port of Magic Valley City, which was constantly approaching. That giant sea dock was also in his eyes again. The increasingly violent sea breeze blew the captain's coat on him. This man, who is full of hunter-like temperament like a sideburn, seems to drive the warships of his pirate fleet like a group of hunting sideburns. And their prey is the giant sea dock that is constantly approaching. Bellamy was standing on the bow of the new Vicky Bello. He was already able to see the huge hull of the giant offshore dock more clearly. It's a huge prey. It's a pity that lions without Kobo would be hunted by sideburns, Bellamy said excitedly. He picked up a phone bug and dialed it. Hey, Hewitt, Bellamy said to the phone bug. The opposite side of the phone bug quickly got a reply. Boss Bellamy, give orders, please. Hewitt, who was opposite the phone bug, said. You give priority to attacking the bottom of the giant sea dock. It's better to attack the central area. Bellamy orders the phone bug to attack. As ordered. Hewitt, who was opposite the phone bug, said. The phone bug's communication then ended. Bellamy ordered the Ghost at the forefront of the fleet to attack first. Inside the Ghost under the sea at the forefront of the Bellamy Pirates fleet. After Hewitt got Bellamy's official order, he left the tower with the periscope and entered the hull of the Ghost submarine. He walked through the passage of the hull to the command room near the front end. The command room is located near the front end of the submarine, with tempered glass windows above and in front. From here, you can get a general view of the neighborhood. Because it is in the sea, the light is dim. Of course, the Ghost is not too dark now that it is more than 200 meters below the sea surface. However, the crew members in the command room are wearing a special round helmet. The helmet is mostly gray metallic, but has special crystal lenses in the eyes. These lenses allow people to see clearly in the dark. Lord Hewitt, give you a night vision helmet. A crew member handed a helmet to Hewitt. Hewitt put the night vision helmet on his head. Through the crystal lens of the night vision helmet, Hewitt can see the sea scenery outside the tempered glass window. Although it is relatively bleak in this state, at least it is much better than before. In particular, it can distinguish relatively still seawater and moving objects in the sea. Even the rough outlines of the rocks on the ocean floor can be clearly seen. Okay, the submarine continues to move towards the giant sea dock. It has been sailing to the center of the bottom of the giant sea dock. Prepare to attack there, Hewitt gave the order. As ordered, said the crew in charge of steering the voyage. Hewitt gave another order. Check the status of the anti-ship torpedoes. Make sure that they are all loaded and the launching machinery is unobstructed. Yes. said the crew in charge of the anti-ship torpedoes and anti-ship torpedo tubes. Inside the torpedo launch room further forward of the command room, a crew here inspects 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. At the forward end of the Ghost submarine, there are 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. After these anti-ship torpedo tubes are loaded, the Ghost can fire 8 powerful anti-ship torpedoes at the target in a row. The crew checked whether the anti-ship torpedoes in the anti-ship torpedo launch tube were fully loaded, and checked whether the related launching machinery was faulty. Just as the Wraith heavy submarine gradually dived under the huge sea dock like a ghost in the sea. Above the top deck of a giant offshore dock, some people saw several huge ships approaching from the north. Some crew members of the Tsuruyama Coalition Army immediately observed with binoculars. "It's the Bellamy Pirates fleet that's calling." The terrified cry quickly began to spread above the top deck. Usopp, who was on the top deck, Rog and Sanji also knew the news. "What?" Sanji said solemnly. "They're calling." "My God," said Usopp in horror. After yesterday's Bellamy's battle, Usopp was terrified for a while. "Fleet of the Bellamy Pirates," Rog said with a frown. Rog and others had heard about Mont Blanc Kulik and the others about the powerful fleet of the Bellamy Pirates. Yesterday Bellamy came to fight alone, this time his pirate fleet was dispatched together. It can be seen that a bloody battle is about to come. Rog, Sanji, Usopp, and many of the Tsuruyama Allied Force crews ran to the position north of the top deck of the giant sea dock. Everyone came to the position in the north direction of the top deck. From here, everyone can see 5 ships heading here in the distance to the north. The 5 ships have one of the largest ships in the center, and the remaining 4 protect the ship on the sides. These ships are the fleet of the Bellamy Pirates. However, there is still a certain distance, so I can't see it very clearly, and I can only roughly see the size. "Is this the Bellamy Pirates fleet?" Usopp said, looking at the warships coming from the north. "It seems that there is a very large one," Sanji said, looking at the warship in the center. "Another bad fight," Roger said. "The Bellamy Pirates fleet is constantly approaching." The situation discovered by the crew on the top deck was quickly communicated to Mont Blanc Kurik, orangutans and gorillas. However, everyone could only see 5 warships coming on the sea surface, but no one could find the heavy submarine under the sea surface. Inside the sea at the bottom of the giant sea dock, the Ghost heavy submarine had already swum to the area near the center of the bottom. At this time in the command room of the heavy submarine Ghost, Hewitt observed the position in the center of the bottom of the giant sea dock. "Okay, order the torpedo launch room to attack the central area at the bottom. Launch 8 anti-ship torpedoes in a row," Hewitt gave the order. The torpedo launch room, attack the central area. 8 anti-ship torpedoes are attacking in a row. The crew in charge of conveying the order said to the torpedo launch room with a telephone bug. Inside the torpedo launch room at the forward end of the Ghost, the crew who received the order to attack began targeting the central area above with 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 622 More powerful anti-ship torpedoes. The Ghost heavy submarine keeps its hull parallel to the sea surface according to its own diving and surfacing. So this heavy submarine is also unable to tilt the hull. However, the 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes at the front of the Ghost can be tilted. There is a longitudinal wheel control, so the inclination of the 2 quadruple torpedo tubes can be adjusted. The front end of the Ghost was opened with 2 hatches, revealing 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. The 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes began to tilt upwards under the control of mechanical runners. The crew aimed 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes in the central area above. After aiming there, the crew began to pull down the launch lever. Ohm, ohm. 2 quadruple-mounted anti-ship torpedo tubes each fired an anti-ship torpedo, and the propeller at the tail of the anti-ship torpedo quickly turned. The anti-ship torpedoes swam swiftly towards the central area of the bottom of the giant offshore dock. The two anti-ship torpedoes finally hit the central area. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Two huge explosions sounded in the sea. The rigid hull of the giant offshore dock was torn apart by the force of the explosion. The anti-ship torpedoes used by the Ghost were more than a notch better than the anti-ship torpedoes used by the vigilante fleets that had previously attacked giant offshore docks. It's more than twice as powerful. The first attack exploded two large cracks at the bottom of the huge sea dock. Ghost continued to attack with anti-ship torpedoes. Two slanted upward quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes continued to fire anti-ship torpedoes. Boom, rumble, 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 rumble. More anti-ship torpedoes were fired, and they kept hitting the bottom of the giant offshore dock. The bottom of the giant sea dock was blasted with more huge cracks. Not only that, when the Ghost attacked, it also paid attention to connecting these blasted cracks to form larger scale cracks. After consecutive attacks on two quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes, a total of 8 powerful anti-ship torpedoes were fired. These 8 anti-ship torpedoes all hit the central area of the bottom of the huge sea dock. In the end, it actually caused an irregular big crack about 30 meters wide. The sea water poured into it amazingly. Inside the command room of the Ghost, Shuik calmly observed the damage to the giant sea dock. He saw this large irregular gap. The attack worked very well. It seems that this huge sea dock is not indestructible. The hull was also damaged under the attack of our powerful new anti-ship torpedoes. The torpedo chamber was ordered to reload the anti-ship torpedoes first. Then wait for the order to attack. Quote. Hewitt said. As ordered, said the crew member responsible for conveying the order to the torpedo chamber. Inside the torpedo launch chamber at the forward end of the Ghost, the crew manipulated the mechanical runners to re-level the two inclined quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes first. Then close the hatch again. They began reloading the two quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes with anti-ship torpedoes. The crew pushed a long, 6-meter-long steel sled in the torpedo launch chamber behind the quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. They aligned the position of the sled with the position of one of the quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. This sled carried an anti-ship torpedo with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 5 meters. Crunch, crunch. The crew manipulated the small runners on the side of the sled, so that the iron frame on the back of the sledge that placed the anti-ship torpedoes began to rise. This is a spiral rotating machine, which can raise the objects on it together with the iron frame through the runner. Once the anti-ship torpedoes had been raised enough, they stopped working. Okay, load it in, a crew member said. The rest of the crew began to remove the part of the iron frame holding the anti-ship torpedo, and then push the anti-ship torpedo into the breech of the launch tube where the quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes were aimed. In this way, the crew continued to use the tackle to reload the two quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes with anti-ship torpedoes. The Ghost's torpedo chamber carried a total of 40 anti-ship torpedoes, of which 8 were already in use and 32 remained. Above the top deck of a giant offshore dock. Just now, the bottom of this huge maritime dock was continuously attacked by anti-ship torpedoes, and there was also some impact on the top. Although this giant sea dock is huge, those attacks are far from overturning it or lifting it from the sea, but it can still produce some vibrations. What's the matter? Usopp was knocked to the deck, and he struggled to get back up. There seemed to be an explosion under the sea just now. Could it be that someone attacked here from the sea? Roger said suspiciously. Attack from the bottom of the sea, is it a submarine? Sanji recalled something. Before everyone arrived at Jaya Island, they had encountered a submarine of a pirate group. Submarines can hide in the sea and give opponents unexpected surprise attacks. It can be said that people can't think of it, can't catch it, and can't prevent it. So, the Bellamy Pirates fleet still has submarines. Usopp said with a very ugly expression. He looked at the 5 powerful warships that were constantly approaching. Originally, the Bellamy Pirates attacked suddenly, which gave Usopp a bad premonition. Now the opponent actually has a submarine, which makes Usopp feel fear in his heart for a while. This guy Bellamy, he is not only powerful. He has such a powerful fleet. Sanji said with a grim expression. This man, who had always been romantic, also became serious at this time. Rog looked at the super cannon on the giant sea dock and said, so Bellamy was not able to destroy us yesterday. So he went to the giant sea dock and destroyed the super artillery of the super battery. This way the gigantic sea dock has lost the most powerful deterrent weapon to his pirate fleet. Quote. Oops, what should I do now? Usopp looked worried. There is no choice but to fight, but how do you defeat your opponent? Sanji said. Now before everyone is how to resist the enemy. Beneath the huge sea dock, Mont Blanc Kulik, the orangutan, Zoro, the king of ninjas, and the water goddess Izumi all got the news and quickly passed through the passage to the top deck. Usopp finally seemed relieved to see Mont Blanc Kulik and the others coming. When Mont Blanc Kulik saw the Bellamy pirates' fleet coming from the north, his face was very ugly. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 623 The Mighty Ships of the Bellamy Pirates. They're still here. Mont Blanc Kulik said. Mont Blanc Kulik had long guessed that the Bellamy pirates' fleet would come here to attack the giant sea dock. Now, the Bellamy pirates' fleet has really come here. What a powerful enemy. The orangutan said in shock. Bellamy's fleet, these warships. The orangutan looked at the coming Bellamy's ships in shock. The appearance of these 5 powerful warships is enough to shock people. Among them, the super heavy warship New Vicky Bello in the center is even more powerful. Zoro and the Ninja King and Izumi Water Goddess looked at Bellamy's fleet, and they said nothing. After a while, there was a commotion behind the crowd. Bellamy's fleet is calling. Suddenly Luffy rushed from behind the crowd. However, Mont Blanc Kurik was still very experienced, and he immediately decided to give the order. Mont Blanc Kurik looked at the orangutan, stretched out his hand and said, "Lend me your microphone." The orangutan took out his microphone and gave it to Mont Blanc Kurik. Mont Blanc Kurik put the chimpanzee's microphone to his lips. He took a deep breath. All the members on the deck immediately enter the fighting state. The commander-in-chief of the Tsuruyama Coalition Army, Mont Blanc Kulik, hereby orders. Mont Blanc Kurik gave orders to the microphone with his loud and powerful voice. The chestnut-headed man's voice echoed above the top deck. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces, who had been in a mess, regained their composure. Mont Blanc Kurik continued to command loudly with the microphone, "Hurry and hide in the cabin below. The opponent's warship must have large artillery, and we need to avoid its edge." After receiving the order, the crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces on the top deck began to gather at the passage from the top deck to the cabin below. They quickly entered the cabin below through the passage. Mont Blanc Kulik then returned the microphone to the orangutan, and he took out the phone bug again. Mont Blanc Kurik made a call. After the phone worm was connected on the opposite side, he began to give orders. "Okay, the broadcast room. Now sound the alarm and let everyone in the entire giant sea dock be ready for battle." As ordered, Commander-in-Chief. The broadcast room opposite quickly began to execute the order. Mont Blanc Kurik quickly used the phone bug to dial another number. "Okay, have you investigated the attack on the bottom of the giant offshore dock?" Mont Blanc Kulik asked. "Commander-in-Chief, after our investigation, we found that the central area of the hull at the bottom of the giant offshore dock was severely damaged, and there was a gap of tens of meters wide. This is probably caused by the continuous use of weapons such as anti-ship torpedoes by the other party. Destruction." Quote. The other side said anxiously. "It's like this, you quickly take measures to isolate the nearby cabins from water." Mont Blanc Kulik said urgently. "We have already isolated the nearby cabins and closed the doors." The other side said nervously. "The situation is very bad now, and the enemy is likely to attack again. You should pay attention to water blocking the damaged area in time." Be careful of your own safety. Montblanc-Culic said in a serious tone. After the call, Montblanc-Culic's face was heavy. He knew that the battle would definitely be fierce. The number of casualties is unimaginable. Sanji looked at Montblanc-Culic and said, "It is very likely that there is damage caused by submarines at the bottom of the huge offshore dock." Montblanc-Culic looked at the Bellamy pirates' fleet coming from the north and said, "I guessed it too. There were no signs of attack on these 5 warships just now. And the central area at the bottom of the huge sea dock was attacked. Destroyed. It can be said that the other party launched an attack from the sea. There are only 2 ways to do this, one is a diving fleet, and the other is a frogman." Quote. Frogman. Rog looked at Montblanc-Culic after hearing the word. The King of Ninja also looked at Montblanc-Culic. Luffy was a little strange. He asked Roger, "What is a frogman?" Roger explained, "It was some fighters who were swimming in the water, carrying bombs and weapons and secretly attacking the others' warships." That frogman. Haven't we encountered similar enemies before? It landed on our ship once. Luffy suddenly realized, remembered. Those are frogmen. A bunch of armed guys in wetsuits. Montblanc-Culic looked at the 5 warships coming from the northern sea and said, "The enemy we will face next is these 5 warships." 5 powerful warships of the Bellamy pirates approached the giant sea dock together. On the deck of the most central flagship, the Nuvich Bello, Bellamy was standing on it, and he looked at the huge maritime dock that was approaching. Bellamy looked at the giant sea dock and stuck his tongue out of his mouth. With a squeak, Bellamy used his tongue to lick around his mouth again. "The ghost has finished its attack just now. This giant sea dock will be the prey in my mouth," Bellamy said with madness. Bellamy picked up the phone bug again, he dialed the number, and gave the order to Hewitt on the ghost again. "Wheat, your first wave of attacks was good just now. Next, you can attack as long as you load the anti-ship torpedoes," Bellamy ordered. As ordered, Bellamy's boss, Hewitt, who was on the opposite side, said. Bellamy hung up the call, and he looked aside again. Eddie, one of the Bellamy pirates' navigator and one of the 3 generals, was beside Bellamy at this time. "Well, it's our turn to attack," Bellamy said. "Boss Bellamy, are you going to use anti-ship torpedoes or long-range artillery first?" Eddie said. Bellamy looked excited. He said, "Of course, long-range artillery is going to be used. Let these guys from the Tsuruyama Union Army see what powerful firepower is." Bellamy is very fanatical. What he loves most about the Bellamy pirates is those powerful long-range artillery, which can shoot powerful shells to destroy the enemy. In fact, the giant marine docks of the Tsuruyama Combined Army would have had more powerful super guns. However, it was destroyed by Bellamy before, resulting in the absolute advantage of the long-range artillery of the Bellamy pirates' fleet. Bellamy dialed the number with a phone bug, this time issuing orders to the entire fleet. Now, the entire Bellamy pirates' fleet is bombarding the giant sea dock with long-range artillery. Give our enemies a taste of the power of the Bellamy pirates. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 624 The Power of Long-Range Artillery. Bellamy gave orders to the entire Bellamy pirates' fleet. Yes, the new Vicky Bello is ready to bombard. As ordered. Guard number 1 is ready to bombard. As ordered. Guard number 2 is ready to bombard. As ordered. Guard number 3 is ready to bombard. As ordered. Guard number 4 is ready to bombard. The 5 ships of the Bellamy pirates quickly prepared long-range artillery. Of the new Vicky Bello, the 3 heavy turrets started to be loaded and aimed. Inside the heavy turret at the front, the breech of the 3 long-range guns was opened, and a crew of 1-meter diameter heavy artillery shells were loaded in by a simple hoisting pylon. 3 1-meter diameter heavy shells were loaded from the breech of the 3 long-range guns. Reloaded, start aiming. The gunner adjusted the rotation direction of the heavy turret and the inclination of the 3 long-range artillery through the sighting and aiming instrument in the heavy turret. The 3 long-range guns of this heavy turret are aimed at the giant sea dock. Of the new Vicky Bello, all use the same method, aiming at the huge sea dock. The new Vicky Bello, but the other 4 heavy warships also aimed the long-range artillery of their heavy turrets at the giant sea dock. Of course, the new Vicky Bello has 3 heavy-duty turrets, each of which has 3 long-range artillery pieces. This super-heavy warship has a total of 9 long-range artillery pieces. The other 4 heavy warships each have 2 heavy turrets, and each heavy turret has 2 long-range artillery pieces. Each heavy warship has 4 long-range artillery pieces, for a total of 16 long-range artillery pieces aboard the 4 heavy warships. A total of 25 long-range artillery pieces of the 5 main surface warships of the entire Bellamy Pirates fleet were aimed at the giant sea dock. Each long-range artillery is 15 meters long and 1 meter caliber. The gunners of these heavy turrets were calibrated and aimed at the giant sea docks. Their hands clenched the levers that controlled the firing. The new Vicky Bello is at the core. Once the flagship fires first, the 4 heavy warships will also shell. Eddie was in charge of the operation of the heavy battery aboard the new Vicky Bello. Eddie held the phone bug to his lips and ordered, 3 heavy artillery batteries fire at the same time. On the new Vicky Bello were all ordered to be shelled. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 long-range artillery pieces of the 3 heavy turrets fired in unison. The deafening sound of shelling resounded above the sea. The other 4 heavy warships opened fire one after another after the new Vicky Bello. Boom, 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 boom. A total of 25 long-range artillery pieces of the 5 warships were fired. 25 1-meter diameter heavy artillery shells flew towards the giant sea dock at extremely high speed. Huge sea docks were hit by dense heavy artillery shells. Boom, 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 boom. The side hull and top deck of the giant offshore dock were hit by heavy shells. Everyone on the top deck felt the shock around them. What a terrible shelling! Usopp said in horror. With such a powerful artillery attack, the Bellamy Pirates fleet has such powerful firepower. Montblanc Kulik said in shock. Although these long-range artillery pieces are not as effective as those super artillery pieces that were destroyed by the giant sea docks. But their power is also very powerful, at least far exceeding the power of the heavy attack artillery of the fortresses of the previous public security fortifications. The first wave of shelling by the Bellamy's pirates fleet was quickly over. Of the new Vicky Bello, Bellamy looked at the huge sea dock after being shelled. This big guy is not as strong as imagined. Of course, the main reason is that our long-range artillery is too powerful. But this big guy has suffered a lot of damage before. Bellamy looked at the giant sea dock and said. The giant sea dock has been damaged by 3 major battles before. The first time was when the main force of the security army attacked the giant maritime dock. That battle caused a lot of damage to the giant maritime dock. Of course, the security army fleet was wiped out. The second time was when the giant sea dock attacked the port of Magic Valley City and the nearby coastline, and was injured by the heavy attack artillery of the security army fortresses in this area. The third time is that the giant sea dock was attacked by Bellamy yesterday and destroyed all the super artillery of the 4 super battery. The damage caused by these 3 battles, although the first time on the outside, the damage caused by the second battle is shocking, but it is still only damage to the solid shell of the giant sea dock. However, for the third time, all the super guns were destroyed, and in fact, the damage to the giant sea dock was the most. After all, without the core weapon, the giant sea dock is nothing more than a huge floating hull. And it's slower and easier to attack. Bellamy looked up at the super battery of the giant sea dock. The outside of the super cannon is still intact, and the huge barrels of those terrifying super cannons are still aimed at the endless sea. However, the breech of these super artillery has been destroyed by the blast. Bellamy is still terrified when he sees these super guns. He was full of fear. If these super artillery pieces were not destroyed, then he and the Bellamy Pirates fleet would have to go back and forth. Eddie suddenly said to Bellamy, "Boss Bellamy, Now the 3 heavy turrets are starting to reload their shells. Bellamy looked at him and said, "Very good, but this time cannot be wasted." Bellamy took out his phone bug again and began broadcasting orders to the entire fleet. All warships are using anti-ship torpedoes to attack giant sea docks in the interval after using long-range artillery. The warships also responded one after another. Even if there is a gap between the shelling, it is necessary to attack as much as possible. There are 4 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the sides of the deck of the new Vicky Bello. That is to say, there are a total of 8 quadruple anti-ship torpedo launch tubes on this super-heavy warship, with a total of 32 anti-ship torpedoes. In addition, there are a large number of anti-ship torpedoes on the back of the arsenal inside the hull of the new Vicky Bello. The powerful super-heavy warship aimed a total of 8 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes at the giant offshore dock. Eddie was still in command of the anti-ship torpedo attack on the new Vicky Bello. In fact, these anti-ship torpedoes are far more effective than long-range artillery. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 625 Intensive Attack of Anti-Ship Torpedoes. All anti-ship torpedo tubes ready, Eddie said using the phone bug. The 8 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the new Vicky Bello are all ready. All the crew members in charge of the operation are waiting for orders, always ready to attack. Target giant sea dock. Anti-ship torpedo launch. Eddie gave the order. The quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the side of the deck of the new Vicky Bello began firing anti-ship torpedoes. One after another anti-ship torpedoes cut through the sea and swam towards the giant sea dock. Boom, 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 boom. The anti-ship torpedoes hit the hull of the giant offshore dock in a concentrated manner. In addition to the flagship new Vicky Bello, the 4 heavy warships also continuously fired powerful anti-ship torpedoes. Swarms of anti-ship torpedoes hit the giant sea dock. This giant offshore dock is constantly shaking. Although the hull is huge, it is constantly shaking. After all, these new anti-ship torpedoes are far more powerful than ordinary types. There are 8 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the new Vicky Bello. Each of the 4 heavy warships has 4 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. A total of 20 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes have successively launched 96 powerful anti-ship torpedoes into the giant sea dock. In the continuous explosions, the giant offshore dock oscillated continuously. The northern shell of the giant offshore dock was riddled with holes. The surrounding sea water surged violently, and the waves splashed up to hundreds of meters. On the top deck of a giant offshore dock. This behemoth was also hit by such a dense anti-ship torpedo attack and suffered a surprising amount of damage. Just as the main warships of the 5 Bellamy pirates were attacking on the sea, the heavy submarine Ghost in the Sea also started a new round of attacks. This time, the Ghost heavy submarine tilted upward with 2 quadruple-mounted anti-ship torpedo tubes at the front, aiming at another area at the bottom of the huge offshore dock near the central area. However, this time, the Ghost did not attack one location all the time, but attacked at intervals, firing anti-ship torpedoes in succession. Boom, 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 boom. Anti-ship torpedoes blasted 8 more cracks in the bottom area of the giant offshore dock. Of course, these cracks are much smaller than those formed by continuously attacking one part before, and each crack is 4 or 5 meters wide. After all, the huge shell of the giant offshore dock is still very strong, and it is not so easy to destroy it easily. In the command room of the Ghost, Hewitt looked at the cracks opened by the anti-ship torpedoes. It seems that continuous attacks are better. Wait until the anti-ship torpedoes are reloaded and focus on one location again. Hewitt said. The Ghost heavy submarine has already carried out 2 consecutive rounds of anti-ship torpedo attacks. 16 of the 40 anti-ship torpedoes originally brought were consumed, leaving 24 anti-ship torpedoes available for use. At this time, because 5 warships including the new Vicky Bello began to aggressively attack the giant sea dock with anti-ship torpedoes, there were bursts of violent explosions in the sea. After Hewitt heard it, he said calmly, "It's really scary." The constant rumbling sound of explosions made Hewitt feel a little bit of fear. On the sea, north of the giant sea dock, the new Vicky Bello and 4 heavy warships successively launched a total of 96 anti-ship torpedoes to the giant sea dock. The hull of the giant offshore dock was badly damaged, and swarms of seawater poured into it. On the new Vicky Bello and the 4 heavy warships were also reloaded. Eddie used the phone bug to fire again on the new Vicky Bello, bombarding the giant sea dock again. After receiving the order, the 3 heavy turrets of the new Vicky Bello opened fire again. 9 long-range artillery fired furious tongues of fire at the giant sea dock. Boom, 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 boom. After the new Vicky Bello opened fire, the other 4 heavy warships also opened fire. Heavy artillery shells with a diameter of 1 meter were continuously fired at the huge sea dock. The huge sea dock was again bombarded by heavy artillery shells. On the top deck of the giant maritime dock, everyone including Montblanc Kulik and Usopp was terrified. The giant sea dock was attacked by intensive firepower, whether it was heavy artillery shells or anti-ship torpedoes, all of which could cause serious damage to this solid sea giant. Because of the continuous attack, everyone had to retreat to the center of the top deck first. There is basically no need to worry about being hit by heavy artillery shells. "It's so scary," Usopp said in horror. "Such a blast of artillery." The ape said anxiously. "Those anti-ship torpedoes are the scariest." The orangutan said, even more terrified. Luffy looked at the heavy cannonballs flying in. "I'll turn into balloons and bounce them back." Luffy clenched his fists and said, "No, it's too dangerous." Montblanc Kulik hurriedly dissuaded him. "Why?" Luffy said with some dissatisfaction. "Don't you see the velocity of these shells? You can't bounce them off effectively even if you're a balloon." Montblanc Kulik said with a serious face. The biggest advantage of the heavy artillery shells shot over is not only the size, but also the amazing speed. These heavy artillery shells maximize their power with their incredible speed. Each hit on the top deck is capable of blasting a large hole. In the past, even if the top deck was blasted open, it could allow one person to enter. The hole now blown open is big enough for a bear to go in. This further shows that the power of the artillery lies in the artillery itself. Cannonballs don't have a strong speed to shoot out and hit, so it doesn't make any sense. Seeing the speed of these heavy artillery shells flying over, Luffy also loosened his clenched fists. Although he was reckless, he also knew that even if he turned into a balloon, it would be difficult to hold it. Maybe it will be smashed by heavy artillery shells on the top deck together. Zoro had been holding the hilt of the samurai sword at his waist. He never dared to attack. After all, these heavy artillery shells are so fast and bulky that even if they are cut open by his yakusha, the associated explosion is likely to kill him. Naturally, Sanji couldn't step forward and try to kick these heavy shells away with his footsteps. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 626, Frogman Fighting. They are so fast after all. Rog looked at these heavy artillery shells that were constantly flying over, but he didn't dare to go forward and try to intercept them. Even with the hand of the giant tree, it cannot be intercepted, and the hand of the giant tree can also be destroyed by the explosion. But it is not the way to be passive like this all the time. Now the giant sea dock of the super artillery without the super battery is just a huge target that can be attacked by the enemy. "Can't we find a way to fight back?" Sanji said to Montblanc Kulik. Montblanc Kulik's face was full of sadness. "If you fight back, then you need to put some artillery on the edge of the top deck. But with the strong firepower of the enemy, once we appear, we will be eliminated," Montblanc Kulik said. Sanji turned his eyes to the north of the top deck of the giant marine dock again. There, the Bellamy pirates bombarded with unparalleled artillery fire. "If you want to counterattack, you have to set up artillery there," but that is simply impossible. What Rog thought of at this time, he said to Montblanc Kulik, I have a way. Montblanc Kulik looked at Rogue and said, do you have a good idea? Roger said, yes. We can attack these Bellamy's ships like frogmen. The frogmen can put bombs on the bottom of their ships and sink them. That way we don't have heavy artillery, and the use of anti-ship torpedoes can also destroy the enemy's warships with small strokes. After listening to Rog's words, the expressions of Montblanc Kulik and the others suddenly brightened. Good idea. It's a really good idea, said Montblanc Kulik, who was in a daze. Great, the frogman attacked the enemy warship. This method is really good and can't be better, the orangutan said excitedly after hearing it. Okay, destroy the enemy's warships. Use frogmen to dive into the sea and attack, the orangutan shouted excitedly. It's a good idea, Usopp also said excitedly. Luffy's face was flat when he heard it, although the frogman attack sounded good. But Luffy himself is a devil fruit person and cannot go into the sea to fight. Even going to the sea requires wearing a diving suit, so his rubber ability can't be exerted at all. So for Luffy, no fight means no fun. Zoro listened and said, that's fine too. Sanji said, frogmen are also a good fighting method. The King of Ninjas said, frogman, use diving in the sea to fight. It's a good idea. Izumi, the water goddess, didn't say a word, and she wasn't very good at diving. After all, using magic in a wide area is her forte. Among the crowd, Montblanc Kulik, the orangutan and the orangutan were the most happy. Three of them were able to come together and work together because they all wanted to salvage the legendary going township of Jaya Island. As for resisting Grandit's tyranny, that's just a matter of later. This also makes Montblanc Kulik and the others very good at diving operations. In addition to Montblanc Kulik, orangutans and orangutans, there are a large number of crew members in the Tsuruyama Combined Army who are also good at diving into the sea to fight. Montblanc Cricket, the commander-in-chief, is a person who searches for legendary treasures under the sea, and the orangutan is also known as the king of salvage, and the orangutan is also known as the king of exploration. If they fight like frogmen, they are all able to use their strengths. What a great idea, that's it. Let's use frogman tactics to attack the Bellamy pirates' fleet, Montblanc Kulik said with high fighting spirit. Okay. Everyone said excitedly. At this time, the orangutan suddenly said, Boss, what about the giant sea dock? Let the enemy attack. Montblanc Kulik looked at him and said, this is also impossible. The giant sea dock is so huge and its speed is relatively slow, so it can't be avoided at all. However, as long as we destroy the enemy's warships, then victory will be won. After all, eliminating the enemy's offensive force will fundamentally solve the problem. That's right, it has to be like this, said the orangutan. Now everyone is going to fight frogmen. Although the Bellamy pirates' fleet has powerful warships, the frogmen can make their advantages unplayable. Although we are fighting frogmen, we still need suitable people to dive into the sea to fight. Montblanc Kulik said. Montblanc Cricket looked at Rogue and Zoro. Among the crowd, those with devil fruit abilities are definitely not suitable for diving into the sea to fight. After some discussion, Sanji and Zoro, the King of Ninjas and Montblanc Kulik, as well as the ape and the gorilla, decided to go to attack the Bellamy pirates' fleet. Rog and Luffy and Izumi, the water goddess and Usopp, are responsible for coordinating here, and can contain the enemy at the right time. Montblanc Kulik and the others also gathered 60 crew members who were good at diving. The descendants of orangutans and apes brought from North Blue. The orangutan also brought a lot of diving masks, which store a certain amount of air inside, enough to breathe for 30 minutes. But after 30 minutes, it needs to float to the surface again and fill in the air. Montblanc Kulik and Zoro both wore diving masks on their faces. Okay, let's go. Each of the 6 of us leads 10 crew members to dive down together and destroy the warships of the Bellamy pirates. Montblanc Kulik took off his captain's coat, revealing the strong muscles of the upper body said. I wish everyone success. Rog said to Montblanc Kulik and the others. You must sink those hateful warships. Captain Usopp will bless you. Usopp said imposingly. What a pity, I can't fight. Luffy was reluctant. You can go at ease. Izumi Water Goddess said gently. After seeing the expression of the water goddess Izumi, Sanji said with a worried expression. Don't worry, the night will definitely destroy the enemy. Montblanc Kurik said. Don't worry, we will definitely return Guy. Montblanc Kurik, orangutans and orangutans, Zoro and Sanji, and the King of Ninjas, each led 10 elite crew members and began to dive into the sea. Because the Bellamy pirates' fleet mainly attacked the northern direction of the giant sea dock. So Montblanc Kulik and the others all went to the west side of the top deck of the giant offshore dock, and from there they jumped into the sea below. Montblanc Kulik and the orangutans, as well as Zoro, Sanji, and the King of Ninjas all led the crew to swim to the north. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 627 Deep Sea Shark Frogman Squad. When everyone was swimming in the sea, the people inside a behemoth in the sea discovered the group of people who had dived into the sea. In the command room of the heavy submarine Ghost. Hewitt is commanding the heavy submarine to continue fighting. Lord Shuit, I have discovered the traces of a new enemy. A crew member said quickly. What? Hewitt looked at the crew member. He walked over to the crew member, who was operating in front of a mechanical instrument. This instrument uses echolocation to observe the situation around heavy submarines, that is, sonar. There is a small group of targets, which can be identified as human beings, and they all dived into the sea. The crew member said. Bellamy saw a cluster of UV dots displayed on the instrument, indicating that the sonar had detected a cluster of targets through echolocation. Like this, use the Ghost to turn around and observe the enemy further, Bellamy said. The crew who received the order began to steer the rudder, and the heavy submarine began to turn the hull to the discovered Montblanc Kulik who had submerged into the sea. Who had dived into the sea, continued to dive in the north direction. But Sanji suddenly realized that something was wrong, and he looked into the sea. I saw a heavy submarine aiming its bow at everyone. The heavy submarine aimed its bow at the crowd and seemed to want to do something. Hey, look at you. Sanji hurriedly said to Montblanc Kulik and the others. Montblanc Kurik and Zoro all looked at the heavy submarine Ghost. They saw a large, heavy submarine turning towards them. Oops, don't tell me we're being targeted. Montblanc Kulik said nervously. How can it be like this? There is actually a submarine here. The orangutan said in surprise. Could it be that it was this submarine that attacked the bottom of the giant offshore dock just now? The orangutan quickly looked towards the bottom of the giant sea dock. At this time, everyone was diving in the sea, and from here, they could clearly see the large and small caves at the bottom of the giant sea dock that were destroyed by anti-ship torpedoes. The small caves are 3 or 4 meters wide, and the large ones are dozens of meters wide. Looks like we've encountered an enemy, Zoro said, clenching the katana at his waist. Inside the command room of the heavy submarine Ghost. The crew of Hewitt and the Bellamy pirates saw Montblanc Kulik and Zoro. Of course, after all, in the sea, the light is dim, and there is some distance, which makes it impossible to see the face of the other party completely. However, in this case, it can be judged by speculation that these people are from the Tsuruyama Allied Army. It's really quite a lot, there are dozens of people, Hewitt said after observing Montblanc Kulik and the others. Lord Shuit, are they sneaking into the sea to escape? A crew member asked Shuit. Hewitt observed the people of the Tsuruyama Allied Army again, and he said, if they run away, then it can be said to be a good thing. I am more worried about their real purpose. In case these people want to attack the 5 of our fleet like frogmen. A major surface warship, then things can be dangerous. Quote. Really, you need to inform Boss Bellamy immediately. The crew member said in shock. Hewitt had already taken out the phone bug that communicated with Bellamy. He dialed the phone bug to Bellamy. Hello, Schweeter, What's going on with you now? This giant sea dock is badly damaged. You look good there too. Bellamy on the opposite side quickly replied. Boss Bellamy, now I have something important to tell you, it's an emergency. Hewitt's tone was urgent. Speak quickly. Bellamy on the opposite side also realized that there was something important. Boss Bellamy, we just found a group of people from the Tsuruyama coalition snorkeling in the sea. Their goal is most likely to attack 5 ships, including the new Vicky Bello, like a frogman. Fang surface main warship. Shoot said very eagerly. What? Bellamy was shocked when he heard it. It's true, so please be sure to pay attention to this enemy threat, Boss Bellamy. Shoot said very seriously. Well, I'll keep an eye out. But you're going to find a way to deal with these enemies too. Bellamy said. As ordered. Hewitt said. Then Bellamy ended the call. In the see-through the tempered glass of the command room. How do you act now, Lord Hewitt? The crew on the side quickly asked. Now quickly dispatch the Ghost Frogman Combat Team Deep Sea Shark Frogman Team to destroy the members of the Tsuruyama Combined Army. Hewitt gave the order. The Ghost Heavy Submarine has been fighting in the sea for a long time, and is naturally equipped with an elite frogman squad. Below the mid-hull of the Ghost a few minutes after the order was given. Below the Ghost's hull the hatches begin to open. Then, from the inside, a team of frogmen wearing full-body steel diving suits swam out. There are 18 members in this team. Each member is wearing a full-body steel diving suit with a shark-like head shape on the head of the diving suit. That's why this team of frogmen is called the Deep Sea Shark. They also have a steel tank attached to their backs, filled with chemicals, and a propeller below the tank. This is a set of propeller propulsion devices used in the sea. This propeller propulsion unit burns chemicals inside, and then the propeller below rotates to generate propulsion. There are also 2 searchlights that provide light at the 2 eyes that mimic the shape of a shark on the head of the full steel diving suit. Each frogman carries a special harpoon rifle in his hand. Harpoon rifles are very well made and large, almost as large as a machine gun. And each of the 18 members of the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team is the elite of the Bellamy Pirates. They are strong and good at fighting in the sea. And their well-equipped equipment makes them able to fight against many sea creatures and human enemies. With this equipment and training, they can beat many strong fishmen in the sea. The leader of the team gave orders to the team members. Okay, let's start destroying the members of the Tsuruyama Alliance. The captain rushed to the front and said. As ordered. The players shouted together. The reason why Hewitt made the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team attack like this. It is also because the Ghost Heavy Submarine itself is equipped with powerful anti-ship torpedoes, but these anti-ship torpedoes themselves are huge and can only attack targets such as large warships. The most complete Filu Novel Resource Station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 628 Angry Tsuruyama Combined Army. However, if you want to deal with human targets lurking in the sea in this way, you can only rely on the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team. 18 members of the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team swam in their direction together. The propellers behind the propellers on the backs of these frogmen began to spin violently. Deep Sea Shark Frogman team began to speed up their pursuit of Mont Blanc Kulik and Sanji. Mont Blanc Kurik and Sanji were constantly swimming towards the north at this time. Sanji also kept an eye on the situation of the Ghost Heavy Submarine. What? Sanji looked at the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team that was released from the hull of the Ghost in shock. What's the matter? Mont Blanc Kulik also quickly looked at the direction where the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team appeared. He only saw more than a dozen frogmen in steel diving suits approaching quickly. Oops, looks like the enemy is going to deal with us. Mont Blanc Kulik said urgently. Orangutans and Zoro also saw the Deep Sea Shark Frogman team chasing after them. This team of frogmen in steel diving suits going is amazing. With the propeller propulsion device on their backs, they quickly caught up with the people of the Tsuruyama Allied Army. What happened? I met these guys in Haley. Zoro clenched the katana hilt at his waist and prepared to fight. Montblanc Kulik looked at the deep-sea shark frogman squad that was constantly approaching. I'm worried about the worst thing. That is, since this submarine can find us people, then they may also be able to make those warships get information. Montblanc Kulik said worriedly. If that's the case, then it's really bad, said the orangutan anxiously. Will our actions be disrupted? The orangutan said with great concern. Now everyone is very worried about their actions being discovered. In fact, although it was not stated clearly, it is now obvious that the actions of everyone must have been known to Akatsuki by the Bellamy Pirates fleet. The deep-sea shark frogman team continued to approach. The captain of the frogman squad picked up the harpoon rifle in his hand and aimed at a crew member of the Tsuruyama Union Army in the sea. Start the attack. The captain fired a small harpoon with a harpoon rifle. The harpoon shot was only 10 centimeters long, but its strength was extremely high, and it was also quickly shot at the Tsuruyama Union Army crew member in this seawater. PFF'd. The Tsuruyama coalition crew was hit in the back with a small harpoon. His blood spurted out quickly, dyeing the surrounding seawater with yuhi. Chuck, said the orangutan, seeing the hit crew member. He quickly swam to the side of the hit crew member, only to see that the crew member's heart was shot from the back by a small harpoon, which was fatally injured. Damn, the orangutan looked at the deep-sea shark frogman team angrily. Chuck, who was just killed, was the subordinate that the orangutan brought from North Blue, and he was his brother. But he was shot and killed by the deep-sea shark frogman team. The orangutan quickly is going to go to hell with these guys. Orangutan, Montblanc Kulik said quickly. Dangerous, said the orangutan to the orangutan. The orangutan is now desperately swimming towards the deep-sea shark frogman team in hatred. At this time, the members of the deep-sea shark frogman team raised their harpoon rifles. They aimed at the members of the Tsuruyama coalition and started shooting. Pooch, puff, 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 puff. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces were hit one by one with small harpoons fired from their harpoon rifles. The crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces who were hit were bloodied one by one, and they were immediately dead or seriously injured and drifted in the sea. Bastard! The orangutan was also angry, and he rushed to the deep-sea shark frogman team. There's no way, everyone, come on. Montblanc Kulik saw that the situation was out of control, and he personally led the crowd to rush over. Zoro and the King of Ninjas and Sanji also rushed over together. Now the situation is to have to fight. Kill them. The orangutan growled loudly. Kill. Many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army roared angrily. They took out the saber they were carrying and started rushing towards the members of the deep-sea shark frogman squad. The members of the deep-sea shark frogman team quickly loaded their harpoon rifles again. These harpoon rifles are similar to shotguns in that they can be fired once through the barrel and then quickly fired again. The general harpoon launching firearm itself needs to be loaded with a huge harpoon like a crossbow, and it takes a long time after it is fired. The members of these deep-sea shark frogman squads use small harpoons, which can be loaded into a lot by harpoon rifles. Therefore, the frequency of these deep-sea shark frogman squad members using harpoon rifles to shoot small harpoons is very high. The crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces were shot dead in large numbers before they dashed to their close range. When the Tsuruyama coalition approached these deep-sea shark frogman squad members, they swam away quickly with the propeller propulsion device on their backs. What's the matter? These guys are swimming so fast. The orangutan said anxiously. He wanted to hit these deep-sea shark frogman team members quickly, but the opponent was extremely fast in the sea with the propeller propulsion device on the back. The orangutan quickly swam behind a member of the deep-sea shark frogman team and bit him tightly. What's the matter? The deep-sea shark frogman team member was shocked when he discovered that the orangutan could swim as fast as him. Even strictly speaking, the orangutan is faster than him. However, the backs of the members of the deep-sea shark frogman team have propeller propulsion devices with powerful propulsion. The orangutan was able to catch up with him by virtue of its own swimming ability. Asshole! Don't try to run. The orangutan approached the deep-sea shark frogman team member with amazing swimming speed. This ape-like human has been swimming in the sea for a long time, extremely fast. He finally chased behind the deep-sea shark frogman team member. Caught you. The orangutan grabbed the left foot of this deep-sea shark frogman team member. Ah! The deep-sea shark frogman team member looked at the orangutan who caught him in horror. But he quickly aimed his harpoon rifle at the orangutan, and pulled the trigger. Orangutans put their left arm in front of their head. PFF'd. A small harpoon was shot on the ape's left arm. But the orangutan quickly threw off his left arm, forming a left hook posture. This deep-sea shark frogman team member wanted to continue firing, but there was no chance. Ape fist. Left hook punch. The orangutan's left hook punched with enough force to kill a whale and hit the deep-sea shark frogman team member. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 629 Fighting Deep-Sea Shark Frogman Squad. Clang. With a loud noise resounding through the sea, the deep-sea shark frogman team member was hit hard by this punch, and his body flew to the bottom of the sea. Being hit by this punch, even if the steel diving suit cannot be destroyed, the shock generated is enough to kill the human body inside. The orangutan looked at his left arm. The small harpoon almost penetrated the front of his left arm. He bit Kiba and pulled the small harpoon out. What kind of pain is this? The orangutan clenched his fists and continued to swim back into the fight. The brothers and comrades of the Tsuruyama allied army were killed, and the ape was full of hatred and plunged into the battle. Zoro quickly approached a member of the deep-sea shark frogman squad, but the opponent quickly swam away with the propeller on his back. The deep-sea shark frogman team member took his harpoon rifle at Zoro and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A small 10-centimeter harpoon was fired at Zoro at an astonishing speed. Zoro quickly blocked his chest with the ghost in his hand. Clang! Ghost Toru successfully blocked the small harpoon. Zoro is a very strong swordsman after all, able to resist bullets with his katana. Zoro's movement speed was weakened due to the increased resistance of the water. Zoro's potential murderous feeling was able to successfully judge the position of the opponent's attack on him. The deep-sea shark frogman team continued to load the harpoon rifle, then aimed at Zoro and attacked again. Zoro swimming in the sea still can't keep up with the exaggerated speed of the orangutan, so he can't catch up with the members of the deep-sea shark frogman team with propeller propulsion device. But Zoro is still able to attack even so. Zoro was wearing a breathing mask, so he couldn't use the three swords of the three katana. In addition to the ghost in his hand, he also pulled out the word Hidao from the scabbard at his waist. Two swordsmanship, eagle wave. In Zoro's hands, Shuizhao and Gush slashed out two sword chi. Two blue eagle-like sword chi rushed towards the members of the deep-sea shark frogman team. No matter how fast this deep-sea shark frogman team member was, he couldn't resist Zoro's sword energy. Two sword chi hit the deep-sea shark frogman team member. He was hit, causing the whole person to tremble violently in the sea. Really tough. The deep-sea shark frogman team member observed his body. Although with the steel diving suit, he was not injured. That kind of sword energy is also greatly reduced in seawater, and it cannot penetrate the steel diving suit he is wearing. At this time, Zoro suddenly approached him, because the attack just now made him into chaos and couldn't use the propeller on his back. But Zoro only had a handful of snow in his hand. One knife flow. Aye. Lion song song. Zoro clasped the snow with both hands, and he slashed the deep-sea shark frogman team member in the neck. The steel diving suit is not absolutely hard and invincible, and the neck is even weaker. Although it was greatly reduced in the sea, Zoro's power to use this steel-cutting attack was far greater than before. Chong! Zoro's hand swept past the opponent's neck. The steel diving suit of this deep-sea shark frogman team member was cut off at the neck. Even the steel was cut off, and so was his throat. Blood splattered in the sea. In the helmet of the steel diving suit, the face of this deep-sea shark frogman team member was unbelievably frozen at the last moment. Zoro finished his attack. He turned his head to look at the opponent. I saw blood gushing out from the opponent's neck, and his body was floating in the seawater. I can cut through steel even in the sea, and my swordsmanship has improved again, Zoro said with satisfaction. Zoro wielded a katana and continued to fight in the sea. The Ninja King also swims in the sea with his nimble martial arts abilities. Because the King of Ninja himself has been trained in swimming in the water since he was a child in the gang, he can dive into the water to infiltrate and even fight, which makes his swimming speed comparable to that of an orangutan. The King of Ninjas is dressed as a black ninja and swims in the sea like a shark. Those members of the deep-sea shark frogman squad saw that the King of Ninjas were shocked that the opponent was a real sea fish. The King of Ninja changed his hands to gauntlet hooks. The hardness of this armor hook is very hard beyond that of steel, and combined with the King of Jonan's own fighting skills, it can completely cut through the weak points of the steel diving suit. How could it be like this? He is so fast. A member of the deep-sea shark frogman team said in surprise. The Ninja King quickly came to him. This deep-sea shark frogman team member shoots a small harpoon at the King of Ninjas with a harpoon rifle in his hand. But the Ninja King quickly avoided it. He was already behind the deep-sea shark frogman team member, and the hand armor hooks of both hands were placed on the neck of the deep-sea shark frogman team member. Chong! A harsh voice sounded, and the hand armor hooks of the King of Ninjas cut the neck of the deep-sea shark frogman team member together. The steel was also cut open, and the throat inside was cut off together. The deep-sea shark frogman team member whose neck was severed trembled in pain for a few times and then floated in the sea water, leaving only the blood scattered from his neck. After the deep-sea shark frogman team member was killed, the King of Ninjas suddenly felt someone attack from his back. He dodged quickly. Sure enough, a small harpoon shot at his original location. The Ninja King quickly swam towards the attacking deep-sea shark frogman team member. Damn, shoot you! This deep-sea shark frogman team member quickly reloaded the harpoon rifle in his hand and fired a small harpoon. The King of Ninjas dodged again. This deep-sea shark frogman team member shot two small harpoons one after another, but they were all dodged by the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninja finally got close to him, but didn't attack with the hand armor hook. The Ninja King quickly threw an exploding shuriken to the neck of the deep-sea shark frogman squad member. Boom! A dull but loud explosion sounded in the sea. The projectile used in the explosive shuriken used by the King of Ninja this time is a specially made gunpowder, and the explosion is far more powerful than before. The King of Ninjas looked at each other. I saw this deep-sea shark frogman team member sinking to the bottom of the sea below. The power of the explosion just now tore the weak point of the opponent's steel diving suit, causing the seawater to pour in. The opponent was naturally killed when it exploded. Suddenly two more small harpoons were fired at the Ninja King. The King of Ninjas escaped in an emergency. He quickly turned around and rushed towards the two attacking deep-sea shark frogman squad members. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 630 The Battle of Kamui. The two deep-sea shark frogman team members alternately used harpoon rifles to shoot, but both were dodged by the King of Ninjas. How can this guy be so fast? It's no worse than a real sea fish. Is he really a human? Isn't he a fish man? Due to the speed of the King of Ninjas, all the members of the deep-sea shark frogman team suspected that he was a fish man family. But there is a thing in this world called hard training. Yuhi, one of the four emperors, Hair Shanks, does not rely on devil fruit, and even broken arm. He is one of the most powerful people in the world. This is enough to prove that hard training to strengthen one's own strength is the fundamental. Eagle-eyed Mahawk also did not rely on the devil fruit. With his superb swordsmanship, only one person was able to roam the four seas and the Great Route, becoming the #1 swordsman admired by the world. The Ninja King quickly approached the two deep-sea shark frogman squad members, and this time he threw 2 explosive shuriken. The King of Ninja's ability to throw hidden weapons is extremely strong. Even in the sea, it can be thrown accurately, but considering the resistance of the sea water, the distance needs to be closer. Boom, boom. 2 huge explosions sounded, and the 2 deep-sea shark frogman team members also went to the west and sank to the bottom of the sea. The King of Ninja continued to fight against the deep-sea shark frogman squad members after killing 4 deep-sea shark frogman squad members in a row. Sanji uses his feet to fight opponents in the sea. Swimming in the water, Sanji quickly alternated his feet. It has to be said that Sanji, who has been fighting with his feet for a long time, has a very strong grasp of the flexibility of his feet. You can move your legs and feet with high frequency. In this way, Sanji's swimming speed is close to that of the King of Apes and Ninjas. After all, Sanji usually kicks a few feet in an instant, but swimming in the sea is like a duck to water. Okay, let's see the trick. Sanji approached a member of the deep-sea shark frogman squad after dodging a small harpoon fired by him. This deep-sea shark frogman team member was horrified to see Sanji swimming in front of him. Sanji first aimed his right foot at his head. Marine foot technique. First meet. Sanji swiftly kicked him in the head with his right foot. This deep-sea shark frogman team member was kicked in the head, and his body leaned back violently. But because of wearing a steel diving suit, the deep-sea shark frogman team member was not knocked down immediately. Instead, he quickly pulled out a fine steel saber from his waist and slashed at Sanji. Sanji quickly dodged away, and the opponent's chop failed. Sanji looked at the saber in the opponent's hand. This saber was very well made, and it was much larger than an ordinary saber. Even a horse's head could be cut off. But how could Sanji be intimidated by such a weapon? He quickly swam again and attacked again. Marine foot technique. The most advanced minced meat. Sanji swam behind the deep-sea shark frogman team member and started to attack the opponent's body violently with both feet. Clang, 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 clang. This deep-sea shark frogman team member was kicked by Sanji's feet intensively, and his body trembled violently. Although Sanji's feet are powerful and can suppress opponents, after all, they still can't keep up with the cutting effect of sharp metal weapons. Sanji also understood this. After continuing to attack, he took out a special dagger from the lining of his black suit. This dagger is made of stainless steel and is very sharp. Make an exception, this time you guys are going to get my hands dirty. Sanji swung his dagger at the neck of the deep-sea shark frogman team member and stabbed it. Chong. The dagger in Sanji's hand pierced the weak position of the neck of the deep-sea shark frogman team member's steel diving suit under his amazing strength, and the deep-sea shark frogman team member's throat was also pierced, and he was killed on the spot. Sanji pulled out the dagger and kicked the enemy's corpse away with one kick. The brave sea knight continued to swim fast and battle the deep-sea shark frogman. Mont Blanc Kulik fought fiercely with the members of the deep-sea shark frogman squad. This strong chestnut-headed man was swimming desperately in the sea. Due to his year-round exploration in the sea, Mont Blanc Kulik is very good at swimming in the sea. You bastards! I'm going to kill you! Mont Blanc Cricket charged fiercely at these deep-sea shark frogman squad members. Members of the deep-sea shark frogman team took up their harpoon rifles and shot small harpoons at Mont Blanc Kulik. However, they were shocked to find that this chestnut-headed man with a shirtless body was swimming quickly in the sea like fishman. Mont Blanc Kulik quickly rushed to the 3 deep-sea shark frogman team members. The 3 deep-sea shark frogman team members kept shooting Mont Blanc Kulik with their harpoon rifles. Mont Blanc Kulik avoided the small harpoons, and he quickly approached the 3 deep-sea shark frogman team members. Mont Blanc Kulik approached the 3. He took out a bundle of time bombs hanging from the back of his waist. This time bomb showed several detonators and explosives tied together, and there was a time clock on it. Try this. Mont Blanc Cricket adjusted the timer to 10 seconds before it exploded, and threw the time bomb at the 3 deep-sea shark frogman team members. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. 3 deep-sea shark frogmen team members were enveloped in the explosion. The power of the time bomb is huge, and even 3 members of the deep-sea shark frogman team wearing steel diving suits are unable to resist this kind of damage. Montblanc Kulik looked at the area after the explosion, and saw 3 members of the deep-sea shark frogman team sinking to the bottom of the sea below. The steel diving suits the 3 of them were wearing were already in tatters. Under the huge power of the time bomb, the steel diving suits worn by the members of these deep-sea shark frogman squads were also unable to resist damage. Montblanc Kulik continued to rush towards the other deep-sea shark frogman squad members to fight. Under the efforts of everyone, the members of the deep-sea shark frogman team were continuously killed. After the original 18 deep-sea shark frogman team members fought fiercely, only 3 people remained. The 3 of them included the captain. The captain of this elite frogman team was terrified when he saw that his side suffered such heavy losses. How could it be like this? I had to withdraw the ghost quickly. The captain of the deep-sea shark frogman team said. But how could Montblanc Kulik allow these enemies to escape? Don't try to run. The orangutan hurriedly moved to chase after it. The orangutan chased after the 3 people, and he quickly set the 2 bundles of time bombs he was carrying, and they both detonated 10 seconds later. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 631 Attack the Ghost. Go, bury for our dead brothers. The orangutan roared angrily and threw 2 bundles of time bombs at the same time. The 2 deep-sea shark frogman team members and the captain had nowhere to run. Boom, boom. 2 huge explosions sounded, and the 2 deep-sea shark frogman team members and the team leader were completely eliminated. So far, the 18-member deep-sea shark frogman team, including the captain, was wiped out. The orangutan looked at the remnant Mukuro of the 3 enemies floating in the sea, and said, "Finally, I got my revenge." In the command room of the heavy submarine Ghost, Hewitt and the crew all saw the annihilation of the deep-sea shark frogman squad. Report, Lord Shuit. All the deep-sea shark frogman teams we dispatched were killed. A crew member reports. How could this be? Hewitt's always calm face also became difficult to look at. A crew member hurriedly asked Shuit, "Lord Shuit, what should we do next?" And Zorro in the sea. Can our anti-ship torpedoes hit them? Shuit suddenly asked. An anti-ship torpedo could hit them if they were fired. But the bomb part of an anti-ship torpedo needs to hit the hull with that kind of force to detonate, said the sailor. Is that just hitting them with the speed of anti-ship torpedoes? If so, Hewitt is now facing the question of whether to attack with anti-ship torpedoes. The anti-ship torpedo itself requires a severe impact to detonate. However, the anti-ship torpedo itself is very fast, and if it hits the target, even a human-sized body will be killed or injured. Well, now we only have this effective weapon. Attack with anti-ship torpedoes. Hewitt gave the order. As ordered. Soon the order was communicated to the torpedo launch room. And Zorro in the sea with 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. At this time, the orangutan looked at the Ghost heavy submarine and said, "Boss, what should we do next?" Montblanc Kurik looked at the heavy submarine Ghost, and said decisively, "Most of our next battles will be in the sea, so in this case, we cannot rule out the threat posed by this submarine. The next battle may be successful. So, let's all destroy this submarine with time bombs." Okay. Sanji, the orangutan and the orangutan all spoke together. Since the enemy is chasing after him, there is no need to escape at all. Although the main personnel of Montblanc Kulik and Sanji survived the battle just now, more than 30 crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army were killed, leaving only 20 people left. Not only the powerful Sanji and the guerrillas, but even the crew members of the Tsuruyama United Army were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to avenge their comrades who died just now. Montblanc Kurik and Sanji, carrying time bombs, began to swim towards the Wraith heavy submarine. The Ghost heavy submarine was suddenly aiming its bow at them, and the bow suddenly opened 2 hatches, revealing 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes. 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes were aimed at the Tsuruyama combined army. What are they doing? Sanji looked at the 4 anti-ship torpedo tubes that suddenly appeared and said. Everyone here has a bad feeling. Suddenly, an anti-ship torpedo was fired from a quadruple anti-ship torpedo tube. The anti-ship torpedo with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 5 meters swam quickly in the direction of the Tsuruyama combined army under the propelling of the propeller. Get out of the way! Mont Blanc Kulik hurriedly shouted. Sanji and Ape and the others hurriedly avoided. However, some of the slower-moving crew of the Tsuruyama Allied forces could not dodge. Boom! A crew member of the Tsuruyama Union Army was hit by an anti-ship torpedo. He was hit by this high-speed anti-ship torpedo and floated directly in the sea. The anti-ship torpedo continued to swim, and finally reached a distant rock on the ocean floor. Boom! The anti-ship torpedo exploded violently. The rapid spread of this violent explosion through the seawater made everyone on the side of the Tsuruyama United Army hear clearly. It appears that their anti-ship torpedoes need to hit with great force to detonate. Mont Blanc Kulik said. They're going to use anti-ship torpedoes against us. The orangutan said in shock. Then came another anti-ship torpedo after another from the 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes in the Ghost's bow. Everyone on the anti-ship torpedo side hurriedly avoided this one after another. Like Mont Blanc, Kulik and Sanji, they were both quick and successful in evading these anti-ship torpedoes. Other crew members of the Tsuruyama coalition army were not so good. Many of them were killed by anti-ship torpedoes. However, the 8 anti-ship torpedoes of the 2 quadruple-mounted anti-ship torpedo tubes will eventually be exhausted. When all 8 anti-ship torpedoes were fired, the 2 hatches were closed again. The 2 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes were restarted to load new anti-ship torpedoes. Take advantage of this opportunity and quickly install a time bomb on this submarine. Sanji said. The Ghost Heavy submarine itself lacks the ability to counterattack these human opponents after it has launched anti-ship torpedoes. Although the propeller itself is very fast, the steering flexibility is not very high because of its huge size. Mont Blanc Kulik and Sanji, the orangutan, Zoro and the King of Ninjas and the surviving crew of more than a dozen Tsuruyama combined forces all arrived on the back of the Ghost Heavy submarine. This submarine seems solid. Zoro slashed the Ghost's hull with his katana. The outermost layer of the hull of the Ghost uses special hardwood to reduce resistance. After the hardwood is cut, the inside is a thick steel hull. Mont Blanc Kurik looked at the thick steel hull and said, if we want to blow up this place, we need to concentrate our own time bomb. Then he turned his attention to the tail area of the Ghost again. He walked over and saw a huge propeller at the tail of the Ghost that was constantly spinning to generate propulsion in the sea. If we attack here, maybe it's okay too. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at the huge propeller that was constantly spinning and said. After another urgent discussion, everyone finally decided to place a time bomb near the propeller of the Ghost and in the center of the back of the boat. The most complete Philo novel resource station. Sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 632 Ghost is destroyed. At this time in the command room of the Ghost Heavy submarine, Hewitt urgently asked the crew. Where did they go just now? Hewitt quickly asked. Those enemies seem to have made it to the mid-south back of the Ghost's hull. A crew member said. Report to Lord Hewitt. The people from the Tsuruyama Allied Army seem to have arranged something on the back of our ship. Another crew member rushed to report. After the crew member's report, Hewitt's face changed greatly. On the back of our ship. Hewitt had a very disturbing thought. The hatches of the heavy submarine itself are highly airtight, and even if they could find them from the outside, they wouldn't be able to open those hatches to get in here. When the members of the Deep-Sea Shark Frogman team were fighting with the Tsuruyama United soldiers just now, Hewitt and the others were also watching. Obviously, the people of the Tsuruyama Allied forces have explosive weapons. What Hewitt and the rest of the crew were most worried about was that the people of the Tsuruyama Allied Army were planting bombs. Now get up to speed and try to get rid of them. Hewitt hurriedly issued an order. As ordered. The crew, who received the order, began to maneuver the Ghost even further. On the back of the hull of the Ghost, Montblanc, Kulik and Sanji, who were deploying time bombs, felt the speed of the heavy submarine under their feet significantly increase. They stepped up and it looks like our intentions were exposed. Montblanc Kulik said. We need to get the ticking time bomb out quickly, said the ape. Everyone successively placed 2 dense time bomb placement areas near the propeller of the Ghost heavy submarine and in the middle of the back of the hull. Okay, everyone quickly retreat. But leave from both sides. Montblanc Kulik said after finishing the time bombs. Everyone quickly swam away from the back of the hull of the Ghost heavy submarine from both sides. The reason for this is that it is easy to get caught by the propeller from the front or the rear. Montblanc Kulik, the orangutan, Sanji, Zoro, and the King of Ninjas all looked at the heavy submarine Phantom, which continued to move. Those time bombs were set for a minute, long enough for everyone to leave. And because the Ghost heavy submarine moves quickly, it can pull more safety distances. On the back of the Ghost heavy submarine, the time bombs were glued to the back of the hull by a special glue that could also be used in seawater. Near the stern propeller and the mid-back area of the hull, more than a dozen time bombs were placed in each place. The power of these time bombs is great individually, and the power of adding up is even more amazing. Tick, 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 tick. The hands on the time bombs are constantly approaching the final moment. The ticking time bombs have finally reached the final moment of detonation. Boom, 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 boom. Time bombs exploded in groups. Who had already distanced themselves from the Phantom heavy submarine, both saw this spectacular explosion. What a powerful explosion! Montblanc Kulik said with emotion. A violent explosion occurred in the middle of the back of the hull of the heavy submarine and the position of the tail near the propeller. The heavy submarine exploded violently, especially at the tail near the propeller, which affected the huge propeller. The Wraith's propeller was devastated and quickly stopped turning. Without the propellers on the tail, the Wraith was completely immobile. It seems that the other party has indeed been hit hard. Sanji looked at the heavy submarine Ghost and said. It wasn't just the tail propellers that took a hit on the USS Ghost. The middle area of the back of this heavy submarine was also detonated by the explosion just now, and a huge crack was opened. A lot of seawater poured in from there. The Ghost heavy submarine began to sink faster. In the command room of the heavy submarine Ghost, Hewitt and the crew of the Bellamy pirates felt the Phantom tremble violently. What's going on here? Could it be that the bomb planted by the enemy really exploded? Chute said in shock. It is reported that Mr. Hoot, the stern propeller of the Ghost and the middle of the back of the hull were severely damaged by the explosion. A large amount of seawater poured in from the damaged area, and the Ghost was sinking at an accelerated rate. An emergency crew member in charge of the maneuver reported. Hewitt could also feel that the heavy submarine was sinking faster. Okay. Separate the area that is poured into the seawater with a waterproof hatch. Hewitt ordered quickly. The order was conveyed quickly. The damaged stern of the Ghost and the cabin near the middle of the back of the hull quickly closed the bulkhead door. The heavy submarine finally stopped sinking after pouring a large amount of seawater. The Ghost stopped sinking, but couldn't move either, just floating in the sea. Hewitt in the command room of the Phantom looked out through the tempered glass. And now the heavy submarine was completely stagnant. The Ghost heavy submarine is now trapped in the sea. The explosion just now not only destroyed the giant propeller at the stern of the Ghost, but also destroyed the rudder. In this way, the Ghost could neither advance nor turn. In this state, the Ghost is equivalent to dying at sea. It won't work like this now. Now it's only possible to surface. Drain the water from the Ghost's diving cabin and let the submarine float to the surface. Hewitt hurriedly issued an order. The crew who received the order hurriedly operated the Ghost to drain the seawater in the diving cabin to the outside sea. The heavy submarine began to rise. Gradually, the ghost began to rise from more than 400 meters below the sea surface, and reached more than 300 meters above the sea surface. More than 200 meters from the sea surface. From the sea surface more than 100 meters. Tens of meters from the sea. Montblanc, Kulik and Sanji also saw the heavy submarine constantly surface. Hurry up and catch up. Montblanc, Kulik said quickly. Montblanc, Kulik, Sanji and Zoro, the king of ninjas, orangutans and the rest of the crew of the more than 10 Tsuruyama allied forces all swam up together. The ghost continued to rise, and finally broke through the sea again. The 90-meter-long heavy submarine is now floating on the sea like a whale that has come to the sea. After the ghost successfully floated to the sea, Hewitt in the command room quickly gave orders to the surrounding crew. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 633 Fierce Hand-to-Hand Combat. Okay, get out of here now. It's impossible to stay here any longer. Shoot quickly ordered. Many crew members and Hewitt quickly left the command room. The broadcast inside the heavy submarine also ordered the crew to quickly abandon the ship. The Ghost submarine has a total of 120 crew members, 18 of whom are the former deep-sea shark Frogman squad. There are more than 100 people left. On the back of the hull of the heavy submarine Ghost, a hatch was opened. A large number of crew members escaped from the inside. The crew of these Bellamy pirates are all Grandmaster water-based and can swim and escape through the surrounding sea. Instead, hiding in this heavy submarine is equivalent to staying in an iron coffin. At last on the sea. At this time, on the sea not far from the Ghost heavy submarine, Montblanc, Kurik and the others swam to the sea one after another. Because the battle just now also consumed a lot of time, the breathing masks on everyone's faces also need to be supplemented with air. On the sea Zoro and Sanji, as well as the Ninja King and Orang Asli, all took off their breathing masks from their faces. Hu Kai, the orangutan breathed the air with a big mouth. It's such a long absence of fresh air, said the orangutan, taking a deep breath. It feels like I've lived in the sea for decades, said Sanji, breathing heavily. It's really tormenting to be in the sea for so long. Zoro gasped. The Ninja King just took the breathing mask off. This man from the Wano-kuni Ninja organization has undergone a lot of underwater training since he was a child, as well as various trainings of holding his breath in the dark, even if he is allowed to hold his breath for a few minutes. Montblanc Kurik also took off his breathing mask, panting heavily. The more than 10 crew members of the Tsuruyama United Army also took off their breathing masks and took a deep breath of fresh air. They looked at the heavy submarine Wraith. This heavy submarine floating on the sea, now a large number of crew members are coming out from the hatch inside. Are these guys trying to escape? The orangutan said, looking at the enemies. My revenge is not over yet, said the orangutan angrily. Let's go on together. Montblanc Kulik said. Okay. Many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army shouted in unison. Of the Tsuruyama Allied Army, Zoro, Sanji, and the King of Ninjas all swam towards the heavy submarine Ghost that floated to the sea. On the back of the hull of the Ghost heavy submarine, a large number of Bellamy pirates' crew escaped from it. Don't try to escape. Suddenly a mighty voice sounded. Montblanc Kulik rushed over. The crew of the Bellamy pirates saw a burly man with a chestnut head swimming to the side of the Ghost, and then he jumped abruptly to the back of the Ghost. Crap. The crew of the Bellamy's pirates were all aware of the situation. Montblanc Kurik was even with his arms outstretched in a complimentary fighting stance. Well, now let's have a duel between men. Montblanc Kulik roared angrily. This man, who had always been calm, was now full of blood and passion. The Montblanc family's unique fighting skills. Chestnut boxing. Montblanc Kulik himself swung a powerful fist at these Bellamy pirates and attacked violently. Chestnut fist integrates straight punches, uppercuts, leg kicks, somersaults, headbutts and other combat skills and postures, with both strength and flexibility, excellent offense and defense, and beat this group of Bellamy pirates in close combat. Members are powerless. Ah! What a powerful punch! This guy seems to be the boss of the Tsuruyama Union Army. It hurts to death. Under the fierce attack of Mont Blanc Kulik's chestnut boxing, these Bellamy pirates were beaten into a dreadful mess. Chestnut boxing technique, heavy hammer Tianling Gai. Mont Blanc Kulik clenched his fists together and slammed into the top of a Bellamy pirate's member's head. The Bellamy pirate's member's head was hit so hard from above that his head shook violently. The damage was comparable to a sledgehammer weighing several tons hitting a person's head. The Bellamy pirates suffered severe cranial injuries, and blood quickly came out of his nose. Ah! The mortally wounded Bellamy pirates fell on the back of the ghost before rolling into the sea. 100% of this fatal injury is hopeless. Some other Bellamy pirates saw this horrible situation, and they were all very terrified. Mont Blanc Kulik was like a god of death standing in front of them. Chestnut boxing, burst punches. Mont Blanc Kulik threw his fists in quick succession. In this state, he continuously punched several times per second. It was dazzling to see, although he only attacked with 2 fists. This is very similar to Luffy's rubber machine gun. But the distance is shorter. After all, not everyone can stretch their arms like Luffy. However, when Mont Blanc Kulik used his burst punches, his feet also moved together, which made him more flexible in his attacks. In addition to Mont Blanc Kulik, other people also attacked bravely. 8 fist, heavy punching. The orangutan punch was a heavy blow to the head of a Bellamy pirates member. With the sound of cracking his face, the Bellamy pirates turned somersaults backwards. After the orangutan knocked down the Bellamy pirates member, he attacked the other Bellamy pirates with his fists. The members of the Bellamy pirates who escaped from the ghost did not carry 2 powerful weapons. They were only able to use their daggers and pistols to fight. 3 members of the Bellamy pirates took out the pistols they carried and aimed at the orangutans and attacked. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired at the orangutan. The orangutan's response was really fast, and the moment the other party aimed and pulled the trigger, he was lying down. Makes the bullets fired by the opponent miss. Although the orangutan is powerful in combat, it has not yet reached the point where it can resist after the opponent fires a bullet. So early prediction is the most important. After successfully dodging the pistol attacks of the 3 Bellamy pirates, the orangutan quickly stood up again. He quickly rushed to the front of the 3. 8 fist, double uppercut. The orangutan's left arm presents a left uppercut posture, and its right arm presents a right uppercut posture, and the 2 uppercuts attack the arms together. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 634 Blood and Life and Death. However, the ape is huge, much larger than the average human. This pair of uppercuts is to fight the 3 members of the Bellamy pirates together. Ah. Oh. The 2 members of the Bellamy pirates on the farthest sides were directly hit with uppercuts, and the one in the middle was caught by the 2 like a sandwich, and his whole body was fractured under the tremendous force of the orangutan. The orangutan slammed aside the 3 people clamped by his fists and continued to search for the enemy to fight. The orangutans also fully demonstrated their strong hand-to-hand combat strength in this battle. You bastards, dare to kill my brothers. I will avenge them. The orangutan slammed the Bellamy pirates with fists and feet. The members of the Bellamy pirates were beaten to death by hated orangutans. This gorilla is really hard to deal with. The members of the Bellamy pirates kept getting knocked down, and they felt terrified for a while when they saw the powerful orangutan. During the fight, the orangutan simply threw his hat off, revealing his long blonde hair. Although the orangutan looks like a gorilla, it is a human after all. This long golden hair was left behind from his childhood. According to him, this long blonde hair has not been cut once since birth. It can also show how much the orangutan cherishes his exaggerated blonde hair. The long golden hair exposed by the orangutan is a full 10 meters long, which is simply exaggerated. Okay, Now look at my golden whip. The orangutan shook his head violently, and the long blonde hair behind his head kept fluttering. Buzz, 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 buzz. The long golden hair of the orangutan was thrown around like a whip. There are more than a dozen members of the Bellamy Pirates around. The members of the Bellamy Pirates were lashed like whips by the long golden hair thrown away by the orangutans. Ah! Run away now. Hair can actually be used as a weapon. This gorilla is really amazing. The members of the Bellamy Pirates fled in panic. Some members of the Bellamy Pirates took out their pistols and wanted to shoot, but the gorilla hit his hand like a whip with his long golden hair, causing his pistol to be knocked off. Under the large-scale killing attack of the orangutan, groups of Bellamy Pirates were knocked down. Zoro was on the back of the ghost. He was finally able to wield all 3 katana at sea. 3 knives. Bowl needles. Zoro wielded 3 katana swords together, stabbing the Bellamy Pirates with deadly stabs like horns. Pooch, puff, 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 puff. 8 Bellamy Pirates in a row were stabbed. Some were stabbed in the throat, some were stabbed in the heart. The mortally wounded members of the Bellamy Pirates fell on the backs of the heavy submarine wraith at their feet. By Zoro's lightning-fast attack, the remaining Bellamy Pirates were so frightened that they hurriedly lay down on the ship and pretended to be dead. However, this was not spared. Although Zoro was reluctant to exhaust it because of them, more than a dozen other members of the Tsuruyama allied forces who survived also came to the back of the ghost. They were full of anger and killed them. Surviving remnants. Sanji swam from the water to the side of the heavy submarine ghost, and he quickly jumped on the back of the heavy submarine. Once on the back of the heavy submarine ghost, Sanji was attacked by members of the Bellamy Pirates. 7 members of the Bellamy Pirates aimed their pistols at Sanji. Bang, boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. The bullets shot at Sanji. Sanji's body is extremely flexible, and the moment the opponent pulls the trigger, he dodges in time. These bullets were all in vain. How can it be like this? How can this guy be so flexible? To be able to dodge a pistol shot. The Bellamy Pirates said in horror. Sanji's physical flexibility is not only powerful, it can even be said to be terrifying. Sanji quickly jumped to the 7 members of the Bellamy Pirates. He put his hands on the ground, spread his feet and began to spin and kick. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji's feet spun around 360 degrees and kicked around. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 members of the Bellamy Pirates were all kicked by Sanji's feet. Sanji quickly stood up again. 4 of the Bellamy Pirates who were knocked to the ground stood up again. Sanji rushed over quickly, kicking his feet continuously for a while. First meet. Sanji kicked a member of the Bellamy Pirates in the head with 1 kick, and the Bellamy Pirates flew out. Belly. Sanji kicked a Bellamy Pirates member in the stomach again, and the other party flew into the sea. Kick against etiquette. Sanji kicked a member of the Bellamy Pirates into the sky from below. In the end, there was 1 member of the Bellamy Pirates left, and he was so frightened that he collapsed on the hull of the ship. Sanji gave him a disdainful look and said, "Go away." The Bellamy Pirates quickly rolled into the sea on the side of the ghost's hull. The enemies of these Bellamy Pirates are Sanji or they are lucky. Sanji uses his feet to fight, and this kind of hand-to-hand combat will not cause every blow to cause fatal damage. While everyone was fighting hard, the King of Ninjas was reaping the lives of the Bellamy Pirates at a more terrifying speed. The King of Ninja uses 2 armor hooks in both hands, and then uses his ghostly footwork to fight against the members of the Bellamy Pirates. Kill him. Bang, bang. With 2 gunshots, 2 bullets were fired. The Ninja King evaded quickly like a ghost, and the 2 bullets hit the hull of the hull below. The 2 Bellamy Pirates who attacked the King of Ninjas were horrified by the whereabouts of the King of Ninjas. Where is he? It's as fast as disappearing. While the 2 Bellamy Pirates were still in shock, a figure suddenly appeared between them. At the same time, Two metal claws with cold light cut their throats. Puff, puff. Blood spurted from their necks. The two fell to the ground with convulsions on their faces. They couldn't believe how the king of ninjas attacked them. As if there were really ghosts fighting with them. The consciousness of life quickly and completely dissipated from the eyes of the two people. The most complete Filu novel resource station. Sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 635 Wheat's Duel. The two metal claws on the hands of the king of ninja were covered in blood. In terms of speed and strength, combined with the martial arts of the king of Jonin, these Bellamy pirates seemed to be fighting ghosts. After the ninja king killed the two Bellamy pirates, there was another Bellamy pirate nearby who was caught in a hurry. He stabbed the ninja king with a dagger in the back. When the dagger in his hand almost touched the back of the ninja king's body suddenly jumped into the air. In mid-air, the armor hooks of the king of Chunin's hands crossed the neck of this Bellamy pirate's member. PFF'd. The Bellamy pirate's head flew up. The Bellamy pirate's member's head was cut off by the attack of the ninja king just now. The king of ninjas fell to the ground, and at the same time, the headless corpse of the other party also sprayed blood from the neck and fell to the ground. The ninja king continued to fight with the gauntlet hooks wielding both hands. With Mont Blanc Kulik, the orangutan, Zoro, Sanji, and the king of ninjas as the main force, and more than a dozen surviving members of the Tsuruyama combined army crew as the main force, everyone quickly removed a large number of the ghosts from the heavy submarine. The members of the Bellamy pirates are eliminated. The Bellamy pirates crew who came out of it were wiped out by more than 80 people. Just as everyone was fighting bravely, a figure suddenly jumped out of the hatch of the ghost-heavy submarine. Zoro, Sanji, and Ape and the others quickly looked at this figure. I saw that the person who jumped out was a man of average stature, and his appearance was also very ordinary, neither mighty nor unique. However, he has a tattoo of the number 21 on his forehead. It turns out that the leaders of the Tsuruyama allied army are here. Hewitt said after seeing Mont Blanc Kulik. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at Hewitt and said, "It seems that you are also a senior officer of the Bellamy pirates. But since Bellamy and his pirates want to attack us, we have to fight to the death." Quote. Hewitt looked at Mont Blanc Kulik and said, "I am Hewitt, the head chef of the Bellamy pirates. Now I know I can't escape from this situation. But I want to say that as a man you should dare to duel. How about I duel with you?" Facing the current bad situation, Hewitt challenged Mont Blanc Kulik to a duel. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at Hewitt. How could he, as the commander-in-chief of the Tsuruyama combined army, back down under such circumstances? "Okay, I'll fight you," Mont Blanc Kulik said in a calm tone. Everyone present stopped fighting, whether it was the Tsuruyama alliance or the Bellamy pirates. Mont Blanc Kulik is going to fight Hoi to the death. The violent sea breeze kept blowing on the two of them. There was a big battle here today, and there was a storm in the sky. The waves in the sea are also rough. Mont Blanc Kulik and Hewitt are about to start a decisive battle. The people around are distanced from the two people. Mont Blanc Kulik and Hewitt were both in fighting poses. Chestnut boxing. Mont Blanc Kulik strikes first. Fighting fist. Hewitt also rushed towards Mont Blanc Kulik. 21 on his forehead rushed to fight. The two of them exchanged fists and feet, and the surrounding air shook with the violent beating sound. Boom, 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 boom. Fists, feet, arms, legs, and even heads have become weapons. What surprised everyone was that Hewitt's fighting ability was not too bad, and he was able to fight Mont Blanc Kulik. Sanji looked at Shuit. He was also surprised that the chef had such a strong fighting ability. But he is also a chef with great fighting ability. Could it be that there is a violent tendency to cook in this world? It's incredibly powerful, Sanji said with emotion. Mont Blanc Kulik and Hewitt fought fiercely, and the two sides fought inextricably. "Boss, beat him to death." The orangutan clenched his fist and said to the side, "Kick him away." The orangutan also said with high emotion. Other spectators, like Zorro and King of Ninjas, can already see some clues. Although Hewitt himself is very powerful in fighting, he cannot defeat Mont Blanc Kulik at all. Mont Blanc Kulik gradually gained the upper hand with his powerful chestnut boxing. Chestnut boxing. Burst punches. Mont Blanc Kulik attacked violently with his fists in succession, and the dense fists hit Hewitt's body. Boom, 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 boom. Shoot's body was hit intensively by fists. Although he blocked with his arms and legs, many punches hit him in the chest and abdomen. Boom. A heavy punch hit Hewitt on the head, and he was about to lie down under the force of Mont Blanc Kulik's fist. However, Shoot barely steadied his feet and did not lie down. Mont Blanc Cricket seized the opportunity and jerked his right leg up. Chestnut boxing. Whirlwind legs. This leg was mixed with the wind generated by tearing the air, and at an extremely fast speed, Mont Blanc Kurik's long and straight legs swept towards Hewitt. Hewitt just received a group of heavy punches and has not completely stabilized. How can he bear this leg? Boom. Hewitt was kicked by Mont Blanc Kulik's whirlwind leg. He rolled out all over, and finally hit the periscope tower of the heavy submarine ghost. Good play. The orangutan shouted excitedly. Boss, good job. The orangutan shouted happily. Mont Blanc Kurik quickly took this opportunity to approach Hewitt. Chestnut fist. Explosive fist. Mont Blanc Kulik's right fist was mixed with astonishing force, and he swung his right arm a few times before hitting the head of Hewitt, who had not yet stood up. Hewitt suddenly blocked the attack with his left arm in front of his head. Boom. Crack. The sound of a huge physical blow and the sound of bones shattering sounded. Hewitt's left arm, which he used to block, was broken. Hewitt suddenly took out a small bomb with his right hand. This bomb is oval in shape and has a mechanism on it. The mechanism had already been opened, and after a while, white smoke came out. Hum hum hum. You are buried here with me, Hewitt said in a low voice. Mont Blanc Kulik saw it. He hurried to grab the small bomb in Hewitt's hand. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 636 Anti-Ship Rocket. Suddenly, Shoot opened his mouth and swallowed it in one breath. Gudong. Hewitt actually swallowed this small oval bomb. Mont Blanc Kulik's face changed immediately. He could have a hunch that once the small bomb exploded, everyone around would be hard-pressed to escape. Go to hell together. Hewitt roared in a low voice. Humph. Mont Blanc Kurik suddenly lifted Hewitt, who was already seriously injured. Don't worry, who wants to be with you? Mont Blanc Kurik exerted his strength with his arms and bent his legs. He suddenly threw the lifted Hewitt to the sea around the ghost. Go to hell. With the voice of Mont Blanc Kurik, Hewitt flew into the sea. Plop. Hewitt fell into the sea. Boom. An ear-piercing explosion sounded, and Hewitt detonated in the sea. The violent explosion tore his body into pieces from his stomach, and broke through the sea, splashing huge waves. When the waves mixed with flesh and blood fell, Mont Blanc Kulik looked towards the sea. Finally got rid of him, Mont Blanc Kulik said. After some fierce fighting, Mont Blanc Kulik finally eliminated Hewitt. The boss wins, the orangutan said excitedly. As expected of our boss. The orangutan cheered. Long live the commander-in-chief. The dozen or so members of the Tsuruyama allied forces who survived nearby also cheered. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at everyone, and his eyes moved to the more than 10 remaining Bellamy pirates on the back of the ship. Felt chills down their spines when they saw Mont Blanc Kulik. We are willing to surrender. The dozen or so remaining members of the Bellamy pirates knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at these enemies who had no will to resist, and he was silent for a moment. Fuck you all. Mont Blanc Kulik scolded sharply. Yes, yes. The remaining members of the Bellamy pirates were so frightened that they hurriedly jumped into the sea to swim away. When these enemies escaped, Montblanc-Culic turned his eyes to the north of the giant sea dock again. At this time, the heavy submarine Phantom that floated to the sea was just west of the giant sea dock. However, here you can see that the powerful warships of the Bellamy pirates in the north of the giant sea dock are constantly attacking. The huge sea dock was severely damaged by the powerful firepower of the opponent. With the new Vicky Bello as the core interweave with long-range artillery and anti-ship torpedoes, possessing astonishing destructive power. Although this submarine was destroyed, there is still a strong fleet to deal with. Montblanc-Culic said earnestly. How can we destroy these 5 warships? We have consumed a lot of time bombs just now. No one can tell if the remaining warships can be destroyed. The orangutan said after looking at the 5 main surface warships of the Bellamy pirates. Just blasting the Ghost and forcing it to float to the sea consumed a lot of time bombs. Moreover, when fighting with the enemy Frogman squad before, dozens of members of the Saruyama United Army who carried time bombs were killed, and the time bombs they carried also sank into the depths of the sea with them. After the orangutan looked at the Wraith heavy submarine at his feet, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. I have an idea, boss. Can we use this submarine? The orangutan said to Montblanc-Culic. You said to use this submarine. Montblanc-Culic also suddenly realized when he looked at the heavy submarine Wraith at his feet. Zoro, and the King of Ninjas also looked at the heavy submarine at their feet. Well, that's a good idea. There might be weapons in there. Sanji also said. Well, let's go in and have a look. Maybe there really will be weapons we need. Montblanc-Culic said. The Ghost heavy submarine can imagine how many powerful weapons it is equipped with just by virtue of its huge size. If these weapons are used, they must be very valuable. Everyone entered through the hatch that the enemies had opened just now. Everyone entered the interior of the Ghost heavy submarine from the hatch, first to a central passage that runs through the entire interior of the Ghost, and then walked for a while to the end of the passage. At the end here is a hatch, but it is also open. What the hell is this place? Montblanc-Culic took the lead in pushing open the hatch and entered inside. I saw here is a large cabin. There is clear tempered glass on the front and above. In other words, the scene ahead and above can be seen from here. Looking at the facilities in the cabin, I saw that the facilities here have various machinery and navigation equipment, as well as the rudder that can master the direction of the submarine. It appears that this is the command room of the submarine. Said the ape. Since this is the command room, let's see if we can find anything like the operating instructions for the weapons on this submarine. Said the gorilla. Everyone began to search in this command room. The orangutan walked to a console, where he saw some communication devices and some important switches. Look here, what I found. The orangutan said excitedly. Montblanc-Culic and Sanji hurried over. The orangutan found a lot of introduction to weapon options in front of this console. Next to the switch, the weapon and equipment corresponding to the operation are indicated. There are anti-ship rockets here. The orangutan said in surprise. Anti-ship rockets, I have never heard of this kind of weapon. Montblanc-Culic also said suspiciously. No matter what kind of weapon, just use it all the time. Sanji said. Okay, then we'll use it. Montblanc-Culic said. The crowd decided to use a weapon called an anti-ship rocket. However, according to the instructions on this console, the weapon called anti-ship rockets still needs to float to the sea before it can be used. Now, because of the misunderstanding of the previous battle, this heavy submarine just surfaced to the sea, so it happened to be able to use this weapon. After pressing the trigger, on the back of the hull in the middle front of the heavy submarine Ghost. Crack, crack. After a while, the harsh metal friction sounded. The hull on the back of the Ghost heavy submarine opened automatically. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 637 The Great Power of Anti-Ship Rockets. Then accompanied by a rough mechanical operation for a while, a large weapons launch pad rose from below. Above this large weapons launch pad is a swivel-heavy rocket launcher. There are 4 heavy rockets on it, each of which is 1 meter in diameter and 7 meters long. They are much larger than anti-ship torpedoes. The front end of the rocket has a pointed shell shape. The rocket launcher has a large periscope-like aiming device. In the command room of the Ghost. After pressing the trigger, the weapon launch pad went up. But the weapon on it still needs someone to maneuver it near the bottom of the launch pad. Because there needs to be aiming there. The trap here can only open the hull and let the weapon fire. The platform rises. Montblanc Kulik said. All go. Sanji said. All go. The orangutan also said. Montblanc Kurik looked at the two and said, trouble you too. Sanji and the gorilla hurriedly left the command room. The two entered the central passage and found the passage leading to the area where the weapon launch pad was located. In the command room just now, there was also a structural diagram of the internal structure of the Ghost so that they could know how to go to the weapons launch pad, which is under the heavy rocket launcher. The two found some operating devices here, as well as a phone bug that communicated with the command room. Among the operating devices, there is a periscope below the sighting device, from which it is connected to the upper sighting scope for aiming. There are also steering mechanisms for adjusting the direction, as well as the launch mechanism. These operating devices are not complicated, and Sanji and the gorilla quickly understood them. Sanji used the phone bug here to communicate with the command room. There has been a successful operation of anti-ship rockets here. Sanji spoke to the command room with a phone bug. Okay, you can prepare to attack. Montblanc Kulik's voice came. Okay, leave it to us. Sanji and Chimpanzee under the weapons launch pad are ready to target the Bellamy pirates' fleet. Boom. At this time, suddenly the huge sea dock began to tilt violently towards the north. After accumulating a lot of astonishing damage, this behemoth finally couldn't support it and began to sink violently towards the north. Of course, this sinking is not a complete sinking, but the giant offshore dock itself is tilted violently towards the north. The northern part of the hull sank, and the southern part of the hull upturned. Sanji and the gorilla, who were operating the weapon launch pad, saw this situation and their faces changed drastically. Damn, Miss Robin and Miss Nami and the goddess are still up there. Sanji said angrily. Not good. We need to attack quickly to contain the enemy. The orangutan said anxiously. Sanji and the gorilla operated the weapon launch pad together, aiming the direction of the Bellamy pirates' fleet. The target is naturally the huge and most conspicuous flagship, the new Vicky Bello. The 200-meter-long super heavy warship became the target of anti-ship rockets. Aim complete, the enemy's largest warship. Sanji, who was operating the scope, said. Okay, anti-ship rockets, launch. The gorilla pressed the first of the 4 firing mechanisms. One of the 4 anti-ship rockets on the weapons launch pad suddenly burst into a violent plume of white smoke from its tail, and it produced a surprising amount of thrust. The anti-ship rocket began to shoot from the weapons launch pad. Whoosh! The tail of the anti-ship rocket that cut through the sky pulled out a white smoke trail, heading towards the new Vicky Bello. This shocking rocket made everyone see it. Whether it is the people on the Ghost, or the people on the top deck of the sloping giant sea dock, or the people on the Bellamy pirates' warship. Of the new Vicky Bello, Bellamy, Eddie and the others saw an anti-ship rocket cut through the sky and flew towards the super heavy warship where they were. How could it be? Bellamy looked at the anti-ship rocket flying at an alarming speed in disbelief. The anti-ship rockets ripped through the air, and finally rushed straight to the deck of the new Vicky Bello. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Anti-ship rockets hit the deck in the middle of the hull of the new Vicky Bello. The huge explosion, coupled with the impact of the anti-ship rocket itself, penetrated the steel deck and exploded. More than a dozen crew members near the explosion center were instantly turned into fly ash. The people on the other decks were swept away by the huge impact. Even Eddie next to Bellamy was washed down. Bellamy himself avoided being swept down by the impact of the explosion with his strong body. This is the power of anti-ship rockets to hit warships. I have never officially used this weapon before. Bellamy was also shocked and said. Because Bellamy was a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he took advantage of this relationship to obtain top-level advanced weapons specially made by the world's military-industrial power Dressrosa, which are these warships. Because since the advent of these advanced warships, many advanced weapons have not been used because it is difficult to encounter enemies that can be contended with. Take these anti-ship rockets, for example. Now, after being hit by such an anti-ship rocket, even the new Vicky Bello has suffered such serious damage. The flames and smoke from the explosion of the anti-ship rockets continued. Eddie, who had just been knocked down by the blast, stood up again. He quickly gave orders to the crew. Quickly put out the fire and treat the wounded. Was furious when he saw that his favorite new Vicky Bello had been attacked in this way. The new Vicky Bello is not only the largest and most powerful warship of the Bellamy pirates, but also the flagship of the pirate fleet. Bellamy loved it too. Bellamy turned his head and looked in the direction where the anti-ship rocket was ejected. He saw the ghost floating on the sea in that room. Could it be that the connection between Shuit and the others was suddenly cut off just now because the ghost was taken away by the enemy? Bellamy said suspiciously. And more importantly, the ghost was equipped with this powerful anti-ship rocket. Not even the ships of the Marine headquarters will have this particular advanced weapon. Eddie on the side also looked at the ghost in the distance. Boss Bellamy, I'm afraid it really is. Eddie said worriedly. Bellamy looked fiercely at the ghost, at the powerful submarine that did not belong to him. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 638 Sink the Ghost. Okay, it seems that we need to sink the ghost that was taken by the enemy first and then talk about other things. Bellamy made a decision. He took out the phone bug and started to communicate. Of the new Vicky Bello are the heavy warships Guard 3 and Guard IV. Of the new Vicky Bello after being hit by an anti-ship rocket. How could this be? Rebus said with a convulsive expression on his face. The new Vicky Bello will be hit by the opponent. Mani also said in shock. The other crew members were also shocked when they saw the fireworks on the new Vicky Bello. What's the matter? The new Vicky Bello was hit by something. How can the enemy have such a powerful weapon? Weren't those terrifying fortresses destroyed by Bellamy's boss? You idiot, you didn't look carefully. It was shot from the sea west of the giant sea dock. Yeah, there's a submarine there. How can it be so similar to the ghost? The crew were shocked and talked a lot. At this moment, the phone bug carried by Rebus suddenly rang. Bolu. Bolu. Hello, Boss Bellamy. What's the order? Rebus answered the phone bug. Rebus, now we can be sure that the ghost was hijacked by the enemy. Now all you need to do is sink the ghost that was hijacked by the enemy. Bellamy gave the order very simply. Is it really sinking? Rebus checked again. Yes, it is completely sunk. Bellamy emphasized again. Leave it to me, Boss Bellamy. Rebus said firmly. The two sides then hung up the phone bug. Rebus looked at the ghost in the distance again. The ghost was actually hijacked. Rebus said. Mani, who was beside him, came over, looked at the ghost and said, I didn't expect the ghost to be hijacked. Shuit doesn't know what's going on. Rebus said with a disdainful look. That kid Shuit was either killed or caught. Anyway, trash is trash. There's no other way, just go and destroy the ghost. Mani looked at Rebus again and said, how's Bellamy's boss? Isn't he hurt? Rebus glanced at her and said, why don't you ask? How much more damage can Boss Bellamy's ability cause him? Bellamy is extremely powerful, which is well known within the Bellamy pirates. Oh, am I also concerned about the boss? Manny said helplessly. Okay, now guard number 3 and number 4 are going to sink the hijacked ghost. Rebus officially gave the order. Guard 3 and guard 4 set out to sink the ghost. On the Ghost. Sanji and the gorilla, who were in charge of operating the weapon launchpad, both saw the shocking power of an anti-ship rocket that had just been fired. What a huge explosive force it was just now. The orangutan said with shock. It's really fast enough to let you attack a boat with a lady on it, that's the punishment. Sanji said excitedly. This handsome blonde man with curly eyebrows took out a new cigarette and put it in his mouth again, and then took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself gracefully. The largest warship that was just attacked is most likely the enemy's flagship. Let's continue to attack that warship. The orangutan said after observing. Okay. Sanji said. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the two were about to continue their attack, the sound of cannons rang out suddenly. 4 heavy shells flew over and hit the hull of the Ghost heavy submarine floating on the sea. Boom, 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 boom. There was an astonishing explosion for a while, and the hull of the Ghost trembled violently. Whether it was Sanji and the gorilla under the weapon launchpad, or Mont Blanc, Kulik and Zoro in the command room, they were all knocked down by the shock of the explosion. On the deck of guard number 3, Rebus looked at the Ghost, which was hit by long-range artillery. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. And behind him was a heavy artillery battery, and billowing white smoke was emitted from the huge barrels of the 2 long-range artillery pieces of the heavy artillery battery. The shelling just now was just an attack by the 4 long-range artillery pieces of guard number 3. Rebus picked up the phone bug again and gave orders to guard number 4. Guard number 4, bombard the Ghost. Rebus ordered to the other end of the phone bug. Yes, Lord Rebus, said the man across from the phone bug. Guard number 4 marched to the left rear of guard number 3, but artillery can still be carried out here. On the deck of guard IV, 2 heavy turrets aimed their long-range guns at the Ghost. Each heavy turret has 2 long-range artillery pieces. Fire! The captain of guard IV gave the order to attack the 2 heavy artillery batteries. Boom, 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 boom. Long-range artillery fire from 2 heavy turrets. 4 1-meter diameter heavy shells were fired from 4 long-range artillery pieces. 4 heavy shells hit the Ghost again. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions were uploaded from the Ghost's hull to the surrounding sea and sky. The sturdy heavy submarine shook continuously during the explosion. Oops, this can't be done, we need to fight back quickly, said the orangutan under the weapon launch pad. Sanji hurriedly took charge of urgently targeting the incoming enemy warships. He aimed the scope at guard number 3. At the same time, the steering of the weapon launch pad was adjusted using a mechanical device. The orangutan is always ready to press the launcher in his hand to launch the remaining anti-ship rockets. Okay, let's fire it now, Sanji said urgently. Shoot! The orangutan quickly pressed the launcher on the weapon's launch pad that rises from the back of the Ghost's hull. Whoosh! Another huge anti-ship rocket was fired from the weapon's launch pad. The anti-ship rocket ejected heat waves from the tail and rushed straight to the bow of the guard number 3. On the deck of guard number 3, Rebus, Mani, and many of the crew members fell on the deck in fright when they saw the oncoming anti-ship rockets. The anti-ship rocket at the front of the cone ripped apart the air and flew towards the heavy warship guard number 3 at extreme speed. Boom! The bow of guard number 3 was hit by an anti-ship rocket. After the anti-ship rocket hit the bow of guard number 3, a shocking explosion occurred. After the anti-ship rocket hit the bow, the steel and hardwood on the bow were twisted and burst under the triple damage of force, high temperature and explosive impact. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 639 Escape the Ghost. Shards of steel and hardwood were flying everywhere. The entire guard number 3 heavy warship trembled violently. Flames and smoke covered the bow area of guard 3 and the mid and rear areas of the deck. But fortunately, the strong sea breeze in the sky caused the smoke to be washed away quickly. Moreover, the guard number 3 itself is made of steel as the main structure, and the wood used in some of the wood structures above is also not very flammable, so that the guard number 3 has not been burned and destroyed by subsequent hazards such as combustion and thick smoke generated by the explosion. Guard number 3 was still disrupted by the attack. Damn, to be so close to an anti-ship rocket. Rebus got up from the deck and looked at the wraith. It scared me to death. Mani said with a lingering fear. The other crew members also stood up one after another. Guard number 3 was attacked just now, knocking down everyone on the deck and even inside the cabin. Rebus looked at the ghost and quickly ordered, "Quickly use anti-ship torpedoes to sink this abominable hijacked submarine." The crew of Guardian 3 quickly aimed the 4 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the heavy warship at the immobile ghost. On the ghost, after just successfully attacking the guard number 3, Chimpanzee and Sanji will continue to attack. The blow just damaged the bow of the ship just now, and had no fatal effect on the heavy warship as a whole. Next, I will aim at the underside of the hull of the heavy warship and try to sink it. Sanji said to the gorilla. Okay, aim now. The orangutan said full of fighting spirit. Sanji aimed the aiming device at the draft below the front of the guard 3 hull. Aim done. Sanji said. Launch, anti-ship rockets. The orangutan pressed the transmitter again. On the weapon launch pad on the back of the ghost's hull. A heat wave emerged from the tail of the third anti-ship rocket, pushing the huge rocket out. The anti-ship rocket with a tip-like cone-like front hit the draft part of the front end of the hull of Guardian 3. Boom. Guard number 3 exploded violently again. The heavy warship trembled violently. With the violent tremor, the crew members who originally wanted to use the anti-ship torpedo tube were also knocked down by the tremor. The attack of Sanji and Chimpanzee allowed them to survive once. Otherwise, a full 16 anti-ship torpedoes were fired from the 4 quadruple-mounted anti-ship torpedo tubes, so the power could be described as terrifying. Beneath the Phantom's weapon launch pad, Chimpanzee and Sanji seized the opportunity to make a final attack. Zoro, the king of ninjas, Orang Asli, and more than a dozen Tsuruyama combined army crew members who were originally in the command room quickly escaped from the hatch on the back of the ghost ship. They all knew that this heavy submarine could not move at all, and if they continued to stay, it might really become a giant steel coffin that sank to the bottom of the sea. Now we need to retreat as soon as possible. Mont Blanc Courage stood on the back of the ghost and said to everyone. When everyone was about to leave from here, they all saw the weapon launch pad rising from the back of the ghost. There is also the last anti-ship rocket on it that has not been fired. Whoosh! Suddenly a roar sounded. This last anti-ship rocket ejected an amazing heat wave from the tail, and the entire huge rocket was fired at the Bellamy Pirates Guard number 3 heavy warship. Finally, it hit the lower part of the draft of the front of the hull of Guard number 3. There was an anti-ship rocket there just now, and now it's being hit again. Boom! The huge explosive power of the anti-ship rockets tore the steel armor of the Guard number 3 hull, and swarms of seawater poured into it. The front end of the hull of this heavy warship began to tilt towards the sea ahead because of the large amount of seawater poured into it. Guard number 3 has already been hit hard. Is this the power of anti-ship rockets? The orangutan said in shock. Really powerful. Mont Blanc Kulik said with emotion. Really powerful weapon. Weapons in the world are developing too fast now. Zoro looked at the severely injured bodyguard number 3 and said. Below the weapon launch pad, Gorilla and Sanji decided to leave after firing all the anti-ship rockets. In fact, some of the same anti-ship rockets were stocked inside the Ghost's hull, but the pair stopped trying to load them. The first is that it is cumbersome to load, and the second is that it is actually dangerous to stay here. After all, the Ghost is an immobile submarine that can only float here, which is equivalent to a living target. Sanji and the orangutan quickly got to the back of the Ghost ship. When the two arrived, they found that Zoro and Mont Blanc Kulik had already jumped into the sea and were swimming. Okay, let's get out of here too. Sanji said. Sanji and the orangutan put the breathing masks they carried on their faces again. The two jumped into the water beside the Ghost together. Zorro, Mont Blanc, Cricket, Sanji, Orang Asli, Orangutan, King Ninja and more than a dozen Tsuruyama crew members quickly swam away from the ghost. Everyone quickly distanced themselves from the heavily damaged heavy submarine. On the deck of guard number 3, which was seriously injured by an anti-ship rocket attack, Rebus and Mani and the crew were all tossing around. Although they suffered few casualties, guard 3 was severely attacked, and the forward end of the heavy warship was severely damaged. The entire warship began to sink forward. Abominable ghost. Rebus regained his footing and looked at the heavy submarine ghost angrily. However, at this time, the hull of guard number 3 itself was seriously tilted, and neither the long-range artillery of the heavy turret nor the quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes could attack normally. Rebus took out the phone bug and dialed guard number 4. Guard number 4, quickly sink the ghost with anti-ship torpedoes. Rebus gave the order to attack guard number 4. Yes, Lord Rebus. Guard number 4 then moved into action. The heavy warship aimed its 4 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes at the heavy submarine USS Ghost. Target the ghost and fire the anti-ship torpedo. The captain of guard number 4 gave the order. The 4 quadruple anti-ship torpedo tubes on the hull of the heavy warship guard IV began firing anti-ship torpedoes. Plop, 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 plop. The anti-ship torpedo was fired from the quadruple torpedo tube, fell into the sea, and then the propeller behind it rotated and swam quickly towards the ghost. The ghost floated motionless on the sea. Anti-ship torpedoes began to collide violently with the hull of the heavy submarine. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 640 The Sinking of the Ghost. Boom, rumble, 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 rumble. The ghost was hit by a large number of anti-ship torpedoes. The sturdy submarine made of steel could not support it under the attack of the hugely destructive anti-ship torpedoes, and the sturdy hull was torn apart by the huge explosive force. The sea water poured into the heavy submarine amazingly. The anti-ship torpedoes ripped apart the ghost's steel casing and shattered the keel. The power room, ammunition warehouse, living material warehouse, and command room inside the ghost were severely damaged. The sturdy hull of the ghost was also riddled with holes under the intensive anti-ship torpedo blasting. Zorro, and Mont Blanc Kulik, who had already distanced themselves by swimming, all looked at the Wraith, which was attacked by powerful anti-ship torpedoes. What a horrible explosion! Mont Blanc Kulik sighed. If you stay there for a little longer at night, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The orangutan had a lingering expression on his face. Fortunately I left in time. Sanji looked at the horror after the ghost was attacked and said. Boom rumble, rumble rumble, rumble rumble, rumble rumble. Phantom was continually attacked by a swarm of anti-ship torpedoes, and the heavy submarine was devastated by the onslaught. Guard number 4 fired a total of 16 anti-ship torpedoes from its 4 quadruple-mounted anti-ship torpedo tubes. Under this enormous destructive force, the hull of the ghost completely sank into the billowing waves amid the explosion and thick smoke. There are also some small Uzumaki around when the ghost sank into the sea. This heavy submarine equipped with powerful weapons finally died in the sea. Rebus, who was on the 3rd deck of the guard, was very happy when he saw it. HMPH. It's finally out of anger. Let you hijack it, it's better now, let's go to the bottom of the sea together. Ha ha ha. Rebus roared happily. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Mani on the side said suddenly. She was observing with a sophisticated telescope at this time. She saw some people swimming in the sea far away from the ghost. It seems that some people escaped from the ghost. Mani said. What? Rebus looked at the sea near the Wraith, and he suddenly trembled with anger. Rebus quickly grabbed a precision telescope from one of the crew members, and used it to observe the conditions in the sea near the ghost. In the telescope, you can see some people swimming. These bastards. Rebus said angrily. Mani also continued to observe the people who escaped from the ghost, and she said, we sank the Ghost as ordered by Boss Bellamy. What should we do next? Rebus, you are in charge of commanding these two ships after all. For heavy warships, it's up to you to give orders. Rebus was so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet, and he put the binoculars down. Rebus looked at the guard number 3 where he was. The heavy warship guard 3 is now badly damaged and leans heavily forward. Even after the water-filled cabin was sealed, the heavy warship was temporarily unable to move. It now appears that only guard number 4 is left to fight. Rebus said. He used the phone bug to quickly contact guard number 4. Guard 4, now approaching guard 3. The crew of this warship is coming to you for the time being. Libas used the phone bug to communicate with guard number 4. As ordered. The captain of guard 4 opposite the phone bug replied. The heavy warship guard 4 began to approach the heavily damaged guard 3. Guard number 4 reached the right side of guard number 3, and set up some telescopic ladders from the top of guard number 4. These ladders are simple but sturdy, and can accommodate people to walk through. Rebus and Marnie and the crew of guard 3 made their way to guard 4 via these telescopic ladders. On the deck of guard number 4. Lord Libas, all the surviving crew of the guard number 3 are here now. Captain's rendezvous of guard 4 reports. Okay, then prepare to pursue the enemy personnel who escaped from the Ghost. Rebus said. Marnie looked at Rebus at this time and asked, then what about the guard number 3? Although this heavy warship is damaged, it is the core asset of the Bellamy pirates' fleet after all. Libas looked at the injured and leaned guard number 3 and said, stay here for now. Anyway, there is no time to repair this warship now. After destroying the enemy, consider repairing it. Marnie and the captain of the guard number 4 could see that Rebus' eyes were bloodshot when he spoke. Rebus was known for his savage character among the Bellamy pirates. When he met the object of his hatred, Rebus could attack his opponent like a mad cow, and would never stop until he was eliminated. He was even ashamed of the arrogant Bellamy leader. Well, as you wish. Marnie said. Now the guard number 4 starts to sweep and destroy the remaining enemies that have sneaked into the sea. Rebus officially gave the order to Captain number 4 guard. As ordered. Captain guard number 4 replied. Chasing after Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik who were swimming in the sea. On the top deck of the giant offshore dock. Rog and Usopp and Luffy and Izumi, the water goddess, are all standing on the top deck of the huge sea dock that is already heavily sloping. Because the northern direction of the giant sea dock was severely attacked, the hull in the north direction of the giant sea dock was bombarded with heavy artillery shells and anti-ship torpedoes. A large amount of seawater poured in from the broken hull in the northern part of the giant offshore dock. As a result, the behemoth began to tilt violently towards the north. Wow, the giant sea dock is now tilting so much. Usopp stood cautiously on the top deck and said. It's sloping so hard here. And it's still sinking. Rog felt the huge hull sinking slowly under his feet. Just now, the Bellamy pirates used an astonishingly violent attack to severely damage the giant sea dock, making the behemoth on the ocean unbearable and began to sink significantly. Even if there are many watertight hatches in the cabins in the giant offshore dock, it cannot stop the sinking. After all, the giant offshore dock was damaged too badly. This behemoth became shaky under the blows of heavy artillery shells and anti-ship torpedoes. There is no ship in the world that will not sink, and so is the huge and gigantic sea dock. The two battles with the security forces have seriously damaged the giant sea dock. The Bellamy pirates' current anti-ship torpedoes and heavy artillery shells have made the giant sea dock officially sink. The most complete Filu novel resource station. Sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 641 The Disaster of the Giant Sea Dock. This giant on the sea could not withstand such a strong attack. Just relying on its huge and sturdy hull to support it for a long time. Of the Nuvich Bellow, north of the giant offshore dock. The place that was hit by the anti-ship rocket just now has been urgently repaired, and the flames and thick smoke above have dissipated. Bellamy also saw the scene where the Ghost was sunk. Although Rebus had accomplished Bellamy's goal, Bellamy's expression was hideous and ugly at this time. The Ghost is also the main ship of the Bellamy pirates' fleet. Although it was hijacked by the enemy, the sinking of it was also distressing to Bellamy. And he also saw that the heavy warship Guard No. 3 was hit hard. Of the 6 main ships of the Bellamy pirates, the only heavy submarine was sunk, a heavy surface warship was severely damaged, and the flagship was also attacked. This makes Bellamy like a volcano about to erupt. As for the huge sea dock being badly damaged, he was not overjoyed, he only saw the loss he suffered. These bad things are all because of the Tsuruyama Allied forces. Bellamy looked at the sloping giant sea dock again, and there was an aura of madness and destruction in these eyes. Okay, the remaining warships continue to attack this giant sea dock and sink it completely. Bellamy gave new orders. After Eddie and the others received the order, they began to execute the order. The new Vicky Bello and the 3 warships Guard 1 and Guard 2 used heavy turrets to start a new round of shelling on the huge sea dock. Of the new Vicky Bello all aimed their long-range guns at the giant sea dock. 9 long-range artillery pieces were aimed at the huge marine dock, which was already severely damaged. The giant offshore dock now slopes to the north, and the top deck is full of huge craters. Even hard steel is unable to withstand these powerful heavy artillery shells. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 long-range guns on the new Vicky Bello fired massive, heavy shells. Boom, 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 boom. Heavy artillery shells smashed heavily on the top deck of the huge maritime dock. Now, because the huge offshore dock is tilted sharply to the north, even part of the top deck is immersed in seawater. The new Vicky Bello can only shoot above the top deck even with long-range artillery. Of Guard No. 1 next to the new Vicky Bello, Thatch looked towards the giant sea dock that was under a new round of shelling. "It's really earth-shattering," Thatch said with a sigh. And Lily next to him was so frightened that she was clinging very tightly to his chest. "It's scary, if I knew I wouldn't be here," Lily said very worriedly. And she has been following Thatch just because Thatch likes her very much. The fierce shelling and anti-ship torpedo attack just now, as well as the sight of this huge maritime dock being attacked, and the sight of the new Vicky Bello being hit by anti-ship rockets. It was all that made this beautiful and weak woman frightened. Thatch put his arms around Lily tightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Thatch again ordered the crew of Guard No. 1, "Okay, is the reload finished? Hurry up and shoot at this huge sea dock." The 2 heavy artillery turrets on Guard No. 1 aimed their long-range artillery at the giant sea dock. 4 long-range guns fired deadly heavy shells. Boom, 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 boom. Heavy artillery shells hit the top deck of the giant offshore dock. In addition to the Guard No. 1, the Guard No. 2 also used 4 long-range artillery to target the giant sea dock for bombardment. The huge sea dock was shaken violently by the heavy artillery bombardment of the new Vicky Bello, Guard No. 1, and Guard No. 2. The heavy artillery shells shrieked and ripped apart the air, hitting the hull of the giant maritime dock with a huge force. The force itself, coupled with the high temperature and impact of the huge explosion after hitting, made the huge bomb on the giant maritime dock. The holes keep increasing. Above the already steeply sloping top deck, Rog and Luffy, as well as Usopp and Izumi, the water goddess, felt the constant tremors under their feet. "Gosh, we're screwed." Usopp was so frightened that tears flowed from his nose. "Wow, such a violent explosion," Luffy cooed excitedly. "It's a powerful attack that's hard to resist," Roger said with a grim expression. These constantly flying 1-meter diameter heavy artillery shells hit the top deck fiercely. Every time it was hit by a heavy shell, the steel on the top deck was pierced, and then the heavy shell exploded violently. The force of the shell itself, combined with the subsequent high-temperature explosion and melting, plus the destructive force of tearing, blasted huge bullet holes on the top deck. The sturdy giant offshore dock has also become riddled with holes inside the giant sea dock. Not to mention the leaky cabins, Many crew members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces died there. In the rest of the safe cabins, the surviving people could also feel the tremors caused by the terrifying explosion. The huge explosion and roar continued to reach everyone's ears. In a room deep in the giant sea dock. Chopper and Nami and Robin are here. The room was originally unbalanced due to the overall inclination of the giant offshore dock. Now some of the ones here are trembling for a while. What a terrible sound, the enemy is attacking again. Chopper said with a worried look on his face. They shouldn't be calling here, are they? What do you think? Nami said with a wry smile. She was very worried about the deterioration of the fighting situation. After all, Nami was very worried after hearing the news that the Bellamy pirates' fleet came to attack. After all, the most powerful super turrets in the giant sea dock are all unusable. Although they have been staying in the room deep in the giant sea dock, it can be judged from the violent tilt of the hull that the battle situation is very unfavorable for this side. Don't worry, I believe that Rog and Sanji will definitely win the battle. Consoled Nami and Chopper. I hope so. Nami said with a prayer. Chopper looked at Robin and said, for safety reasons, we should not leave here without authorization to go outside. After all, this giant sea dock is still very strong, and it can withstand a strong attack for a while. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 642 Psychedelic Mushrooms. Okay. Nami and Robin said. The giant offshore dock has come under increasing attack. The new Vicky Bello and the Guard 1 and the Guard 2 were bombarded continuously. The top deck was already bombed with huge bullet holes. At the new Vicky Bello and 2 other heavy warships that were constantly shelling here. It won't work like this, it looks like we need to hit back hard. Roger said. Yeah, after being passive for so long, it's time for them to taste our power. Luffy clenched his fists and said. How can you fight back? The enemy warships can shoot so many terrifying shells. Usopp said with snot and tears on his face. The Bellamy pirates' fleet still has a huge advantage. The heavy shells fired from their long-range artillery are enough to blow any enemy to smithereens. How to deal with these warships with powerful firepower is indeed a headache. I have a way. Rog looked at the enemy warship and said. In what way? Usopp looked at Rog and asked. Rog took out 3 mushrooms from his clothes. These mushrooms are purple in color. Okay, remodel them further. Rog began to use the power of the plant fruit in his body. The green light began to flicker from Rog's body, especially his hands were flickering with dazzling green light. Rog worked hard to transform the 3 purple mushrooms using the power of plant fruit. Because he was injured before, Rog used the power of the plant fruit more hard than before. Under the transformation of the power of the Rog plant fruit, the 3 purple mushrooms began to grow further. Each purple mushroom eventually grew to a height of 2 meters. After using the power of the plant fruit to transform, Rog was full of sweat on his forehead. He said tiredly, okay, the transformation is complete. These are psychedelic mushrooms. Ah. Rog was half kneeling on the top deck because of his huge physical consumption. Hey, are you all right? Luffy asked quickly. Ah, just a little tired. But these 3 psychedelic mushrooms can help us defeat each other. Rog stood up again and looked at the 3 2-meter-high psychedelic mushrooms. 3 purple psychedelic mushrooms, all 2 meters high. Usopp looked at the 3 psychedelic mushrooms and said, how to use it. Throw them all on the 3 warships, and once they encounter a violent impact, these psychedelic mushrooms will explode. At that time, there will be unexpected effects. Roger said. Throw it over. Usopp looked at the 3 psychedelic mushrooms, and then at the warships of the Bellamy pirates' fleet, and fell into thought. By the way, I might be able to make Luffy a large slingshot. Usopp said. But the top deck here is seriously tilted, and it's probably dangerous that the other side is still using artillery to attack. Roger said. This is the same. Usopp's face immediately became worried. Let me throw it with the hand of the giant tree. Roger said. Rog took out the wooden stake that could grow the hand of the giant tree from his clothes. But this is also risky, not to mention that Rog is struggling to use the power of plant fruits now, and the accuracy of throwing with the hand of the giant tree is also problematic. At this time, the water goddess Izumi walked to Rog's side. Okay, leave it to me, Izumi said to Rog gently. Rog looked at Izumi water goddess and said, Izumi water goddess, you should use magic to throw these psychedelic mushrooms. Strictly blowing through. I can use wind magic to blow these psychedelic mushrooms over. Izumi water goddess said softly and confidently. Well then, it's all up to you, Rog said to the water goddess Izumi. Izumi water goddess is responsible for blowing these 3 psychedelic mushrooms. Well, blow them on the enemy's warships. Izumi then took out the iron axe and whispered an ancient magic spell in her mouth. There was a light wind around the iron axe, then a violent draft, and then a clear wind. Under the magic of the water goddess Izumi, the wind generated by the iron axe blows 3 purple psychedelic mushrooms 2 meters high. Rog, Luffy and Usopp saw the 3 mushrooms being blown up by the wind. Very good, but let's look at the enemy's warship. First, let the psychedelic mushroom slam into the enemy's warship violently, so that the psychedelic mushroom can be successfully exploded. And in order to make the best effect after the explosion, it is necessary to let the psychedelic mushrooms hit the masts of the enemy warships. That way the psychedelic mushrooms spread out for the best effect. Quote. Rog said to the water goddess Izumi again. Okay, leave it to me, at those masts, Izumi water goddess said. Izumi, the water goddess, uses an iron axe combined with magic, and the strong wind generated blows up 3 psychedelic mushrooms. Rog and Luffy and Usopp all stared at the 3 magic mushrooms. These psychedelic mushrooms can determine the victory of this battle. The 3 psychedelic mushrooms began to spin in the wind, because the wind created by the magic of the water goddess Izumi had become a whirlwind. Go, whirlwind! Izumi, the water goddess, controls the psychedelic mushroom in the middle to fly out. Of the rotation, it quickly flew towards the Nuvich bellow. Of the Nuviki bellow were excitedly looking at the messy scene after the huge sea dock was bombarded by them. Suddenly a huge spinning object flew over. What is this? Bellamy said in shock. Could it be a cannonball? Eddie said in disbelief. But when the psychedelic mushrooms got closer, they were all shocked. Mushrooms. They saw a huge purple mushroom whirling and flying over. The giant psychedelic mushroom sent here by the cyclone finally hit the top of the main mast of the Nuviki bellow. Boom. Not too loud an explosion, this psychedelic mushroom burst open. The psychedelic mushrooms turned into countless spores and began to scatter on the Nuvich bellow. Bellamy looked up at the sky and said, "This kind of strange thing, is it that the kid who can manipulate plants made it again?" Eddie looked very scared. He worries that this strange mushroom that suddenly explodes has no actual lethality, but it may have unexpected and peculiar effects. After successfully sending out the first psychedelic mushroom with a whirlwind, Izumi Water Goddess quickly sent the remaining 2 psychedelic mushrooms with a whirlwind. On the deck of Guard 1. Thatch and Lily and the many crew members looked strangely at a psychedelic mushroom that was coming towards them. The most complete Phyllu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 643 The Role of Magic Mushrooms. Purple giant mushrooms. The crew of Guard Number 1 said in shock. The psychedelic mushroom ended up hitting the top of the mast of Guardian 1. Boom. This psychedelic mushroom burst open. Swarms of spores begin to cover Guard 1. What's the matter? Thatch's face was also very suspicious. Are we in danger? Lily said very frightened. On Guard 2, the last psychedelic mushroom also hit the top of the mast. Amazing spores quickly covered the heavy warship. Nuviki Bellow, Guard Number 1, and Guard Number 2, which continued to attack the giant sea dock, were all hit by psychedelic mushrooms, and the spores after the explosion of the psychedelic mushrooms covered these warships. Live. On the top deck of the giant maritime dock, Rog and Usopp saw the magic mushrooms successfully hit the Bellamy pirates' warships. Hooray! Hit! Usopp and Luffy cheered excitedly. It's all thanks to the magic of the water goddess Izumi. Said to the water goddess Izumi with respect. This is what should be done. Besides, everyone has worked hard. Izumi water goddess said. Then Roger, what's next? Usopp said to Rog. The psychedelic mushroom is the ability to walk a spore that can cause people to fall into a hallucination, and once inhaled, the spore will become crazy and behave in an unbelievable manner. Rog looked at the three warships and said. Crazy temperament. Unbelievable behavior. Usopp quickly fantasized after hearing this. Is that so? Luffy, who was beside him, suddenly squinted his face, looking both funny and scary. Wow, very good, but I think it needs to be more exaggerated. Usopp quickly took out a small projectile and threw it in Luffy's face. After the small projectile exploded, Luffy choked on paprika as quickly as possible. Cough, cough, cough. Ah, ah, ah. Luffy's tears and snot were flowing, and when combined with the slanted mouth and slanted eyes just now, it was even more maddening. That's right, that expression you just added with my pepper star is the best effect. Usopp continued to applaud. Rog looked at the Nuvich Bellow and the guard number 1 and guard number 2. Immediately the great power produced by the psychedelic mushrooms will be revealed. Of the Nuvich Bellow. Neither Bellamy nor Eddie nor the hordes of crew members had complex expressions. What? It didn't work at all. It caused us to have a false alarm. It's ridiculous to want to hit us with mushrooms. What is the brain of the Tsuruyama United Army thinking? The crew of the Bellamy pirates kept taunting. But the tiny spores, invisible to the naked eye, were inhaled in swarms by the crew. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Suddenly one of the crew members burst out laughing for no reason. He fell to the ground and rolled. William, what's wrong with you? The other crew members looked at him strangely. When the surrounding crew members were all suspicious, their expressions and eyes suddenly became strange. Everyone seems to get into a state they like best, get where they want most, get what they want most. Wow, so many gold coins. Another crew member suddenly knelt on the ground and frantically grabbed the empty space ahead. Why is there a beauty here? A crew member pounces on the mast's Jinchuriki column. The bills flying all over the sky, this is a million Bailey's denomination. There is nothing in the world. A crew member frantically grabbed the surrounding sky. So many goodies. Abalone, lobster meat, beef tenderloin, and creamy turkey. A crew member rushed to the deck and began licking the deck with his tongue. This is what I want. There really is such a thing. Whoa, I'm captain. Come on, Bellamy on my knees. I'm going to step on that bastard's head in Rebus. That kid Eddie is a treacherous duo. Cheese and shrimp pizza is my favorite. Quote. I want to drink this kind of wine the most. Quickly, the Bellamy pirates' crew began to fall into a state of madness, and their words and deeds were shocking. Even Eddie was thrown into chaos. I can't take it anymore. Ah ha 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 ha. Eddie, one of the three generals, started rolling on the deck. Bellamy looked at Eddie, bit Kiba and said, a bunch of weak-willed guys. But Bellamy's also inhaled the spores of the magic mushroom. He suddenly felt that the world in front of him began to fall into chaos. All kinds of money, beauties, food and wine, and treasures are all around him. It must be an illusion. I don't want to believe these things. Bellamy struggled to concentrate. But the scene in front of him is getting more and more exaggerated. Everything he wants, everything he can imagine, it seems that the world is serving him and surrendering at his feet. The last man in plush clothes and walking in the style of a gangster stood in front of him. Mr. Doflamingo. Bellamy said in shock. His allegiance to the great pirate, Don Quixote, one of the King's Shichibukai. Doflamingo is also standing in front of him. But Doflamingo didn't have any terrifying momentum at this time. Instead, he is very friendly with Bellamy, even equal. Bellamy, I Don Quixote. Doflamingo is a thing of the past as your loyal king. We are and will be brothers. We love each other like brothers. At the same time Doflamingo walked up to him and patted his shoulder with concern. Mr. Doflamingo. Bellamy said in surprise. No, call me Big Brother Doflamingo. Doflamingo said kindly. Yes, Big Brother Doflamingo. Bellamy said with tears in her eyes. Bellamy has been worshipping Don Quixote since childhood. Doflamingo, he even later became Doflamingo's subordinate. But Doflamingo was actually able to call him brother and sister very cordially and equally. This was something Bellamy could never have dreamed of. The psychedelic mushrooms made Bellamy really enjoy such an adventure. On the new Vicky Bello become very absurd, but also absurd things happened on the side of the guard number 1. Ah, it's such a delight. Thatch shouted loudly. It's so cool, it's so cool. Lily began to enjoy the physical pleasure with Thatch on the side. She and Thatch were both rolling on the deck and having a blast. The other people on the warship also became full of absurdities, and all kinds of words and deeds that were not expected on weekdays were put on display. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 644 Battle of the Frogmen. In the same way, on the guard number 2 heavy warship, all kinds of unimaginable absurd things happened. The crews of these 3 warships were all in serious chaos because of the magic mushrooms. The spores of the psychedelic mushrooms are not only used on the deck area, but also penetrate into the cabins below the deck. The new Vicky Bello, as well as the Guard 1 and the Guard 2, were in complete chaos. Of course, these 3 warships cannot attack in this case. On the top deck of a giant offshore dock, Rog and Usopp and Luffy and Izumi, the water goddess, could hear the sound of the 3 warships from far away. These sounds were mixed with endless joy and excitement. It's as if human beings got everything they wanted. It looks like a complete mess, Usopp said after observing with a telescope. Usopp could see the crazy people on the decks of the new Vicky Bello and Guard 1 and Guard 2 through the binoculars. They're really crazy, that's great, Luffy said happily. This is really something to pay attention to. The spores produced by the explosion of the psychedelic mushrooms don't last very long. However, the 3 psychedelic mushrooms I transformed this time, combined with the size of the opponent's ship, can last for at least an hour or more, Roger said quickly. It turned out to be like this, then we need to pay attention, Usopp said. New Vicky Bello, Guard number 1, and Guard number 2. Rebus personally commanded the Guard number 4 heavy warship to destroy Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik. The Guard number 4 sailed around the sea area where the Ghost was sunk just now. However, after sailing here, they found that there was no trace of a person on the sea. Rebus stood on the deck of Guard number 4, and he looked at the surrounding sea. Where the hell did those nasty fellows go? Rebus said fiercely. It is strange that they are not seen at all. Mani looked around and said. Suddenly Mani thought of something, and he said, those enemies must have sneaked into the sea. Rebus looked at her, then looked at the surrounding sea and said, don't say it, it's really possible. It seems that they really dived into the sea. Otherwise, how could it disappear without a trace in such a short period of time? Trace. Rebus gave the order again. Send the Frogman squad of Guard number 4 to attack, together with the Frogman squad transferred from Guard number 3. The 2 Frogman squads must destroy the enemy that enters the sea. Liba's order was quickly communicated. On this Guard number 4, just now because the Guard number 3 was severely damaged, all the personnel took refuge here temporarily. So now Guard number 4 has its own Frogman squad, as well as the Frogman squad transferred from Guard number 3. In addition to the Ghost Heavy submarine, other warships of the Bellamy Pirates are also equipped with Frogman squads. The 2 Frogman squads consisted of 18 people each, and a total of 36 Frogmen jumped into the sea to find members of the Tsuruyama United Army to fight. These frogmen are also wearing steel diving suits and armed with harpoon rifles. However, the steel diving suits they are wearing are just ordinary styles, without the shark-like head shape of the previous deep-sea shark frogman team. 36 frogmen quickly began to look for traces of the enemy in the sea. In the sea, they found Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik who were swimming. Spot the enemy and start attacking. 2 frogmen squads started the attack. The king of ninjas, who was diving in the sea, suddenly noticed that someone was attacking. An enemy is attacking, the ninja king said in a low voice. Mont Blanc Kulik and Sanji and Zoro saw the 2 frogmen teams attacking. The 2 frogmen squads aimed at everyone in the Tsuruyama Union army with harpoon rifles and started shooting. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dense small harpoons shot at the crowd. Mont Blanc Kurik and Sanji and Ape and Zoro and Gorilla and King of Ninja quickly dodged the small harpoons. However, the other dozen or more members of the Tsuruyama United Army were not so lucky. Several members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces were shot by small harpoons and died in the sea. Kill them! Mont Blanc Kulik shouted. Come on, these guys will die if they die. The gorilla shouted. Kill them! Sanji said. No matter how you kill these guys, you can't kill them all. Zoro said. Mont Blanc Kulik and Sanji went up to them and fought fiercely. A fierce battle unfolds in the sea. Eat my punch. Orangutan punches to knock an enemy frogman to the bottom of the sea. Marine foot technique. The most advanced minced meat. Sanji kicked an enemy frogman with both feet. Chestnut fist. Gravity fist. Mont Blanc Kulik punched an enemy frogman in the stomach. Under the heroic efforts of Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik, these frogmen were quickly wiped out in large numbers. Sanji and the others also discovered during the battle that the equipment of these frogmen was okay, but their reaction speed and combat effectiveness were far inferior to the frogmen of the deep-sea shark frogmen team they encountered before. In fact, among the Bellamy pirates, the deep-sea shark frogman team equipped by the Ghost is the most powerful frogman team. Even the elite deep-sea shark frogman squad was defeated. These average-strength frogmen were naturally unable to resist the formidable fighting strength of Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik, and were quickly killed and wiped out. After a short period of fierce fighting in the sea, the 2 frogmen squads put down by guard number 4, a total of 36 frogmen, were all wiped out. However, the Tsuruyama United Army also suffered losses. In addition to Sanji, Zoro, the King of Ninjas, Orangutans, Mont Blanc Kulik, there are only 6 remaining members of the Tsuruyama Union Army, and the rest were used by enemy frogmen with harpoon rifles in battle. Shoot to death. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at the remnants of his own personnel, and he felt pain for a while. Too many people were killed in the battle. But the deceased has passed away, and now we can only continue to fight bravely. Let's go and sink this Bellamy pirates ship together. Mont Blanc Kulik said. Okay. Everyone said excitedly. Everyone began to quickly swim towards the guard number 4 heavy warship. On the deck of guard number 4, Rebus was anxiously waiting for the news of the frogmen squads who had dived into the sea below to fight. The most complete Philo novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels netizens. Chapter 645 Attack of the Depth Charges. What's the matter? Why didn't the frogmen continue to communicate and report back on the situation? Rebus asked the captain of the guard number 4. The 2 frogmen teams have lost contact, and they are probably buried in the sea. Captain guard number 4 said with an ugly face. Damn. Rebus trembled with anger. Not long after they were sent out, 2 frogmen squads were also killed by the enemy. Rebus looked at the sea below guard number 4 again. Below this calm sea were the members of the Tsuruyama Allied Army. Okay, use depth charges to bury them at the bottom of the ocean. Rebus gave the order. As ordered, said the captain of guard number 4. In the middle part of the hull of guard number 4, a row of windows on the side was opened, and one side by one small pendant towers hoisted out depth charges the size of wooden barrels. These depth charges all have a fixed clock on them, and the time of the detonation is already set on the fixed clock. Tick, tick tick, tick tick, tick tick, tick tick. The timer clock above the depth charge kept beeping. Then the small pendants put down the suspended depth charges one by one. Plop, 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 plop. The depth charges fell into the sea below the hull of Guard 4. These depth charges sank quickly. At this time in the sea below the Guard number 4, Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik suddenly saw a large number of barrel-sized bombs sinking. Bomb! Sanji said in surprise. These depth charges continued to sink, and even the orangutans saw those timing clocks from the side of the depth charges. These are timed depth charges. The orangutan said quickly. Depth charge. It's miserable. So many massive bombs, we're going to be blown to pieces. The remaining members of the Tsuruyama Allied forces were horrified when they saw the depth charges being dropped into the sea. Mont Blanc Kulik looked at the depth charges that kept sinking from the warships above. Don't panic. Although these depth charges are powerful, they all have timing devices. It can be said that they will explode when they are deeper. You can swim closer to the sea surface, and don't dive deeper. Mont Blanc Kulik said calmly. Everyone else did as Mont Blanc Kulik said. Everyone moved to a higher position. This is also almost right under the bottom of the hull of Guard 4. From here, it can be more clearly seen that those depth charges actually sank from the sides of the hull of Guard number 4. The depth charges that sank before had sunk to a depth of 300 meters or 400 meters below the sea surface, and it was time to explode. Boom! Rumble! 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 Those depth charges exploded violently in the sea. The seawater in the surrounding waters shook violently, as if an undersea earthquake had occurred. Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik, who were under the hull of Guard number 4, could feel the terrifying power of the explosion below, but the vibration of the seawater made people tremble. The violent explosion of those depth charges also affected Guard number 4. The sea below the Guard number 4 began to vibrate violently, and even the 100-meter-long heavy warship began to vibrate. On the deck of Guard number 4, Rebus looked at the swaying seawater around him. Although the weather in the sky was not good, and the seawater was already a little turbulent due to the strong sea breeze, the seawater vibrations generated by the explosion of these depth charges were also capable of clearly judged. Such a violent explosion can definitely make the enemies in the explosion area shattered. Rebus said excitedly. Is it really that accurate? Mani beside him asked. Of course it is also possible for the enemy to survive. After all, these depth charges are detonated by timing devices that have enough time to detonate, and the timing is combined with the speed at which the bomb sinks. These depth charges are all 300 meters to 400 meters below the sea surface. It was detonated within the range. In fact, the killing range can reach the range of 200 meters to 500 meters below the sea surface. If the depth of their diving is within this range, they will definitely die. Quote. Libas said after thinking. After hearing this, Mani suddenly realized and said, oh, that's how it is. It seems that these depth charges still have a destructive range. Then if the enemy hides at a depth of less than 200 meters within the range. Libas' face became serious, and he said, this is really a problem. But after all, it is a battle, so everything has to be considered. Rebus looked at the captain of the Guard number 4 again and said, the depth charges that will be dropped next will have to be adjusted to a depth of about 200 meters. After listening, the captain of the Guard number 4 said, however, the explosion range of our depth charges will be further close to this warship. The impact range may reach a range of 100 meters or even tens of meters below the warship. This is what we want, think about it. Although it is said that the depth charges will explode more easily to our hull. But how much impact do those explosions have on this sturdy steel-heavy warship? Humans in the shallower seas will be reduced to minced meat. Quote. Rebus said with great confidence. Captain Guard number 4 also felt reasonable after listening to it. He said, okay, I will immediately order them to adjust the depth of the depth charges. Let those depth charges explode in the shallower sea. The depth charges dropped on the sides of guard number 4 were subsequently adjusted to detonate the timing of the clock, which was much earlier than before. These depth charges were launched in large numbers. With a burst of plop, the depth charges continued to be dropped into the sea. Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik, who were at the bottom of the hull of guard 4, saw a new round of depth charges begin to sink. These depth charges are about to explode again. I really don't know how many depth charges this warship is loaded with. It's an arsenal at sea. Sanji looked at the guard number 4 above and said. Everyone is waiting for these depth charges to continue to sink, and then trigger a violent explosion. Boom. One of the depth charges exploded violently when it reached a depth of less than 200 meters this time. This violent explosion produced an astonishing range, and even the position at a depth of 100 meters was severely affected. What's the matter? The orangutan looked at the location of the explosion in shock. The next more depth charges were detonated at a depth of 100 to 200 meters. The most complete Filu novel resource station, sponsored by 99 Novels Netizens. Chapter 646 Charge, Attack Enemy Warships. Boom, rumble, 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 rumble. The depth charges kept exploding. After these depth charges explode, they can spread to a depth of 100 meters or even tens of meters below the sea surface. Mont Blanc Kulik and others who were under the bottom of guard number 4 felt the impact of this terrifying explosion. No, hurry up and stick to the bottom of this warship. Mont Blanc Kulik said. And Zoro, the king of ninjas, orangutans and gorillas, and Mont Blanc Kulik all hurriedly floated up further, clinging to the bottom of the guard number 4 heavy warship. Several other members of the Tsuruyama combined army also rushed to the surface, but it was too late. Boom. Another depth charge exploded at a depth of more than 100 meters, and the resulting contagion killed all the members of the Tsuruyama allied forces. Alas! Mont Blanc Kulik looked at the seawater after the explosion with great regret and said. The 60 members of the Tsuruyama allied army elite who had followed the 6 to attack all died in the battle. Life and death are impermanent in the battle, many people are still alive for a moment, and die in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the 6 core members are safe. As long as the ships of the Bellamy pirates can be successfully sunk in the end, it will be a victory for Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik. In the following time, dozens of depth charges were dropped one after another. After a series of explosions in the sea, it finally calmed down. Sanji looked into the calm sea and said, "It's finally over." Mont Blanc Kulik said, "It appears that these depth charges have been adjusted to detonate the timing device. This allows them to detonate longer than they were previously scheduled. It appears to be detonating in shallower waters. These guys really tried their best to deal with us." Zoro looked at the guard number 4 above and said, "In this case, how to deal with this warship?" The orangutan looked at the heavy warship and said, "This warship must have a rudder. As long as the rudder is destroyed, the warship will be slowly destroyed by us." Mont Blanc Kulik said, "Wrecking the rudder, leave it to me." Sanji said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." Mont Blanc Kulik said, "Okay, it's all up to me." Sanji said. Then the others handed over the remaining 8 time bombs to Sanji, and of course the glue that can be used in the water. Sanji swam with the last 8 time bombs to the rudder of Guard 4's stern. Sanji glued all 8 time bombs to the huge rudder of Guard 4. Okay, the time bombs are all set. Sanji successfully set up these time bombs and started swimming away from here. Above the huge rudder of Guard 4, 8 time bombs began to count down. Tick, 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 quote. These time bombs are constantly moving towards the moment of explosion. Boom, 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 boom. 8 time bombs exploded, successfully destroying the rudder of guard number 4. The hull of guard IV is very strong, but its rudder is also weak. This round of explosions was because Sanji pressed 8-time bombs on the part where the rudder was connected to the hull, and as a result, the rudder was blown down. Excellent. Sanji said excitedly after looking at the destroyed rudder. Okay. Montblanc Kulik and the others also said happily. On the deck of guard number 4. Rebus, Mani, and many of the crew felt the shock of a sudden explosion in the stern of the heavy warship. What's the matter? Rebus said quickly. What happened? Hurry up and investigate. Captain Guard number 4 ordered. A group of crew members quickly went to the stern of the heavy warship to investigate. Oops, the rudder of our warship was blown up. The crew who discovered that the rudder had been blown up quickly reported. What? The rudder was blown up? Captain Guard number 4 said in shock. Rebus' face became very ugly. It must have been those guys attacking the rudder from under the water. Rebus said fiercely. It's so bad now, I don't know what to do. Mani also looked very ugly. Captain Guard number 4 said with an ugly face, if we don't have a rudder, we can't master the direction. If we sail indiscriminately like that, it is easy to collide with danger. The captain looked at Rebus, waiting for his order. Okay, if that's the case, then continue to drop the depth charges. They must still be in the waters around here. Rebus said. As ordered. Captain Guard number 4 said. Next, both sides of the hull of Guard number 4 began to resume dropping depth charges into the sea below. One after another, the depth charges exploded in the sea again. Under the Guard number 4, Sanji and Montblanc Kulik were hiding here. The depth charges that the enemy dropped this time seemed to detonate earlier than the previous ones. Boom, rumble, 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 rumble. The depth charges exploded in the sea one by one, producing an amazing range of lethality. Sanji looked at the exploding depth charges and said, although it destroyed the rudder of this heavy warship, this is not a way. Montblanc Kulik said, if this is the case, then we might as well go out. How to kill it? Orangutan looked at Montblanc Kulik and said. Of course, go to the sea, destroy this heavy warship, at least kill all the enemies inside. Montblanc Kulik hammered the bottom of the Guard number 4 above with his hand. Okay, kill it. Everyone said excitedly. Since the situation is now in such a state of danger, it is better to fight bravely. Guard number 4 on the sea, on both sides, finally finished dropping another round of depth charges. But suddenly, several figures rushed out of the sea. They quickly began to climb from the side of the hull of Guard 4. At last they reached the deck with windows on the side, and they rushed in. Kill. Zoro, the king of ninjas, orangutans and Montblanc Kulik started a brave rush. 6 amazing men who are strong in hand-to-hand combat and cold weapon combat begin a fierce battle with members of the Bellamy pirates inside the warship. The screams and screams quickly spread throughout the cabin of the Guard number 4 heavy warship. 11. Chapter 647 Like a Broken Bamboo. On the deck of Guard number 4. Libas, Mani, Captain Guard number 4, and others quickly got the news that the cabin below was attacked by the enemy. What? The enemy has invaded here. Rebus said with an ugly face. Did they really get in here? How many are there? Mani also asked. The crew member in charge of the report looked nervous and even fearful. He said, a total of 6 people have entered here. But they are very strong in combat. Some people saw Montblanc Kulik, commander-in-chief of the Saruyama Combined Army, and an ape and a big one. Orangutans, and even those foreign pirates, like the green-haired swordsman and the man in the suit with curly eyebrows. Quote. What? Reba's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that the enemies who invaded this heavy warship were Montblanc Kulik and Sanji. After Bellamy failed to complete his goal in the last battle, he had discussed these matters with the 3 generals, including Rebus. Rebus was impressed by these people. Unexpectedly, he now encounters these enemies. Exactly, let me take the opportunity to kill them. Liba's eyes twinkled with the will to fight. Rebus had long wanted to fight Sanji and Mont Blanc Kulik, and now was the chance. Mani also noticed that something was wrong and she asked, "What happened?" "The leader of the enemy has invaded here." Rebus looked at her and said, "Yeah, Mont Blanc Kurik and many high-ranking members of the enemy invaded this warship. Now I can just destroy them. As the Bellamy pirates, they are best at hot weapons. How could I miss this great opportunity?" After listening to it, Mani also said, "That's right, I also participate in the war. Let them taste the shooting skills of the first sniper of the Bellamy pirates." Both men and women have a strong will to fight. Rebate is known as the arsenal within the Bellamy pirates. He is very good at using hot weapons. What artillery, firearms, bombs and many strange gunpowder and explosive weapons are all good at Rebate. Mani's position in the Bellamy pirates is a sniper, with strong shooting skills, and he is also a belligerent in his bones. How could they let this enemy go to the battle in front of them? The captain of the guard number 4 looked at Rebus and said, "Lord Rebus, I ordered all the personnel on this heavy warship to deal with the invading enemy with all their might. Is there any problem?" Rebus looked at him and said, "Of course there's no problem with this. The enemies are all masters. After all, there are 6. I can't deal with it all at once. You should let the crew fight hard and contain them more." Captain Guard number 4 said, "Okay." There were originally 200 crew members on the Guard number 4 heavy warship, but most of the surviving crew members of the Guard number 3 took refuge here. Now there are more than 300 Bellamy pirates crew on Guard 4 who can fight the enemy. The more than 300 Bellamy pirates crew members still have considerable containment ability by virtue of their numbers. After all, Rebus and Mani couldn't deal with 6 powerful enemies at the same time. Inside the Guard number 4 cabin, and Zoro along with the King of Ninjas, orangutans, gorillas and Mont Blanc Kulik are fighting bravely against the Bellamy's crew. "Stop them, don't let them go on." This layer of cabin is the warehouse, which stores a large amount of food, drinking water and living materials. The crew of the Bellamy pirates piled up the supplies and used them as simple fortifications, and they shot with firearms from behind. Bang, boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. The bullets shot at Sanji and the others. Sanji and the others dodged quickly, and bullets kept coming. After all, no matter how powerful Sanji and the others are, they are still flesh and blood. What a nuisance, there are always these inexhaustible scumbags out to make trouble. Zoro said with a katana in his hand. "I'll give them some color to taste," said the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninja took out 3 shurikens from the bag on his waist, each with a spherical projectile in the center of the shuriken, which was filled with gunpowder. This is the explosive shuriken. Go, blast the shuriken. The Ninja King threw 3 exploding shuriken in the direction of the Bellamy pirates' crew. The Bellamy pirates' crew saw 3 exploding shuriken flying over, but before they could react, the 3 exploding shuriken exploded violently. Boom, boom, boom. 3 flashes of fire, followed by thick smoke and screams. Because of the attack of these 3 exploding shurikens, the simple fortification built by the crew of more than 20 Bellamy pirates was destroyed. Go. Zoro rushed forward first, using the cover of the smoke from the explosion to charge at the enemies. Sanji and the Ninja King also rushed over quickly. Then Mont Blanc Kulik and the orangutan followed. Zoro rushed into the enemies, who were hit by the explosion just now, and were barely able to stand up after surviving. Knife flow, rhinoceros. Zoro held 2 katana swords in his hands and spun around him to kill. Puff, 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 puff. With the sound of being slashed and the screams that followed, the 4 closest enemies were slashed and flew out at the same time. Sanji also jumped among the enemies, and he attacked them nimbly with his feet. The King of Ninjas also rushed here, the man in black ninja clothes walking through the enemy like a ghost. Whenever it swept past the enemy's throat was cut off, or the eyebrows were pierced. In the battle in this cabin, the killing efficiency of the Ninja King is the most efficient. When the orangutans rushed over, the crew of the Bellamy pirates were all lying on the ground, slumped, or bloodied, or covered in blood. They all found that they had no enemies to deal with. Sanji-san and the others are really powerful. The orangutan exclaimed. Swordsman is not bad either, said the ape. The 6 people continued to fight, and they quickly broke through this layer of cabins. They soon discovered that there were still quite a lot of enemies in this heavy warship, and finally they broke through several layers of cabins and finally reached the deck of guard number 4. In the fierce battle, the 6 of them have already killed more than 100 Bellamy Pirates crew members. Strictly speaking, in terms of combat effectiveness, the combat effectiveness of the Bellamy Pirates crew is not comparable to that of the once formidable Security Army Land Army. After all, those security forces are well trained and better coordinated. Although there are brave and skilled people among these Bellamy Pirates crew members, they are still unable to effectively synergize their numerical advantages. 11. Chapter 648 Manny's Sniper. After rushing to the deck, Zoro looked around and was finally able to take a deep breath. Finally standing on the deck again. Zoro clenched 2 katana swords in his hands. The deck of this heavy warship is more complicated than the cabin. Of course, the main reason for the complexity is that there are 3 main masts, as well as 2 heavy gun turrets, and a stern tower. And some small gun auxiliary weapons on the side of the hull. However, there is also an advantage here, that is, there are more obstacles, which can offset the attack of gunpowder weapons. Guns and guns shooting here are hindered by these obstacles. I can finally see the sky again. Sanji looked up at the sky and said. Although it is said that Tenten is not very good today, and the sea breeze is also very strong, but after all, it is still more comfortable than diving in the sea before. The King of Ninjas observes here carefully to avoid surprise attacks by the enemy. After all, this is the enemy's warship, and anything can happen. Montblanc Kulik looked at the surrounding environment. He found it strange. There was not a single enemy around, and the Bellamy Pirates crew all disappeared. The enemy didn't show up, they must be in the shadows. Montblanc Kulik found something obviously wrong. In the cabin before, the Bellamy Pirates fought in groups with guns and sabers, but now they rushed to the deck and found no trace of the enemy. That's enough to say there's a problem. Everyone is careful, Sanji said. Sanji and the others were near the middle of the 3 main masts. They're on top of this main mast. Mani was sitting on top of the huge mast at this time, and she was holding a special sniper rifle in her hands. The body of the sniper rifle is made of special alloy, and the handle is made of hardwood. This sniper rifle also has rosette engraving on the hardwood handle. There is a scope on the barrel made of alloy. HMPH. I don't know if death is imminent, Mani said in a low voice while aiming. In the scope of the sniper rifle that Mani held up, she carefully observed the 6 people below. One of them will be her first target. The scope first aimed at Zoro, but the crosshair stayed on Zoro's head for a second before leaving. Because she didn't think the target was worth the first shot. Then the scope was aimed at the blonde Sanji, but Mani still didn't think that the gentleman with the blonde suit should be killed first. She also aimed at the King of Ninjas, as well as the orangutans, but she gave them up. Because these 3 people look very strange, there is no value in the first sniping. Finally, the sight of the scope was aimed at Montblanc Kulik's head with chestnuts. Marnie aimed at Montblanc Kulik. A unique smile appeared on her lips. Just you. Marnie decided that the sniper target was Montblanc Kulik. She couldn't be sure whether the man with chestnuts on his head was the most powerful of the 6, but she knew very well that Montblanc Kulik was the real leader of the Tsuruyama Union Army. Once Montblanc Kulik is killed, the Tsuruyama coalition will be leaderless. Shooting the target with the most comprehensive value is the best choice for snipers. After determining the wind direction and some parallax deviation, Mani finally found the best time to shoot. She also pulled the trigger with her right index finger. At this moment, the hand of the Ninja King beside Montblanc Kulik was already swung out. Boom! A small smoke projectile exploded above the six. The King of Ninjas shoved Mont Blanc Kulik's body to the left at an astonishing speed. Bang! A shot went off. A bullet shot from above Mont Blanc Kulik and quickly shot Mont Blanc Kulik's right arm. Ah! Mont Blanc Kulik fell to the ground suddenly. There are enemies. Orangutans and orangutans are on emergency alert. Fortunately, the smoke produced by the explosion of the smoke projectile thrown by the King of Ninjas in advance enveloped all the 6 people around. This way the enemy can no longer shoot. Orangutan quickly helped Mont Blanc Kulik. "Boss, are you all right?" the gorilla asked eagerly. Mont Blanc Kulik bit Kiba and covered his right arm. He was hit in the right arm by a highly penetrating sniper bullet. The wound was much larger than that of an ordinary rifle bullet, and the bullet hole was as wide as a pigeon's egg. The wound was as if shot by a shotgun at close range. "Boss, your injury." Orangutan was shocked when he saw the wound on Mont Blanc Kulik's right arm. "Ah, my right arm. I'm still holding on. Get me some painkillers I have with me." Mont Blanc Kulik's face was covered in sweat, and he insisted on biting Kiba. The orangutan quickly helped him to take out the painkillers, which were also made by the ship doctors of the Chopper and Tsuruyama Allied forces. Mont Blanc Kulik hurriedly put several painkiller pills into his mouth and swallowed them in one go. These pain relievers have a slight narcotic effect and can temporarily stabilize body functions and slow blood flow. Reduce body consumption. "Boss, I'll quickly help you get the bullet out," said the ape. The orangutan took out a small dagger. He looked at Mont Blanc Kulik who was sitting on the ground and said, "It will hurt a little bit, boss, hold on. Hurry up, we are in the middle of a battle now." Mont Blanc Kulik's face was covered in sweat with pain, his expression was trying to stabilize. The orangutan began to help the resolute chestnut-headed man get the sniper rifle bullets out. Blood flowed out from the huge wound. Although it had the effect of painkillers, Mont Blanc Kulik's body was still slightly trembling due to the pain. But he struggled to stabilize himself. How could the might man be overwhelmed by the pain? The orangutan quickly took out the sniper rifle bullet. A bullet that looked like a cone was taken out. The bullet itself was as thick as a thumb, and could reach 7 centimeters in length. It was covered with fresh Yuhi's blood. Under the powerful fire rate of the sniper rifle, hitting the target caused a larger wound. Mont Blanc Kulik was physically strong. Being hit by such a sniper rifle bullet on his arm would still hurt to death. After throwing the first smoke projectile just now, the King of Ninja threw 3 smoke projectiles one after another in order to cover the crowd. After the orangutan took out the bullet from Mont Blanc Kulik's right arm, he used the bandage he was carrying to help him stop the bleeding. "It can only be like this now, and further treatment can be done after the battle is over," said the ape. "Okay, thanks to you guys," Mont Blanc Kulik said. Chapter 649 Against Snipers. He looked at the King of Ninjas again. "You really shot in time just now, otherwise I'd be shot through the skull," Mont Blanc Kulik said. Sniper rifle was supposed to hit Mont Blanc Kulik in the head just now, but the Ninja King pushed him away so that it only hit the right arm. The key act of the Ninja King saves Mont Blanc Kulik's life. "How did you find out that the enemy was sniping in the dark?" Sanji looked at the King of Ninjas and asked. "When I was still training in the ninja organization, I finished training about fighting in the presence of high towers and mountains. The enemy is likely to shoot with bows, hidden weapons or firearms from high places. There are also some obstacles, but it is not easy for the enemy to escape after attacking. And the shadow of the enemy is likely to appear on the top of the 3 main masts. I carefully observed and found that the main mast closest to us is the most central one. There is activity at the top." Quote. The Ninja King explained. After hearing this, everyone was amazed. "King of Ninjas, you really have a fighting literacy beyond ordinary people," Mont Blanc Kulik said. "Thank you for the compliment. I will block all enemies as far as I can play a role," the Ninja King said modestly. The King Ninja shot just now was considered timely, but if he had found the sniper at the top of the main mast earlier, I am afraid Mont Blanc would not have been shot. Zorro looked at the surrounding smoke again, and said, but this is not the way to go. Are we hiding here all the time? Of course not, we have to take the initiative to eliminate hidden dangers. And the number of smoke pellets I carry is limited, it is impossible to maintain the smoke like this all the time. Said the King of Ninjas. Then what are you going to do? Sanji asked the King of Ninjas. The King of Ninja looked in the direction of the main mast in the middle and said, remember the position of the main mast in the middle. I have been using smoke projectiles to cover everyone to go there together. After getting there, I cut the main mast. Break. That way the enemy will fall off the top of the mast. Well, that's a good idea. Sanji said with admiration. At this time, at the top of the middlemost one of the three main masts of guard number 4. Mani sat here holding up his sniper rifle and looked down at where Sanji and Mont Blanc were just now. It's too bad they made such a cloud of smoke. Mani looked at the smoke below and said angrily. Although the shot was fired just now, it only hit Mont Blanc's body. Not only did he not kill the opponent, but he also shocked the snake. Now the enemy has become alert, making Mani's sniping much more difficult. What annoyed her even more was that the smoke continued, and there was no way to continue attacking. What's the matter? It's a group of enemies that make people headaches. It's no wonder that Bellamy's boss didn't defeat it himself before. Mani now also has a preliminary understanding of the strength of the enemy. Just when Mani was distressed about how to continue looking for sniping opportunities, she discovered something new. What's the matter? Mani looked under the huge mast where she was standing in surprise. On the deck, there was still a new area covered by smoke outside the area where Sanji and the others were just now. New smoke began to move continuously under the massive mast. On the deck below this huge mast, the Ninja King kept approaching under the huge mast, using the smoke from the smoke projectiles as cover. In the end, the 6 people managed to get under the huge mast. Beneath this huge mast, Sanji and the Ninja King stopped. That's it, just destroy this main mast. The Ninja King looked at the main mast in front of him and said. Okay, just cut off this mast, right? Zoro said. Zoro retracted a samurai sword into the scabbard at his waist. All he had left was a ghost in his hand. Zoro held Gito tightly in both hands. He used his strength to prepare for a slash. Chong. Zoro held was like a flash of lightning, severing the huge mast from the bottom. Crunch. The huge mast that had been severed began to tilt. Now above the top of the huge mast. The huge mast began to vibrate and tilt, and Mani, who was sitting here, immediately noticed something was wrong. What's the matter? Mani said in shock. She saw the huge mast she was on start to fall. At this time, Mani suddenly realized why the other party kept spreading the smoke towards the bottom of the huge mast just now. It turns out that they are going to cut off this huge mast. Mani's face became very ugly. The huge mast fell violently, and she also fell with the huge mast. The huge mast fell towards the rear of the hull of Guard 4. At the bottom of the huge mast that had just been cut down, the 6 of them, Sanji and the King of Ninjas, were watching the huge mast that fell. It's finally going to fall. The orangutan looked at the huge mast that was sloping down and said. When this huge mast falls, that sniper is probably going to fall into Flesh-chan too. Zoro said. That's really heartwarming. The orangutan said happily. Kuruk remained silent. Although he successfully saved his life this time, his right arm was severely injured, and he would definitely not be able to fight hand-to-hand. Even if there is a battle in the future, Sanji and the King of Ninjas must be the 5 of them. At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded. Sanji suddenly turned his head to the direction of the voice, although he couldn't see it due to the smoke blocking it, but Sanji could already tell that there was a female voice there. There are ladies there. Sanji quickly rushed out of the smoke in that direction. This guy. Zoro looked at Sanji and said. The others also looked at each other in dismay, but Sanji was attracted by the female voice. Sanji's legs dashed swiftly, rushing out of the smoke created by the Ninja King's smoke pellets. Sanji ran and jumped. After rushing out of the smoke, Sanji could more clearly see the huge mass that continued to fall. Sanji didn't hear it wrong just now. It wasn't just a female voice, it was a cry for help in a desperate situation. Sanji tried hard to observe the direction of the sound. I saw that it was coming from the huge mass that continued to fall. Hurry up. Sanji quickly jumped to the huge mass that continued to fall, and rushed towards the top of the mast along the huge mast. Chapter 650 Sanji's Rule. At this time, the speed of Sanji's charge is comparable to that of a bow and arrow. The speed of the huge mast falling is very fast, but Sanji is faster. Soon Sanji rushed to the top of the huge mast. I saw a young woman clinging to the huge mast, and she was already extremely terrified. Hold on. Sanji rushed over even more quickly. He is a man who usually relies on his feet to eat. The speed at this time is beyond the reach of anyone who has seen him. Mani was finally unable to grasp the huge mast, and the huge mast was about to fall completely. Ah! Marnie let go of the huge mast with her hands and she fell. Soon it will be abruptly fell on the deck of guard number 4. Reverse Air Force. Power. Sanji's right leg slammed down on the huge mast beneath his feet, causing a huge reaction force to bounce him off. Sanji rushed to Mani's side as if flying in the air, and suddenly hugged Mani like a princess with his arms outstretched. Then Sanji and Mani went to the deck together. The huge mast also smashed down at the position beside the two of them. Boom! The huge mast smashed on the deck, and the heavy warship trembled. Sanji and Mani looked at the huge mast that was smashed on the deck. The huge mast that fell down was less than 5 meters away from the two of them. It's dangerous, Sanji said with a lingering fear. He turned his head to Mani, who was in his arms. Sanji saw that he was hugging a young and slender woman, but her skin was a little tanned. But at this time, the eyes and face of the other party were full of shock, fear and disbelief. Sanji looked at Mani and politely put it down. Ma'am, you'll be fine, Sanji said politely to Mani. Mani looked at Sanji at a loss. She said hesitantly, I. Mani turned his gaze to the sniper rifle on the deck again. Her eyes were fixed on it. When the huge mast fell just now, Mani's sniper rifle also fell. Sanji also saw the sniper rifle from the direction Mani was looking at. Sanji saw it. Vivi frowned. Judging from the previous situation, the sniper who shot Mont Blanc Kulik was at the top of the huge mast that had just fallen. And Mani was indeed seen by Sanji at the top of the huge mast just now, and then fell. What Mani did, it is now self-evident. Sanji glanced at Mani, who trembled for a while. Ma'am, I'm going to teach you something. Sanji's tone was still polite. Mani saw Sanji walking to the sniper rifle and picked it up. Then Sanji walked up to Mani again. Sanji looked at Mani calmly, and Mani felt as if countless needles were stabbing her back. First I declare that, as a gentleman, I will save any lady whose life is at risk. But there is one more thing. Sanji kicked the sniper rifle away with one kick, and the sniper rifle finally landed in the sea beside guard number 4. Ladies should stay away from homicide. Sanji's tone was calm but somewhat serious. Mani looked at Sanji, and she felt trembling all over her body. Sanji turned around, lit himself a new cigarette and said, Okay, you understand. Stay away from these fights. Then Sanji walked away. Mani immediately collapsed on the deck. She stared blankly at Sanji who was walking away. This blonde man with curly eyebrows saved her life just now. What should I do? Mani said indifferently. She was actually saved by the enemy she attacked. What an unprecedented thing. Walked back to Zoro and the Ninja King. The King of Ninja looked at the huge fallen mast again. Now the 3 huge main masts on the deck of guard number 4, the middle one has fallen. There are still many enemies in this warship now. If we want to take this warship down, it will definitely take a lot of effort. Otherwise, let's destroy this warship," said the King of Ninjas. "That's all it is now," Zoro said. "Right now, Mont Blanc Kulik has been seriously injured, and the best way is to destroy this heavy warship." At this time, it was near the front of the deck of guard number 4 near the bow. Rebus has been secretly observing the movements of Sanji and the Ninja King here. He didn't expect Mani to fail. "How can it be like this? It seems that I still need to play in person." Rebus clenched his fists and said. This burly man was carrying various heavy weapons all over his body at this time. There are 2 bazooka on his back vertically behind him. Both hands are holding up a machine gun. The inside and outside of the coat he was wearing, as well as his waist, were covered with weapons. Libas is an uncompromising arsenal. However, in addition to these weapons carried on the body, there are many other auxiliary weapons. There is also a small hatch near the bow of the ship that allows access to the cabin below. Some of the Bellamy Pirates crew members who are responsible for the response are through this place to send weapons to Rebus. Rebus walked some distance first, and got under the first huge mast, where he lay in ambush and prepared to shoot. He set up the machine gun first, and then aimed at where Sanji and the Ninja King were. "Go to hell." Rebus pulled the trigger on the machine gun. Da 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 da. Dense bullets are fired from the barrel of the machine gun. Sanji and the Ninja King realize that someone is attacking them and flee immediately. "Oops, there are enemies." Sanji hurriedly avoided. "Where is the enemy's position?" the orangutan asked quickly. "The enemy's place is at the first great mast," Sanji said after observing. "Rebus is now shooting here from under the first giant mast." After discovering Rebade's fierce attack, the Ninja King quickly charged towards Rebade. The Ninja King quickly rushed to the vicinity of Rebus. "What's the matter? This guy's movements are too quick." Libas discovers that his powerful machine gun fire is not effective in attacking the King of Ninjas. The Ninja King managed to evade the Rebus machine gun fire with his ghostly agile footwork. Of course, the King of Ninjas did not move faster than the bullets, but he was able to use his amazing observation and judgment to decisively change the route of travel before the opponent's bullets were fired. The King of Ninjas quickly approached Rebus, and he also found the point of fire where Rebus was using his machine gun. Exploding shuriken. The Ninja King quickly threw a shuriken with a gunpowder pellet in the center.